From the high speeds of Italy's Monza to now the tight and technical Road Atlanta, this is a track that rewards those who have patience and focus, but for those who show the exact opposite, well, they might find themselves losing their soul. If the devil went down to Georgia, he definitely made a stop here at Road Atlanta. Will our last round winners, GT Temple Racing, continue with momentum on their side and take the fight to such teams as Kinetic and Speedworks? Or will someone new step into the spotlight and wrestle the championship away? Well, before we find out where they finish, we're going to see how they start. And you're going to catch it all live on the DGFX 4 hours of Road Atlanta and qualifying and pre-race show. Hi, I'm Taylor Burris, and joining me today is my good friend Nick Schmeg. Behind the scenes is our director, the Dr. Amjad Yaman, and he's using cameras by the camera guru himself, Dougie Beard. Nick, this is a racetrack that I am most excited for. It's very popular in the iRacing community, but to help our viewers learn a little bit more of this track, tell them more about Road Atlanta.
Oh, it is one of the most famous racing circuits in all of North America, especially in the world of sports car racing. So where better than here at Road Atlanta to hold the penultimate round of the DGFX season. It's a combination of fast and technical turns, some tight corners, some fast downhill S's, and today, a whole lot of traffic. Road Atlanta was opened in 1970 and since 1998 has played host to the Petite Le Mans. Today we have a bit of a shorter race than the Petite, but the excitement level is sure to be no less. Road Atlanta spans 2.5 miles or 4 kilometers, covering 12 different intense turns. To get a better look at the speed and momentum these drivers are going to have to maintain today, let's send you down to the track for the GSRC lap guide.
All right, we've got Taylor Burris in the GSRC 4 GT, so let's do a lap around Road Atlanta. Coming down to turn 1, this is a frighteningly fast corner. You might still see some brave passes into here, but a mishap tends to end your day quickly. From there, you'll try to line yourself up over the blind crest of 2 and set up for 3. Knowing your turn-in point will be tricky and require great precision. After that, you'll hug the inside of 4 to set yourself up for the S's. The racing through this valley should be pretty much single file all day, otherwise you're taking an incredible risk. Turn 5 sees a lot of unforced errors, and most drivers pay for it in bodywork with how little runoff there is on either side. Finally, you get a short breather up to 6, which has more camber than you'd expect. That makes it tough to overtake here, and honestly, it's better to set yourself up for 7 anyways. This is the most critical corner of the circuit, with it leading you onto the backstretch. Fail to get a good launch on the exit, and you'll find yourself very vulnerable to attack. You see, it's not just the slipstream that offers your opponents a good opportunity. It's the fact that the turn 10 chicane is one of the heaviest braking zones of the lap. For the layman, that means a majority of the passes you'll see will take place here. So if the other driver doesn't get it done on the straight, they're likely to try to beat you to the apex when you get on the binders. From off the corner, you'll already start aiming the car across the crest and under the bridge. From there, it's very marginal getting through the final corner, which is another really dangerous turn. But hopefully you've kept it together and have now finished the lap around Road Atlanta.
There you have another incredible lap around Road Atlanta. And you're watching all 5 hours of coverage live on the iRacing Esports Network. From private leagues to iRacing special events, even to the World Championships, you can catch it all here live on the iRacing Esports Network. Make sure to hit that big red subscribe button and the bell to be notified of all these wonderful and special event races here on the IESN. Currently, right now, we are watching the GTE AM drivers taking their qualifying runs. Currently at the top of the leaderboard, it is the Team Vikings, the Midgard team, currently with Jonas Bowden behind the wheel with a 115.49, and he's doing quite the dominant job, over 4/10 ahead of the Fisher Motorsports there, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. That Team Vikings Midgard car there, the 301, they're sitting 5th place in the standings right now, and points are really becoming quite the factor. This is just the second to last race. We have a double points event next month at Nürburgring with a 10-hour race, and if you're going to make up some ground, this is the time to do it.
And speaking of that Vikings Midgard race team, we were watching practice earlier today, and they were one of the only teams within the top 5 that was an AM team amongst the pro drivers. So do you think maybe that Team Vikings could maybe even take it for a possible overall win in the GTE category?
They definitely could make a shot at it. They're going to have to, use some different strategies. I think there's a lot of fast GT Pro drivers we saw there in practice. There was about 6 or 7 of them that were just slightly faster for most of that practice session.
Yes, indeed. And as we're watching right now, the third place driver of Florian Denzler of the 360 Pineapple Racing, our current points leader, he currently has the most wins out of the current GTE driver field with at least 2. But there was a couple of bad finishes that he has had this season. Can they rebound after their win at Monza?
We will see. This is going to be a lot about track position. We're back to the 4-hour race, and as much as track position is important, it's still a 4-hour race, so you still have to be really patient. We saw Silverstone and Barber, 2 really hectic races, with the 4-hour format. So back to the 4-hour one for our last one of the season, and it's definitely going to be interesting to see drivers make their way up through the field.
Yes, indeed. It is going to be interesting to see because this track is known for its extremely difficulty with passing lap traffic here, whether it be professional or other series that we have on the iRacing service, as we're riding on board with Nathan Manning in the Black Sheep Motorsports, the 323 Porsche, going through this tight chicane. And I tell you what, Nick, this part of the track has always been a difficult part for me to handle, making sure to find that right braking line to make sure to get that good exit to set up for the final 2 corners.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like it's going to be a really easy chicane headed into it, and then you get into the middle of it and you realize you're just a couple inches, off to the left or right than you should have been, and it is real tough. And plus, that is a very popular spot to pass traffic. Of course, these GT cars not going to be dealing with that as much. They're going to be the guys getting past a lot of times, but you better hope that you can, clear the driver that you're trying to pass before you get to that chicane.
Yes, indeed. And right now we're watching Dario Galenki, the PCDC Motorsports Porsche. He's coming out of those S's right now, coming up through turns 11 and 12 as he follows right in front of him. That is the AVA team of Anders Christian, our current points leader. I tell you what, this team has been so consistent all season. Even though they only have 1 win at Barber, that team say they have just the consistency, the payoff to hold on to the points lead.
Yeah, they have been really, really good. And right now, we see, the competition in all 4 classes, let alone GTM, just really, really tight.
Yes, indeed. Look at that smooth transition as he goes up out of the S's. That's another dangerous part right there, though, that turn 5. You're coming up through there. You easily can go over the curve and easily lose it coming off a corner exit. So we might see a lot of chaos going through turn 5 at the end of the day today.
Yeah, I always like to look at the track map before, we get going with the session. Turn 5, always when we come to Road Atlanta, is my biggest fear for something big to erupt. That's right coming out of the S's. It's so easy you have that big elevation change going uphill there after the long, fast downhill stretch of S's. It's so easy to clip the curbing there to your outside right and to get sideways.
Yes, indeed. And currently he sits in the 10th position right now with a 1:16.47. He is getting ready to come across the line to complete another lap. Let's see. Nope, he does not improve. It was a 16.99. So Anders has a little bit of work to do today. And now as we watch on board with Richard Verbell in the Graphite Racing Porsche, currently sitting right behind him in the Porsche. He's going down the back straightaway. The Road Atlanta might not seem like a place where you can utilize a little bit of slipstream, but this long back straightaway here, before you get to that small chicane, before you get to the Suzuki Bridge, can be crucial and help setting up passing opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a crucial part of the track to make passing opportunities within your own class. It's just these guys are also going to have to be dealing with 3 other classes today, GT Pro, LMP2, and LMP1, most of which are going to be faster than them just because of the nature of the cars. GTM qualifying wrapping up right now. Looks like Team Vikings Midgard, unless someone posts a lap here, going to have the pole for that class.
Yes, indeed. They're going to try, as we are now watching Wolfgang Wildner in the Road Bastard Porsche. He's coming up, and then Andy Benefield is right behind him. Actually, this is on the back straightaway right now. He's got a little bit of work to do. He's currently sitting 14th out of the GTE AM drivers. About 1.5 seconds off the fastest pole time for the GTE AM. So he's going to have a lot of work to do today.
Should be interesting indeed. And see him coming down through here's the chicane and then getting back on the power pretty quickly and trying to float it all the way through those last couple of turns onto the front stretch there.
Yes, indeed. As the clock winds down, drivers are trying to complete their lap. He does not improve. Trying to see if anybody else is on track. That is it for the GTE AM qualifying. It looks like the Team Vikings Midgard team will be your pole sitter in that class. And right now, we're getting ready to have a small little break in between these two classes. So while we're waiting for the GTE Pros, let's take a look at the GTE AM and Pro Championship. So what does it look like over there, Nick, in the AM category?
Right now at the top of that board is the AVA Vervatic 394. They have 99 points in their Porsche 911, and behind them 12 points back. No change from last month's event at Monza. PCDC Motorsports still chasing them. They're 12 points back. Behind them, though, a couple of big movers after Monza. Pineapple Racing's 360. They're going to be 28 points back. Right behind them, their sister teammate Pineapple Racing's 327 car also moved up 2 spots in their Ford, and they're going to be 33 points back. Just 3 points back after that, though. Team Vikings after dropping 2 spots.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for the Midgard team, but they look like they can do it as the GT Pro cars are now entering the track while they're getting their warm-up lap right now. Let's take a look at the GTE Pro Points Championship. Currently, right now, it is the Graphite Racing team with Julian Bell and Casper de Kort leading by 17 points over the German Sim Racing team. While the Lux Sim 24 Motfa podcast, the 288 Porsche, they had a rough week at Monza. They now dropped to 3rd position, and we have a tie for 4th place. That's the Team Hoysenfeld and the Kinetic Racing team with 31 points back from the Graphite Racing team. But I tell you what, this category has been showing a lot of dominance by that Graphite Racing Porsche. I mean, multiple wins this season, and it's all due to the fact that they've been calling amazing strategies as well as just showing excellent speed throughout the entire season. But of course, that last round at Monza, they didn't have the best of runs. Can they maybe even rebound after that before the German Sim Racing team tries to catch up here today?
Yeah, that 292 team you were talking about there, Graphite Racing, they had the win at Silverstone, win at Barber. Those are the 2 4-hour races that we've had this year. The 2 6-hour races have not fared so well with them. They finished 4th at Daytona and 10th at Monza, but it seems to me that they have these 4-hour races under control. They're definitely going to be a threat moving forward onto today.
Yes, indeed. They are, as they're out there in their paint scheme with the Graphite. A little bit late for the holidays right now, but still, they're going to try their best to get back up to the top of the leaderboard, maybe with qualifying. They were a little bit towards the bottom of the practice time charts, as we're watching Drew Eccles and the Black Sheep Motorsports Ford GT coming down the S's. That's another difficult place to pass that we'll see drivers try to maybe push their car to the absolute limit through there, Nick. And what's your thoughts on that?
Definitely going to have to be careful through all the parts of this track, especially we were talking earlier there as well. Turn 5, especially, it's so hard. You really want to push your car through a lot of different portions of this track, and so easy, especially in these more bulky GTE cars, instead of the prototypes that can really whip around these turns. These bulkier GT cars, these heavier cars, they get up on the curbing, they could really lose, the footing underneath them real easily.
Yes, indeed. It is so easy for these cars. It might look like it's easy to do out there, but these cars are so sensitive that you have to be sure you put the correct inputs in these cars in order to make it through. As we watch who's going to be to the top of the leaderboard right now, it is going to be the 248. Nope, it is not. It is still going to be Team Vikings Midgard at the moment, but now Mark Fletcher is currently the highest GTE Pro, the 288 now, as now the Alpine Geodesic Racing Gold with Roderick Wittenberg has taken to the top.
It'll definitely be interesting. We were mentioning how fast the GTM drivers were today. Be interesting to see if they mix themselves up as we see Team Bushfink Racing Green go to the top of the board now for GT Pro.
Yeah, Fraser Williamson doing a great job with a 114.98, the first of the GT drivers to break the 114 bracket, as he's going down the S's. Right there in front of him is one of the Geodesic Racing teams, as he now clobbers the barrier and decides to put it away. That's Miguel Vigo right now, currently with a 115.92, 8th overall in the GTE class, going to work his way currently 4th in GTE Pro. By the looks of it, almost a second off the fastest time now, as the 288 Motfa podcast team with Mark Fletcher now goes to 2nd in class.
Seen a lot of cars here very early make some slides or spin out. The grip level is still pretty low here. We have our last race at Monza, started before sunrise and came up through the daylight. Today we are all in the daylight, so it's going to be interesting to see the cloud cover change and the grip levels change as well.
Yes, indeed, and that's one of the most amazing factors to see here on the iRacing service is that new day to night and dynamic weather transitions. I mean, watching the track go dark because of cloud cover is by far one of the most amazing things I've seen on this service. And, you know, competing in an endurance and sports car events that we've had over the past few months, it's just been amazing to watch this transition and how the car actually feels on the track when it heats up, cools down.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be really important here. We've talked so heavily about it already. You know, the S's and then coming up through turn 5 there, really sketchy part of the track. That's part of the track where you're really going to want a lot of grip, especially on these real finicky sports cars. And it's going to be interesting to see if we get some extensive cloud cover there. That's definitely going to help the handling of these cars through there.
Yes, indeed, it is going to be, as we see a little bit of shade from some of the trees on the track. In the in-car camera of Brian Bennett, the Alliance Racing Porsche. He's currently sitting P12 right now with a 1:15.8 now as he's closing in to complete another lap. I don't think it's going to be faster at all. No, it is not, by almost a large amount of time, a 1:16.4. So he's got a little bit of work to do here today. But as we go back up to the top, it is going to be still Mark Fletcher trying to chase down the Bushfink driver. This is Mark Fletcher in the 288 Porsche. He's one of our main points contenders in the GTE Pro category. Currently sitting third in the points. Has a lot of work to do right now, but still doing the best that he can as he's now going to try to complete another lap. That lap did not count by the looks of it. And still, it is your Bushfink Racing Green team that is currently the leader in the GTE Pro.
Yeah, that Luxem 24 Racing Podcast, the 288 team there, they are, like you said, sitting third in the points. They're trying to get out of quite the slump. A 14th place at Barber and an 11th place at Monza. So, but they had two really good races at Silverstone and Daytona to start the season, so they're trying to get back into that rhythm here within the last two races of the season.
Well, if you think about it, their teammates, the 289 Porsche of the Luxem Mofa podcast crew, they actually also scored the win last round at Monza. So that team is looking for a good rebound here and maybe a good continuation to help them maybe go for podium in the points, but at least maybe break the top 5. They have a little bit of work to do as we watch Maximilian Fritz and the team Heusenfeld Porsche coming up through turns 1, 2, and now up to 3. Currently sitting at a 1:15.7, doing the best that he can right now. Has no pressure at all, trying to complete his lap as best he can. And going through the S's, turn 5. Nice move up to the groove right there. Doesn't want to get too far out there, otherwise it will go spin around on you and hit the barrier as he's going up to turn 6. This area also can be a little bit interesting. You might think they can take it flat out, but right here, turn 7, you can easily loop that car around if you're not careful.
Yeah, definitely. And like you said, that sister team, the Luxem 24 Racing Podcast, the 289, getting the win last month at Monza, trying to continue their run up towards the points. And we already saw the GT Pro points kind of scattered at the top, 17, 27 points back from the leader. But after that, from 4th to 9th, you only have 8 points separate that entire field. Only 12 points separate 3rd from 9th. So you're sitting way back, like the Luxem 24 Racing Podcast 289 and 7th, you are really only 10 points back from a podium position still.
Exactly. So one good race could help you, or a terrible result could cost you big time here after this race, especially with the next round being the season finale at Nürburgring. So trying to get as much as you can right now is going to be critical here at Road Atlanta. As we watch Miguel Vigo, currently second, trying to chase down the Bushfink driver of Fraser Williamson. He's now making his run down towards the S's. We have about 5 minutes left on the clock before their qualifying session will be done. It's coming up under the Suzuki Bridge through turns 11 and 12. Nope, he's going to call it. I believe we might be seeing these cars end their lap here.
And that last lap, everyone here trying to get the last bit of couple tenths shaving off their time. We had 2 or 3 cars there even spin off at the exit of turn 5, that very treacherous part of the track we've talked about already. Everyone really trying to push the envelope here late in GT Pro qualifying.
Yes, indeed. As we see right there, Mark Fletcher currently also who's sitting third in the points right now. And right behind him is our points leader of Julian Bell. Julian's got a little bit of work to do. He's trying to get his car back probably inside the top 10 right now. As we look on board behind Mark Fletcher down this straightaway they go. This could help Julian Bell a little bit to get that little bit of slipstream to set up, maybe for an opportunity to gain some momentum and some speed. But it looks like Mark Fletcher is going to go ahead and pull it away and not complete this lap.
So it looks like, unless we get really good lap here from somebody, it looks like Team Bushfink Racing Green's 274 is going to remain at the top of the board.
Yeah, not a good lap right there. Still currently sitting 25th in class for Julian Bell. Some teams are still trying to get out there to complete their laps. Still no change on the top three right now. It is still Team Bushfink Racing Green, then the Alpine Geodesic Racing Black, and the Let's Sim 24 Motiva Podcast 288 Porsche. That is your top three currently in the GTE Pro. Drew Eccles now on screen with the 221 Black Sheep Motorsports. He's coming around to complete another lap. That lap did not count, must have had it off somewhere. Ross Yost, the teammate to that Black Sheep Motorsports in his Ferrari, now going underneath the bridge, currently sits 31st overall in class with a 1:16.54. Let's see if he's able to improve. No, he is not, with a 16.919. So he's going to go around and try and complete another lap around Road Atlanta.
And the team on the pole right now, that Team Bushfink Racing Green 274, this would be a huge statement for them. They're the only team right now into the 114s in the time bracket, and not only that, they are sitting 14th in the points, 52 points back from the leader. Their best finish so far this year was an 8th at Barber. They're definitely looking to change that today, and they're getting the day started off on the right foot.
Yes, indeed. The Bushfink Racing team is always a very competitive team in the GT series, no matter what series they run. As he goes off right there in turn 5, loops it around, decides to take it back to the garage and do another go at it. Miguel Vigo, the Geodesic, trying to break the 114s. He's sitting at a 1:15.25. Out of the chicanes, he goes under the Suzuki Bridge. Let's see if he's able to improve his lap time and try to dethrone the Bushfink Racing team. No, a 15.52. He's going to go around again to try and see what he can do. Mark Fletcher, let's see what he's going to do. I think he's about to complete another lap. He currently sits with a 15.37. He does improve his best lap time right now as he's going down the back straightaway and decides to pull it up.
Lots of last-ditch efforts here for teams to gain a couple of tenths, maybe move up a couple of spots, maybe a couple of rows in the GT Pro class here. And it's going to be real interesting to see here. To see them try to get as much track position as possible to make their way up through the field.
Yes, indeed, because track position here is key as Kim Salveson squeezes it in coming out of turn 5. I mean, we might see that during the race, but a little bit pushy right there in qualifying would not be a good idea to mess up your lap when a situation like that arises. Kim, though, is going to come out of turn 7, down the back straightaway they go. I believe that's Mark Fletcher right there behind him as well, so he's going to try and complete this lap as well. Oh, that was Jonathan Dance, actually. Looks like Salveson's going to pull over, let Jonathan Dance go. He's currently sitting 14th. That is our last round winners from the Monza round of last month. In front of them, behind them, is Sergio Medina in the German Sim Racing team, the 251. That is our second place points leader. We haven't seen them quite often, but they're currently sitting 16th right now, Nick, and not looking too sharp at the moment, but let's see what happens here after this lap.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of different names come and go this season in DGFX. Momentum really important we've seen this season as well. You have a couple of good races, you can really carry that over to the next race, and a couple of bad races, and you all of a sudden next month find yourself starting outside the top 10 of a season or of a series that you've won multiple races in. So definitely very interesting to see a couple of these big names further back.
Yes, indeed, as right in front of him is Sam Fitzpatrick, currently sitting 18th in the Fitzstein Motorsports with a 1:15.9. Fitzy Motorsports. He's trying to improve his lap time. Not much time left on the clock for them to complete their lap, but he's going to try to do everything he can in his Ferrari. Nice run through turns 6 and 7. They go down the back straightaway. It looks like Sergio could get a little bit of slipstream help down this back straightaway in order to maybe improve his time as well for both drivers. Just got to be careful. Watch out for the braking zone when they go into these chicanes. And make sure you do not run into the back of each other and end up destroying your qualifying lap here at Road Atlanta. On board we go. Through there, careful not to clip the curbs as well. Go over the line. That will cost an incident point, which will then cost you that lap. As we're still on board with Sergio Medina, now watching Sam Fitzpatrick as he comes across the line. A 16.20 out and a 16.14 for both those two drivers. Not good enough to improve. As Miguel Vigo now goes around to complete another lap here at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, we've seen those teams really try to straighten out a lot of these turns, get up on those curbs here, and got to be real careful, like you said, especially in qualifying, because you're going to lose your whole lap if you get just a 0x even or a 1x for going off track there, and got to be real careful. We've seen another thing, these guys, as they start to wrap up GT Pro qualifying here, pretty comfortable running side by side. We even saw a couple of cars a couple laps ago coming through turn 5 in the S's side by side. Let's throw an LMP2 or an LMP1 in there like we'll see in the race, and you have an all new level of some hectic racing.
Yes, indeed. We will see a lot of hectic racing going on here at Road Atlanta. Not a lot of areas to make a room and pass, except on these straightaways, or if you're brave enough to make a pass into the corners, that we will definitely see in the LMP1 and 2 classes, trying to get by these GTE cars. On board with Mark Fletcher. He's going to try to come around and complete another lap. Let's see if he can improve. Sitting at a 15, no, a 15.75. Unfortunate for Mark Fletcher.
That should do it. I believe Team Bushfink Racing Green's 274 might be an upset to a lot of these other teams. They're going to get the pole here pretty dominantly.
Yeah, congratulations to the Bushfink Racing team. Fraser Williamson behind the wheel brings it home to a pole position in the GTE overall and the GTE Pro class. All right, we're going to take a few minutes. They're taking a few minutes to warm up, get the LMP2 cars out. So while we're waiting for them to be released, let's take a look at the points championship for the LMP2s. Nick, tell us a little bit about that.
Competition here also ramped up in LMP2. Team Hosinkerveld 111. We've seen them dominate a lot of this year. They've got 110 points sitting at the top of the board. And another thing you notice here, we haven't seen much change from last month at Monza or before that. So these teams have pretty well situated themselves to be up in here in the top 5. VAPEX Racing Group 101 going to be in second, 14 points back. Then even further back, 29 points back. Fitzy Motorsports fighting CRC in the 113 car, 29 points back. Only 5 points after that. Nomad Sim Racing 102. And moving up into the top 5 after Monza, the Road Bastards 124 LMP2 team, 42 points back.
I tell you what, that Team Hoisenfeld team, 3 out of the 4 wins that we've seen right now, they have done win the race. The only race that they did not win was round 1 at Silverstone. But man, I mean, what a dominant team Team Hoisenfeld has been all season.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, they only didn't win Silverstone. That race went to the Bad Cactus Racing team, which no longer competes in the LMP2 class. So when you take them away and out of that situation, Team Hoisenfeld in the 111, for the and for all intents and purposes, undefeated.
Yes, indeed. But they had to have a little bit of competition. That is from the VAPEX Racing Group, the red team. They are only sitting 96. They're at 96 points, but Taylor Bookout and his group of drivers for that car has definitely shown it. Was already a couple of poles this season, especially with that pole, and was going toe-to-toe with the Team Hoisenfeld team early on in the round at Monza.
Yes, absolutely. And they, we talk about the 3 straight wins for Team Hoisenfeld. How about 2 straight second-place finishes for that 101 team at VAPEX Racing Group in the 101. So, and another good result at Silverstone as well. Just that slightly, worse race at Daytona. And when I say slightly worse, I mean it's still a 6th place finish that they had there. Just puts them a little bit further back from the leaders, Team Hoisenfeld.
Yes, indeed. As we're riding on board with the Nomad Sim Racing Group that sits 4th in the points, that's Bart Dahlman. currently driving the car in qualifying right now, going through turn 6 and 7. Doing a great job as he's going to try to complete his first lap here at Road Atlanta. No one's put a time up yet on the leaderboard yet. They're still completing their first warm-up laps here at Road Atlanta. We will let you know who goes to the top of the leaderboard once the qualifying has completed. Still, right now, though, they're going down the back straightaway. There's Jake Farquhar. As he's still running a decent line through there, through the S's. Looking at the times between the LMP1s and the LMP2s, it's about a 5-second gap. And then it's also another 5 seconds, if not more, back from the LMP1s and LMP2s. As we now look, Mark Dahlman runs a 1:10.42. That puts him at least third in the points. Right now, it's the Fitzy Motorsports team with Michael Ivodka currently at the top of the leaderboard in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, and the funny thing about that is, 5-second gap, it's a huge speed differential between these cars, but when you look at the other tracks we've been to, 5 seconds is actually one of the smaller gaps we've had between these couple of classes. So the track definitely, it's still a 2.5-mile track, but definitely a really tight technical track in a lot of sections that tightens up this bunch today. It's going to have to play a big factor, especially in traffic between the LMP2s and LMP1s, which we haven't seen a lot at other races.
No, not at all. Right now is still Fitzy Motorsports leading the LMP2 class, followed by Team Heusenfeld, our points leader, and then the German Sim Racing team with third place in the podium position as here and qualifying right now.
About half of the competitors so far putting their times up, and the other half still on their out laps or just getting out of the pits now. So still early on here. Like you said, Fitzy Motorsports fighting CRC in the 113 as of now has, temporarily dethroned that Team Heusenfeld 111 for the top spot.
Yes, indeed, sitting at a 109.60. Now Black Sheep Motorsports has gone to third place. Only 3 cars in the LMP2 class broke into the 109 second bracket. Still Fitzy, Team Heusenfeld, and Black Sheep Motorsports, the 187 car. Now Team Vikings moves into fourth, beating the Luxem Motfa team. It's going to be quite competitive in this class here, Nick. I'm looking forward to seeing what you have to bring to tell us about the LMP2 class during the race today at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, the competition in this class especially definitely has been an underrated class all year. We've been focusing a lot on LMP1 and GT Pro especially, but the LMP2s have really put up quite a lot of nice racing, and I think Road Atlanta suits them. These cars really do look at home around here as they're going around this historic track down here in Georgia. And definitely, I think this is going to be a big spotlight on them today. It's going to be very interesting to see them race.
Yes, indeed it is. This is always a fun track to drive this car at. It's fun to drive this track, any car that you race here at Road Atlanta, but it just seems perfect like you were bringing out. These cars have run here for so many years on this track. Watching the Petit Le Mans for many years on television, of course, you get to watch these cars, and it's just a joy to watch them move through the track and how they're able to slice through traffic in their sleek designs. It's just a joy to watch these cars.
Yeah, you have some cars here like the GTE cars that are really going to have to push the envelope. We saw a lot of them get sideways here in qualifying, trying to gain as much traction as possible. The LMP1s, this may be a little bit of a smaller, the track on a smaller side of things for them. They have to get on the brakes hard in a couple of sections. These LMP2s, they can really float around a lot of these turns nicely and smoothly. And that's why we see, such a smaller gap between them and the LMP1 times. Only about 5 seconds slower than them around this track.
Yes, indeed. As we're now riding with Christian Kiewit of the Team Heusenfeld team, currently qualifying the car, still sitting P2, but coming out of the chicanes under the Suzuki Bridge he goes. Let's see if he's going to be able to improve his lap time of a 109.78. Yes, he does, to a 109.20. Move Team Heusenfeld to the top of the leaderboards in the LMP2 class.
Can't say that I don't think any of these other teams or any of us are surprised to see that at all. Team Heusenfeld looking for 4 wins in a row today. It's going to be very interesting to see them if they can continue that streak or if something gets in the way of that.
Well, it might be the Fitzy Motorsports team now. They're going to try to redo that lap and try to respond on this qualifying attempt. They're sitting at a 109.6. coming out of the chicanes, up under the Suzuki Bridge again. They're going to try to see if they can dethrone and get back to the top spot. Coming across the line. No, it's a 114. They must have had it off somewhere on the track or a mistake. So they're going to go around again to see if they can improve that lap time. Alexi Olaine right now coming across towards the line. This is his out lap right now, so he's going to go around again to see if he can improve his lap time from the third position with a 109.79. That team's been doing quite well this season, doing well in practice here today. Going to have to definitely keep an eye on this team. Could be one of the dark horses, or in this case, black sheep of this race series.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone today looking, of course, like you said, to try to get up there and dethrone Team Hoisingfeld. They're looking pretty dominantly fast right now. They've got 0.4 of a second over everyone else, at least 0.4 of a second over everyone else. And mathematically, the most points you could have after 4 races is 120. Team Hoisingfeld's got 110, which is more than anyone else, including all of the classes. So they've been by far the most dominant car, the most dominant team in any class so far this season.
Yes, indeed. I mean, and that just shows the variety of this class. I mean, we see one class where it shows a class where a couple of winners have won a couple of rounds. And then here we've seen one class driver take pretty much all the wins. And then in another class, the LMP1s, there's been a different winner each round we go to. So it just shows the variety and the different skill levels of each class and each car that is required in order to try and win in the DGFX.
Yeah, it's been crazy. And like we said, this might be the best opportunity at Road Atlanta. Real hectic, small little track like that, but still fast for these LMP2s to get around here. Might be a perfect opportunity for another guy, like you said, Black Sheep Motorsports or Fitzy Motorsports, German Sim Racing, one of those other teams lurking in the shadows right now to come in and steal a win today in this class as well.
Well, in order to try to do that, they're having to dethrone Christian Hewitt right now. I mean, I don't see nobody really touching that lap time or coming close to that lap time, Team Hoisingfeld. But Michael Igoka is going to try again now. He's on his lap to complete, going through the S's and chicanes underneath the Suzuki Bridge. Once again, he will go. Turn 11, turn 12, beautiful line, holding it nice and smooth through there. Let's see what he does. A 109.43, so he does improve his lap time, but still has a little bit of work to do.
Got some work to do. Everyone's got some work to do, except for Team Hoisingfeld. The only work they have to do right now is, starting this race up top and keeping it clean. A couple of guys, Fitzy Motorsports fighting CRC, they did improve on a lap time. They're not 0.4 back now. They are 0.2 back. So everyone definitely making progress in this fight for the pole in LMP2, but still lots of work to be done for them.
Yes, indeed. I mean, other than the Team Hoisingfeld team, Nick, who are you most looking forward to watching here today at Road Atlanta? I know it can be a wide variety of drivers, but I'm kind of curious to see, since this is the class that you mostly cover.
I'm really interested right now to see that V Apex Racing Group Red. They're way back in 6th right now, which kind of surprises me. They're running a 110 flat. That's about 0.8 of a second off of Team Hoisingfeld 111, but they've been pretty dominant this year. Taylor Bookout driving that HPD right now, and they're getting around here. They have they're coming off 2 straight second place finishes, Barber and Monza, and they're 14 points back in the standings right now. So if they're going to make a run for this championship before that double points race at Nürburgring, this is going to be the time to do it.
Yes, indeed. We'll definitely have to keep an eye out on this team here today. Not starting well right now. It's currently 6th, so they're about the middle of the field right now, which can be a little bit of a danger situation, especially on the start of a race here at Road Atlanta. So we'll have to definitely keep an eye, see if they can survive going into turn 1 and through the S's here at Road Atlanta.
It'll be interesting interesting like you said there. And the one thing I've noticed, we saw a couple of GT Pro drivers, GT drivers really get sideways to the S's here. These LMP2s, to no surprise, seem to handle these turns much better. But then again, the curbing we saw really stump a lot of the GT Pro and GT drivers. That's going to be pretty vital on these prototypes too. You don't want to ruin the the underside of the chassis of these prototypes as well, because one small little bump to the undercarriage of these cars could ruin your suspension or your steering for multiple hours of this race.
Yes, indeed. Thank goodness this is not a 10-hour race here, because it would be very difficult for them to recover from such an incident like that. Jeff Parson now coming across the line, still not able to improve his lap time, sitting at a 110.76, 11th in the class. Has a little bit of work to do here today at Road Atlanta, but like you were saying, this is going to be so difficult for drivers because it is a shorter race, so mistakes can be very critical in order to try to bounce back from.
As the time winds down here in LMP2 qualifying, see a couple of drivers inch their way forward, but not making up enough ground to jump a position. So right now, still Team Hoisingfeld at the top. Fitzy Motorsports 113 in second. Black Sheep Motorsports 187 in third. And they have stayed there pretty much this entire qualifying. They are getting faster, just not faster than each other.
Exactly. I mean, it looks like now Christian Hewitt's going to take it to the pits right now. Michael Ivoca going to now try to see if he can complete another lap here and improve his an out lap right now. He's going to try to complete another lap in order to try and dethrone Christian Hewitt and the Team Hoisenfeld team. It's going to be a tall order with a few minutes left in the clock, but he could possibly to have that opportunity. Alessio Lane right now coming down the back straightaway. He is also trying to complete a lap, trying to break out of third position. About a little over half a second back from the pole time with a 109.79 again. Going down the back straightaway in towards the chicane he goes. No issues right now. Nice smooth braking zone. Hits his marks now. Clips the curb a little bit. Hopefully that doesn't count as a incident point. When he comes off the corner under the Suzuki bridge, he goes. I tell you what, I love that camera angle right there. Beer just does an amazing job with these camera works for us to enjoy bringing you all this coverage here on the IESN.
No improvement there for Alessio Lane in the 187 as we take a look now of Michael Evdoka in the 113, sitting second right now, trying to make an improvement on his 109.43.
A good line corner exit coming off the chicanes right now. Let's see if he's able to improve. Right now it's going to be close. I don't think he's going to be able to do it now. It's now a 110.53. So that looks like that might not be able to do it. So looking closer at the times, we might see it's going to be still possibly Christian Hewitt, the pole sitter for today's race, as we now watch Martin Talgrad in the Team Vikings LMP2 car. This is the Fenris team. As they're now going through turn 7, they're currently sitting P8 with a 110.07. Trying their best to improve, maybe break into the top 5 in the positions. Now as they go down the back straightaway, doing a great job holding his line, going down, trying to cut the course as best he can, taking the shortest distance around as best he can. It's a little more difficult to do this on a road course compared to an oval, but he's doing really well, hitting his brake markers. Into the S's he goes to make the run nice up underneath the Suzuki bridge and complete another lap. And let's see, he might close in. Looking good. He might be able to improve. He does. A 109.54. Move him up to P3. What a lap indeed for Martin Talagrad. I mean, Nick, that was quite a big jump right there.
Yeah, that was a huge jump to get Black Sheep Motorsports off the podium to start this thing. Team Vikings Fenris, they might be, they definitely have some speed under their LMP2 after that lap we've seen, and they might be one of your best dark horse picks for today. They have a couple of back-to-back top 5s at Daytona and Barber, so that is a solid pick going forward today to see if they can get up there and dethrone the 111 Team Hoisenfeld team.
Yes, indeed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the big boys are now coming out. The LMP1 cars are about to hit the track. But before we take a look and have them turn loose, let's go take a look at the points championship. Currently at the top of the leaderboard right now, it is Kinetic Racing with their Porsche 919 at 108 points. GT Temple Racing, our last round winners, move up to P2, 14 points back, while the Speedworks Racing team sits in third position, 28 points back. Simitalk Esport Jade are sitting in fourth in their Audi, while the Element Sim Racing Fire team rounds out your top 5, moving into the top 5 after the last round at Monza. I tell you what, like we were talking about before, 4 races, 4 different winners here, Nick. Could we see maybe a 5th winner, or will someone finally break through to the top of the podium?
It'll be interesting to see. I mean, we've got 7 competitors, 7 teams competing in the LMP1 class today. It's one of the smaller groups we've seen this year, but we're running out of teams to get different wins this year and this season. So, we might see a team like SRT Team USA. They have not found victory lane yet. They're sitting 3rd in the points, and they might be your top choice today if to see maybe a 5th different winner.
Yes, indeed. They were sitting quite well in the practice charts inside the top 3 when practice was underway here at Road Atlanta, as they're now out to complete their out laps here, going through 5 and 6, 7 and 8 as well, going down the back straightaway. I tell you what, watching this team, Kinetic Racing, has been showing how well they've been doing, and the consistency has paid off. Every single round that they have competed in this season has been on a podium position. Of course, with the win at Daytona, we saw them, just a dominant performance of how well they've been able to show consistency throughout the entire season.
Yes, very dominant. And the win at Daytona, of course, like you said, and the 2nd place is at Silverstone and Monza, 3rd place at Barber, and those couple of races where they didn't get the win, a lot of times they ended up, kind of getting snubbed at the end, maybe an unfortunately timed caution or something to just slightly alter their strategy, knocks them out of the lead contention, and, they end up outside the top 5 and fighting their way back up for a podium. So a couple of, little bits of bad luck thrown at this 83 Kinetic Racing team this year, and but still, despite all that, they've been dominant enough to, like you said, they've finished only on the podium this year out of 4 rounds, and looking forward to see what they can put together today at Road Atlanta.
Yes, indeed. They're coming around to complete their first lap. Right in front of them right now is the Wyvern Racing team as well. Another surprise team that has come from the LMP2 ranks, like the Bad Cactus Racing team. Brandon Guaracia is coming across the line, setting the fastest time, now dropping down from Mark Torres, as he currently sits at the top of the leaderboard. But the Wyvern Racing team is one that was most surprising. They came in, seeing them at Barber, and took home the win. And that was just a surprise victory, I think, for a lot of teams that came in from the DGFX. Personally, I know the LMP1 for the Wyvern team is quite strong, seeing them in other series, but I think for the DGFX, that was quite a surprise run to see after that one round at Barber.
Yeah, they started off the season. They competed in Silverstone and Daytona the first 2 rounds, and LMP2 really kind of struggled there, got caught up in some bad incidents there, came to LMP1, and like you said, they really put on the afterburners coming into Barber, and they had a rough race at Monza last month, but their Barber performance was just dominant in this class.
Yes, indeed, and that was the wins from Brendan Garcia and Dallas Pataska that came in there to run. Different set of drivers in here. It's still Brendan Garcia as well, but we have another driver that joined them here today. He will be coming on later on during the race. See if he can. Brandon Garcia is not going to be able to improve this lap time right now, so he's going to try and complete another lap. It is still going to be Kinetic Racing, followed by the GT Temple with Fabian Jungbluth, currently sitting P2 at the moment. Our last round winners. Nick, this is going to be something interesting. Since they won last round at Monza, do you think maybe we could see them take the fight to Kinetic?
They have momentum on their side. They've been improving all year. They had a rough race at Barber. Other than that, a 3rd place at Daytona as well to add to that resume for the 17 team. And right as we say that, a couple of moments ago, the Simitok Esport Jade team, the number 2 team, who has also not found victory lane. They're one of the few Audi drivers in the field today, and they have moved up to 2nd place on the leaderboard.
Yes, indeed. Right now, they're doing a great job working their way up. Only 6 prototypes in the LMP1 class have decided to make a time. We're still waiting on the SR Team USA to complete a lap, but looking at the times between all 6 drivers currently, the time gap between them is extraordinary. You have, of course, the Kinetic Racing team with Torres with a 104.5, and then if you go down to 6, it's about a 1.6 second gap from Niels Hoenhedge.
Yeah, the competition here. Definitely fierce. These drivers, you can tell they've been working for the past month, practicing anytime they can at this track and with these cars. And we see now German Sim Racing LMP1 team. That's another Audi team, I believe, moving up into third place. So the 11 team there, another team that has not been one of our 4 different winners this year, starting so far on the podium.
Yeah, that was Marcel Egberts who took it to the P3 position in qualifying here today. It's a pretty mixed group of cars. I mean, there is a cup, mostly Porsches in the LMP1 class, but there is those few Audis that we do see there, and it's good to see a good mix of classes right here on the DGFX Tour. As we ride on board with the Civitalk Esport J team sitting at a 104.88 up into turn 5. Going for a little bit of a ride right there. The cars just get so bumpy when it goes up over those curbs right there, especially coming into turn 5. As Mark Torres is now going to come across the line to complete another lap. Wow, a 103.9. I mean, wow. I didn't expect that. I can tell you that much, ladies and gentlemen. Nick, did you?
I don't know if the drivers that SRT Team USA just went to a 103.6. 3/10 even faster than that to take the pole so far. Wow.
Okay, could this possibly mean we see a low 103 then? I mean, that was just pure insanity. A 103 around this track. I mean, who would ever thought such a thing? I mean, that was just impressive by Marius Volakis and that Speedworks Racing team.
Yeah, definitely. There are some veteran iRacing Endurance Le Mans drivers on that team in the 29, and they have not found victory lane yet this year. They're sitting third. In fact, the best position they've found is 4th place, back-to-back at Barber and Monza, so they're definitely trying to go in the right direction, and in the right direction indeed they have gone, because they are really fast here early before the race even starts today.
Yes, indeed. Let's see what Fabian Jungbluff can do in the GT Temple Racing. He's sitting, can you believe it, 1.6 seconds back from the pole. He's now coming up out of the S's under the Suzuki Bridge. He goes through turns 11 and 12. Coming to the line, he does improve his lap time, but to a 105.5. Currently still going to be sitting in the 5th position overall.
Yeah, just some blistering times around this track here early, and they're going to take advantage of all the speed they can now, because we said traffic was going to be quite the factor here, especially down through the S's and in turn 5, but traffic's really going to be a factor. They're going to be catching them very, very often. If you thought Barber was hectic, this is going to be something else today.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I'm just still blown away. Oh, as he goes in off of turn 5 and loses a car a little bit. Marius Vlakis, he's going to have to turn it around, probably bring it to the garage, get it a little bit fixed up, and back out on track. Mark Torres now, he's going to try to respond to the SRT team as he's going down the back straightaway, trying his best to set up for the right braking zone into the S's. This is his outlap, so he's going to try to have to respond with 6 minutes left on the clock. He's going to have to do it right here, right now. After this lap, he completes his outlap. So we'll have to definitely keep an eye and keep track of the Kinetic Racing team as we go on board.
It'll definitely be interesting to see. And like we saw there, that Marius Valiokis lose it off of turn 5. That is just how easy it is. And they've got 4 hours of racing to deal with today, and you don't want to throw it away just so quickly like that. They're going to have to be very, very careful here, especially maneuvering around traffic in different classes today, especially in that treacherous part of the track.
Yes, indeed. He was able to get through there a little bit better than Marius, but he's now having to go through turn 6 and 7. Ooh, gets a little bit over the curbing a little bit, and he is going to pull it over and call it and have to redo the lap here. So unfortunate for Mark Torres. Just got a little bit too offline through there as we see Marius Volakis come out of the S's. He's going to not on his outlap as well and see what he can do on this time around. Take a look at some of the other teams right now. The German Sim Racing team with Marcel Egberg, who was sitting P3 before we saw those blistering speeds. currently sitting in the 6th position on pit road, maybe trying to make some small adjustments needed in order to try to improve their lap times. Now, Nick, do you think there's anything major that we could see that they could make a small tweak to in order to try and improve their lap time?
Now you have a lot of different pieces that go into these LMP1s, and it's a very bumpy track, so they might want to change something in the suspension or the chassis, to get over these bumps and curbs, a little bit easier. Don't expect too much downforce to play a factor. We don't see many long straightaways, just that long backstretch here. But of course, you have the boost that you got to worry about too in these LMP1s today. That if you can charge up enough battery, I think on the first half of this track, it's definitely going to play a big factor in the second half, maneuvering around some different people.
Yes, indeed, and we'll be looking forward to seeing that here in about 4 to 5 minutes. 4 minutes left on the clock for qualifying, so we can probably see anywhere between 3 to 4 laps left for these drivers to complete as we ride on board with the Simitalk Esport Jade Audi. He's going down the back straightaway right now. This is Tony Respiard as we come down out towards the S's. He's got a good line right now. He could maybe improve his lap time possibly. Down into the S's he goes. Nice smooth transitions through there, hitting the curves right at the right opportune time for him to get that good run off through turns 11 and 12. And he decides to pull it over. He did not feel comfortable with that lap, so he's going to try and go out and do it again.
Time running out for these drivers and teams to put together one last lap time here. It's going to be really interesting to see if anyone can get faster than a 103.6. I highly doubt we'll see that during the race, let alone anything more like that today during qualifying the last couple of minutes.
Well, Mark Torres did improve a little bit to a 103.84, putting him 1.5 back from Marius Volakis. So he's almost closing in, but it might be too little too late for the Porsche 919 driver.
Definitely shows they still have the speed to get up there and contend. And the Speedworks team on top right now, that's a 0.695, so barely into the 0.6 section. And Kinetic Racing at the 103.8. We've seen a couple more teams there improve as well.
Well, if that improvement was definitely shown for Marius Volakis, he just went to a 103.552. We could probably see a low 103.1 possibly, depending on the race later on today. I mean, that's just blistering speed here.
Yeah, that's insane. And they are making every smallest of adjustments they can right now in the last minutes of qualifying before switching over to their race trim setup and trying to put together, instead of one lap around here, they're going to try to put together 4 hours around here.
Yes, indeed, as Fabian Jungbluf has now completed another lap. He does improve his lap time to a 104.85, still holding on to the 5th position, some 1.3 seconds back, as we're looking on to see who else is closing in to complete their final closing laps here in the qualifying session. Let us see. I think Marius Volakis might be the one closest to complete his lap here. But it's an out lap. He looks like he might have enough time to run one lap here, as we watch on board to see. No one else is really close enough at the moment to complete a lap. As we're still waiting to see who else is going to be left. 1 minute remaining on the clock. Who will be able to bring it home to the pole position right now here?
It's going to be real hard to get rid of that Speedworks Team USA. They were fast, and then right when we thought they were at their fastest, they got even faster. It's one of those teams we mentioned. They might become our 5th different winner this year. They're sitting 28 points back from Kinetic Racing in the standings right now, and it's going to be very interesting to see them try to set up a championship run before the long 10-hour race next month at Nürburgring.
Yes, it is. Yes, indeed, it will be. 17 seconds left on the clock. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to complete a lap time or come close to beating the lap of Marius Volakis. We'll have to wait and see. He's going to come around to complete his final lap here at Road Atlanta. Let's see if he improves. No, he does not. A 103.69, basically the lap that set him back onto the top of the leaderboard earlier today. Here comes Mark Torres. This is going to be close. We're going to see if he can come close. If not, we are going to be getting ready to go through the grid here momentarily. It's going to be close. He's going to come down the back straightaway through the S's. He's trying to get into the braking zone right now through the S's under the Suzuki Bridge. It's going to be close. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. No, he goes offline. He will not be able to complete it. He abandons his lap. And with that, we have finally set the field. But before we go through the grid, we're going to introduce the one, the only, Joe Peak to the booth now, as he will be our third and final team member for the race today. Joe, let's go sports car racing here at Road Atlanta.
Thanks, Taylor. Thanks both to you and Nick for covering that. We've got a great show up ahead for you. Of course, as he said, I'm Joe Peak. I'll be joined by Nick Schmeg and Taylor Burris here as my co-hosts. Jed Yaman is going to continue to be our director, and his cameras are, of course, provided by Dougie Beard. The grid today, as you saw, the lap set by our pole sitter is up at a 1:03.4. SRT Team USA LMP1 and the pole. Kinetic Racing at number 83 starts in second. Row 2 is started by Simitok Esport Jade. Then in fourth, we have GT Temple Racing LMP1. Wyvern Racing DGFX will start in fifth, followed by German Sim Racing LMP1 DGFX in P6. Ellen Sim Racing Fire is going to round out our field of LMP1 cars in seventh. Nick?
And starting off with the LMP2s on the pole, Team Hoisingfeld looking to continue a lot of domination that they've had throughout the season. They've got some competition, though. Pitsy Motorsports fighting CRC right behind them, actually, to their outside in ninth place. Behind them, Team Vikings Fenris, Black Sheep Motorsports 187, and the German Sim Racing LMP2 DGFX team in the 169 car will round out the top five for them. Lux Sim 24, Motorfa Podcast HPD, V Apex Racing Group Red going to be 6th and 7th, followed by Nomad Sim Racing HPD, Team Challenge Racing in the 114 in 16th overall, and then NAB Racing behind them. Rounding out your LMP2s, it's going to be V Apex Racing Group Purple, PCDC Motorsports Green, the World of Sim Racing Team, and Road Bastards Alpha in the 124.
On your pole position for the GTE Pro category will be the Team Bushfink Racing Green team, followed by the Alpine Star Geodesic Racing Black. Luxim 24 Motorfa Podcast will start in the third position in the GTE Pro, while the Team Vikings Midgar is your fastest GTE AM driver, followed by the Pineapple Racing 360 car. Alpine Geodesic Racing Gold will start 25th overall beside Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew. Black Sheep Motorsports, the 221 car, will start 27th overall, followed by the Team Vikings Ragnarok team. Torque Freak Blanchimont will start in the 29th position, followed by Virtual Motorsports. Kinetic Racing 283 and the Team Hoisingfeld 248 will start 31st and 32nd. In the 33rd position will be the Luxim Motorfa Podcast 24 GTE team, and then Speedworks Racing Team West will round out 34th. German Sim Racing GTE will start 35th, alongside the Alliance Racing in 36th. Fitzy Motorsports fighting CRC in 37th with the PCDC Motorsports Yellow. Fisher Motorsports will start in 39th, followed by the V Apex Racing Group Orange team, rounding out your top 40. 41st will be the Black Sheep Motorsports team, followed by Usagi Racing in 42nd, with the Nomad Sim Racing GTE team in 43rd. Graphite Racing team 44th position, followed by the Samba Racing team in 45th. 46th is the Pineapple Racing 360, followed by the PCDC Motorsports Red team. 48th will be the Black Sheep Motorsports 222, followed by the AVA Vervatic team in 49th. 50th is the Graphite Racing GTE AM team, followed by the Road Bastards Omega team. Bad Cactus Racing 397 in 52nd, followed by VRG Engineering in 53rd, and then the FAC Auto team will be 54th, while the Bad Cactus Racing Saguaro team did not set a time at all. And gentlemen, I'm looking forward to this race. Joe, let's let a little more.
Absolutely. We've got 56 cars out there, an incredible number around this very short track. You saw barely over a minute that the LMP1s will be lapping around here, and then that split down by the GT cars doing about a minute and a quarter themselves. So these are going to tick off very, very fast. Already the cars working their way around behind the pace car. You can see they're going to do a split start, as is tradition here in multi-class racing. Once again, welcome here to Road Atlanta. We're in for round 5. It's the penultimate round in the 6th season of DGFX. Coming up to turn 6 here in the LMP2 class. There's our GT cars up and over turn 5. Nick and Taylor were talking all about how difficult that turn is. One of the more underrated corners, I feel like, in racing for sure. Down the back stretch already for our LMP1 class. I'm looking forward to 4 hours of racing. Essentially the sprint format for this series, but it's the last time you'll see it. Next time at the Nürburgring, 10 whole hours that they will be running. Looking forward to that. Down into one of the more popular passing spots. If you could buy a ticket here in the virtual world, this would certainly be the place to go, where many of the drivers will try and have a go at their competitors. Roof pace car now coming out of the final chicane. Valiokas is going to have control in the SRT Team USA LMP1. The number 29 machine gets the green flag. We go racing for 4 hours now here at Road Atlanta. He gets a great jump off the line immediately. Every single one of the cars goes single file down into turn 1. Very clean start. Let's go to the LMP2s. Nick?
Coming down the final hill and onto the front stretch. It is going to be a bit of a staggered start. A couple of checkups there, but Christian Kiewit in the 111 going to easily pull away after that. They're side by side heading into turn 1 behind him, and so far so clean in the LMP2s as well.
In the GTE, Fraser Williamson does not get a good start. Miguel Vigo goes to the top of the leaderboard right behind, but Fraser's going to try to give battle with the Bushvik Racing Green as we have a car, the Pineapple Racing car. He is going off onto the track and seeing if he's able to recover. I don't know. He's going to lose a lot of positions, though, so not the best start for the Pineapple Racing team. Has a lot of work to do, but other than that, a clean start in the GTE field.
That was Peter Parnell. Got a little loose. Ross Yost, unfortunately, couldn't check up in time. Gave him a little shove, and that turned him around. Got the replay here, so I wouldn't really put this one on Yost. It was the start of the race. Everybody's eager to get going. See the 327 down the hill, off the corner, little bobble, and that's all it took. And the very first lap of a 4-hour race finds contact with the wall for that number 327. Gets it going once again, thankfully.
Well, just think that's going to be a big blow for them in the points championship if they are not able to improve and work on that. So it's going to be a long day for the 327 Pineapple Racing team.
Ooh, got another car off. This is Martin Talgard, Team Vikings, the number 103 in the exact same spot, out of the final corner. Is there some... Oh, no, this was the grass. No contact with any other cars on this one, and he somehow does not hit the wall. Woo.
Man, and that's an unfortunate start there for Telgard. They were really fast in practice and qualifying. We thought they might be one of the dark horse picks to get up there, and they might still be, but they've got a little bit more work to do now after that one.
I don't know where he bought that Lucky's rabbit's foot that he's got hanging on the keychain of the car, because man, did that come in handy there.
Trouble in turn 5. We have Fraser Williamson off in turn 5. He made contact with our GTE AM leader, Jonas Bowden. That's with a hard hit for our drivers right there. Fraser is still off on track, but Jonas Bowden has made contact and continuing on. He's going to have to come down pit road.
Oof, that caused some serious damage for a few cars. Very lucky that Moore didn't hit him. Look at how many were so close behind. Thank you for butting in with that. I was looking at the rest of the field, completely missed that our leader in GT Pro has had serious issues. You can see the Bushvink car goes for a spin cycle up at the top of the hill. Already well down the order, nearly last place. Only Parnell in the Pineapple car behind him, who we already saw have problems. Severe damage on the rear wing of that Ferrari.
With that moves Miguel Vigo up to the lead and has an enormous lead over Mark Fletcher in the Luxim Mofa 24 podcast Porsche And then, of course, the Pineapple Racing 360 car has gotten the lead away from the Ragnarok Ferrari.
And already we've got our LMP1 leaders hitting the back of the GT field. And Valiokis is absolutely streaming through these cars, wasting no time, stays patient through the Valley of the S's, and now is able to get a chance. And we got a car off there. That was Tim Claeson's, the Torque Freak Blanchimont car, number 281. He is off the course at turn 5, and he might be stranded. He's been sitting there for a while. Could we have our first yellow here early on?
He got off there in turn 5, and looks like he's going to get going again now. But he had a lot of traffic to wait for and get by, as we had all of these prototypes catch the back of the GTM guys, and now going up through the GT Pro field, and just already a couple laps in, already only on lap 4, and we've seen already these drivers deal with a whole lot of traffic.
Well, and even more bad news, Stefan Overgaard clipped him on his way up over the hump. He must have just got him right, because he is limping severely down the backstretch at this point. You can see Claeson's able to go much better. There's the Porsche of the Kinetic Racing 283. Stricken, just having to go through the grass to stay out of the way and trying not to cause a yellow here in the opening stages. We're not even 5 minutes in. I wouldn't call this a messy start, guys, because we haven't had a lot of incidents between cars, but mistake-ridden between many good drivers.
We might have a possible caution here coming up. We got Jonas Bowden, the Team Vikings Midgard, the 301 Ferrari, stuck in the barriers coming out of the S's right now. He's a good way off the racing line, but still cannot tow his car unless the officials give him approval to do so. So this could be a possibility of a caution coming out later here momentarily.
Well, literally stuck in the barrier. Oh, wow. That was a hard hit. The S is not really where you want to go too wide, and unfortunately, Bowden seems to have gotten the worst of this incident.
And there it is right there. There's the contact. I believe that might have been Claeson, possibly. And then, boom, right into the barrier.
He's still there. And if this were real marshals, they certainly wouldn't be sending them out to grab that car without a caution. Already we've seen a few drivers have to suffer from penalties, and I wonder if we'll see a few more based on what we've had out on track in the first 10 minutes. Looking at second place, Mark Torres, number 83, giving chase on the SRT USA. Currently sitting roughly 2.5 seconds back from that number 29 car, trying to give chase. And we have our first caution. I think we already know exactly what has caused that one. So as they try to catch the pace car, and I think they timed this out intentionally where they did, because it looks like Torres and Valiokis just ahead of the pace car right now. I should be able to let the pace car through. Whew, what a frantic first few minutes here in this race, guys. I got to watch at least a little bit of the qualifying. It didn't look nearly as frantic as this. Granted, they had fewer cars out there, but it seems like some of the fears of some of the drivers that expressed pre-race are starting to come true, just in the fact that it's going to be difficult to keep a clean car.
Yes, indeed. I mean, we've already saw a couple of even LMP1 cars going down pit road due to incidents. I mean, this is just going to be very difficult for these drivers to negotiate, maneuver through traffic, not even just interclass, but multi-class as well. I mean, we saw multiple cars so far. Major incidents are between the same classes of car.
Now, Taylor, in your class, I feel like for the back of the pack, I mean, it's obvious if you're in, maybe the final 5, you stop into the pits, you grab a splash of fuel, and you get going. But Nick, in yours, Do you risk it if you're at the back of the LMP1s or LMP2s? Is it worth coming in and being stuck behind all those GT cars?
I don't think so, Joe. This early, I mean, 9 minutes in, and these drivers are well aware of the chaos that has ensued. Even if they weren't caught up in it, that's really putting yourself in a very risky situation here early. And 4 hours to go. Yes, it's one of the shorter races we've had this year, but you still have to make your car last 4 hours. And if I were out there, I would definitely not be putting myself in that situation right now. But a couple of drivers, I mean, towards the end of the season, we might be seeing a couple strategies come in later in this race, a couple of riskier calls later in this race to maybe set up for a points run. But yeah, right now, I don't think so. This is too risky.
And they're giving just a couple wave bys, even though we've only had 10 minutes go through because of the issues we've seen out on track. I think we have a few cars a lap down to their class leader already. And indeed, it's the LMP2 of Bart Daleman, who has been sent past the pace car. Once they get done with those wave bys, they will be able to pit if they want to. Taking a few cones out along the way out of turn 3. Let's see, sitting down in 11th out of 12 cars in that class. And unfortunately, that number 102 is the last one of the LMP2 still running. Alwyn Kloosterman in the NAB Racing 108 is still in the pits currently. So your leaders now, as we hit our first caution in the LMP1s, Marius Valiokis currently up at the top after starting on the pole with a stonking 1:03.4 on the timesheets. And then Christian Kiewit is up at the top of LMP2 in the 111, and it looks like this is a short caution as they're just calling the green will wave this time through. GT Pro is being led by Miguel Vigo in the 255, and our leader in the GTM, I believe, is still Dario Galinki.
No, I believe it might be Florian Densler, the 360 car. Looking at the time charts.
You might be right. You are right. Wow, he's third in GT overall. That's why I missed that one. Good catch there, Taylor.
Yeah,
Florian is looking very nice.
During qualifying, we saw two of the AM drivers, the 360 Pineapple Racing of Florian Densler, as well as the 301 Team Vikings Midgard team, the only two cars that were even close to being inside the top 5 in the GTE overall. So we could see possibility, if given the opportunity, a GTE AM driver possibly take home overall in GT Pro or GTE.
Oof, that's a tall ask. I think a podium might be doable, but wow, what a story that would be if we get an AM winning overall in the GT category. Meanwhile, the pace car is peeling off, and Valiokis does not wait. He gets the green flag. We're going racing for the second time now here at Road Atlanta. No split classes. This could be a little bit messier down to the front, especially with them all mixed up. LMP1's having to go by our GT leaders, as Vigo has the likes of Fletcher very close behind for that lead down in the sports cars.
Yes, indeed. Fletcher is doing the best that he can. Now got broken up by Marcel Egbert in the LMP1 as Vigo now tries to hold his line, get up to turn 5 and let the LMP1 go by as quick as he can. So that way he can focus on getting back and pulling away from Mark Fletcher. Still sitting down in third is the 360 Pineapple Racing of Florian Densler. He's closing in a little bit on that 288 Porsche as they're coming out of turns 6 and 7 down the back straightaway towards the chicanes.
Certainly seemed to look like it worked better for Vigo than his opponent Fletcher, as those two stretch away from Densler now down the back stretch. Instead, it's Wittenberg. They're in fourth, starting to challenge on the Pineapple Racing 360. But he's not close enough by the time they hit the braking down for the chicane. Where are our LMP2s, though?
They are on the backstretch, and Michael Avdoka just made a pass around Christian Kiewit. They had to split two other GTM cars, and they were 4 wide for just a slight moment. But right now, Michael Avdoka taking advantage of traffic and getting to the front. A pretty hectic start for these LMP2 cars as they make contact there with Anders Christensen in the 394 IVRA Vatic car. Might be a little bit of damage on the front of Evdoka's car. Might be interesting to see.
Little bit is the understatement of the century there. He hit the concrete instead of the tires. I wonder if there was... I think there was some net code involved in
More
this.
trouble now. The leader in LMP2 went sideways through the S's into another car and gonna lose some time. He's gonna lose second place here as well. I thought he's lost first place and gonna hold on to second for the time being.
All right, we're gonna watch the replay to see this second contact. Wow, yeah, this one involved the likes of Joshua Biling in the PCDC red car. Just was trying a little too hard to make up time, it looked like there, Nick.
Yeah, he's just had recently taken that lead, like we said, from Christian Hewitt, and Hewitt got it right back, and he almost lost second place as well to Alexi Lane in the Black Sheep Motorsports 187, but
Guys, we got
Hold
big
on
trouble
to
in
that
the
position.
S's. Multiple cars. Multiple cars. Callum Wright and several others just all over the back of the S's right now. Dario Galinki in the PCDC yellow car. I mean, it's chaos out there in the S's.
All right, we've got the replay. Hewitt, our leader at the time, involved at the start of it, and then you're going to see Evdoka try to take advantage, and unfortunately, looks like the GT car of Galinki, actually, second place in GT Am, finds himself turned around because of this. Let's watch on board Hewitt, Taylor.
Yes, indeed. We see right there Hewitt's watching on board in front of these two, and then there's the contact between the PCDC and the Nomad team. I'm surprised Hewitt didn't get any more serious damage, and then right behind him, more chaos ensues amongst other GTE and GTE AM drivers. Unfortunate for that, for the second place driver of the Nomad Sim Racing team.
And just to add the storyline of that incident just a little bit, right after we went to that, while we were watching the replay of that second LMP2 incident, there was a third actually with the leaders of Doka and Hewitt coming onto the front stretch, involving another couple of GTM cars. So this was basically the fourth incident in one or two laps that these drivers were involved in.
The chase is still very much on for Evdoka, although farther down the order, you can see he's sitting in sixth. Hewitt, despite all of that, is still our leader, and by 3.5 seconds over Alexi Lane. The Finn trying everything he can in that 187 to try to weave through the traffic as safely as possible, which, based on what we've seen today, probably is the winning strategy, because, boy, has there been a lot of contact since that restart.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it's like almost like a game of bumper cars for some of these cars out there on the track. A lot of contact going on right now as a lot of the GTE leaders are on the back straightaway heading towards the chicane section of the track. Turns 9 and 10. It is still Miguel Vigo. He has pulled quite a gap over Mark Fletcher right now as the battle for P3 overall in the GTE class is starting to heat up right now. As Joe, I think you have something going on in P4 for the LMP1s.
Absolutely. Well, that involves P3 because Mark Torres leads both Brandon Guarcia and Fabian Jungbluth, the 83 in front of the 41 in front of the 17. They're having to deal with both the LMP2s and the GT cars at the same time now. So if you thought it was complicated before around this tiny little track, it's getting even worse. You could see a train of these GT cars up ahead, and that's Taylor Bookout in the LMP2 that they're waiting to try to sneak by. Thinks better than try to make it 3 wide, instead 2 wide through turn 1, and somehow it looks like Torres makes it through and nobody gets bumped off track. This is great heads up by everybody involved, but how long will this last?
Yeah, there is no good line for these guys to be taking through here, especially trying to get around these the traffic ahead of them that they are facing. And Mark Torres holding down the final podium spot right now, but Brandon Guarcia just as heads up as Torres has been, and they've both been very smart these last couple of laps, chasing each other while maintaining this traffic. So definitely some good competition there for third place right now between Kinetic Racing's 83 and Wyvern Racing's 41.
It amazes me how quickly the closing rate these cars just weave through. Now down to the chicane. And once again, they are making aggressive moves on these GT cars in order to make time. We're still only 20 minutes into this race. We've seen the whole race's worth of action out here as we ride on board with third place Torres now. That's Guarcia that you see directly behind, and that white LMP1 car. Up and around turn 4 down into the S's. They get a brief break for the first time in a while before they hit another car.
Yeah, in that first stint, we saw the LMP1 drivers not get much of a break, so this is nice for them, I'm sure, to take a little bit of a breather here at least. And unlike the LMP2s that had a very calm first 7 or 8 minutes green flag run there, it had quite the hectic start here in the second green flag stint.
Everybody's got to keep their head on a swivel. Up next, Bart Daleman, the lapped LMP2 car. He's working on Jeff Parsons. And they've got a battle in front of them as well. That's the likes of Julian Bell and Bas Rollwinkle. And they're trying to go side by side through the final corner. Not easy to do. That's checking everybody up. Patience rules the day, and it looks like they're going to be able to make it through turn 1 safely. Torres now finds a hole in the traffic, sneaks through there before turn 3, but an off for Brandon Guarcia takes away that short little gap that he had up to third place. He's going to have to regain the time.
Brandon Guarcia doing a great job trying to catch up and keep up with Mark Torres, but has a little bit of work to do right now as they slice through traffic. I tell you what, the battle for P3 and the GTE class is looking quite strong right now. It is still the Pineapple Racing with Florian Denzler still trying to chase down Roderick Wittenberg, with David Barraclaw in the Torque Freak Racing team trying to close in as well. They're heading down towards the chicanes of turns 9 and 10 as we ride on board with Denzler. He has his eyes set on Roderick Wittenberg as they close in out of turn 11 in turn 12. They go LMP2 traffic and 1 traffic slicing through them as quickly as possible. I tell you what, I would hate to be a GTE driver right about now because your head is constantly moving around trying to figure out. You have to listen to your spotter very carefully at a track like this.
The phrase that comes to mind is no place to hide. Everybody's got to deal with it, so no real advantage over one another here as we jump back to 6 now. Kim Salveson up ahead of Roy Deirdren, the Virtual Motorsports driver, putting immense pressure on the number 201. Up and over the hill, both of them are going to be clean, but here comes Torres behind them, along with Guarcia. That battle has not abated. Guarcia has regained a little bit of that gap that he lost with his error. They get squeezed between the GT cars momentarily. Now they're able to get through on the backstretch.
Salveson doing a great job trying to hold off the Virtual Motorsports Ferrari of Deirdren. Drew Eccles is closing in a little bit. The Black Sheep Motorsports Ford GT. We were watching him in qualifying doing a great job right now as he's trying to close that gap on Deirdren, but had a little bit of LMP1 traffic right behind him of Marcel Egberts as Jorge Flores, a fan favorite, and the Speedworks Porsche closing the gap as well.
As we watch them stream down the front stretch. Flores back there in 9th. Oh, and we have a car in the pits. Is that Avdoka?
Michael Avdoka. It looks like he got a black flag for one of those incidents earlier on. I'm guessing this is a stop and hold here penalty for that team. So an unfortunate start, insult to injury, literal physical injury to that car as well from earlier in the race. The 113 Fitzy Motorsports Fighting CRC team going to be facing quite the uphill battle in these next 3.5 hours or so.
Back in the GT Am battle for third. 21st and GT Pete Thicket down there, working hard to try and hold off the likes of Wolfgang Wildenauer. Both of them managing to head towards turn 6 safely. Wildenauer for the Road Bastards team.
Yeah, they have quite a gap to catch up to the leader in the GTE AM. They're sitting 22nd in class compared to our 360 Pineapple Racing car, who's sitting 4th in class. So a lot of work ahead of them to try and maybe catch up. They were going to need a little bit of help possibly to even come close to the 360 Pineapple team. As we watch right now, Wildner trying his best to find a way to get by as they go into the chicane section of the track. Pete Thicket in front of them as they're closing in a little bit on him. Out of the chicanes, under the Suzuki Bridge they go. I'm telling you what, Wolfgang Wildner is doing a great job of trying to keep up and stay pace with that 4GT in front of him as they go down the front straightaway again. He's still holding on, though, as Pete Thicket goes into turn 1.
I can report that Avdoka had a 60-second stop and hold, so that is a very severe penalty. The Fitzy Motorsports Fighting CRC set back all the way into the GT class with that trip to the pit lane. Let's see, running in at 10th now. But they always say, Nick, if you're going to have a problem in endurance racing, have it early.
Yeah, that 60-second hold there for them. That's a big one for sure. As it looks like Martin Telgaard in Team Vikings Fenris had a little bit of an off track there. Looks like he'll be okay and keep going there, but yeah, these LMP2 drivers especially is still having quite the hectic green flag run that we've seen so far.
Ooh, and it goes from bad to worse for the number 113. I'm seeing now another 20-second stop and hold. So the two different incidents that Avdoka had each have their own penalty. Oh boy. I hope they have a crew chief ready to calm Michael down in the car right now. Ooh, back in the LMP2's got some action going on. This is for 6th place that we're seeing on screen.
Yeah, big long train of cars right here. Looks like back here with Martin Telgaard leading Jake Farquhar and Jeff Parsons right now.
Making their way through a couple of GT cars. That's Fletcher and Wittenberg that they're going by. Is he going to be able to get both? Look at the braking there that Farquhar demonstrates on the LMP2. Able to get by both of the slower class cars to stay in touch with the number 103. This is a battle for P5 that we're watching.
It looks like they've got quite a bit of room ahead of them to work with here, so this is going to be lots of pure racing here for the next couple of turns between Telgaard and Farquhar right now.
Every bit of open track is a mercy, I'm sure, for these. Oh, as a big bobble. We switch over to P3, though. Here comes the likes of Guarcia on Torres once again. They had a whole bunch of lap traffic to get through. That's what brought them together, and he's got to launch off the corner. Guarcia to the inside, down to turn 1, and I think he's got it done if he could just get it going off the corner. The number 41 finds himself on the podium.
Yeah, that looked like some nice usage of getting on the button there by Brandon Guarcia and saving up enough battery to boost around Torres there. But Torres now going to be in chase of 3rd place there of the 41 car and see what he can do on the other side of things now.
That moment that I was talking about led to an interesting incident in the LMP2s. It was the likes of Telgaard with a big bobble out of turn 5. We've got the replay, and then we need to stay on it because it kept going after that. This is turn 3 that they're heading through now. It's up and over the crest of 5. Telgaard and the purple, white, and black car up in the lead of those two. You're going to see the rear just lose out, and suddenly that puts the likes of Farquhar on top of him, gets to the inside, and then unfortunately Telgaard finds he can't quite hold out and loses it in 7.
Oof.
So that gives P5 handily to the Luxem Motiv number 110. And that's going to set back the likes of Telgaard a couple seconds at the least. Had a pass for, I believe it was 8th and LMP2s. It looks like Jeff Parsons overtaken by 2 cars, actually. Schramm and Bookout, V-Apex Red and the TCR car, went by down the backstretch. I'm not sure what exactly happened here. Almost looked like he lifted and let them through.
Yeah, and these guys ahead of them, Bookout, still under quite a bit of pressure here from that Team Challenge Racing 114 LMP2 of Nathaniel Schramm, who, a little bit there.
Yeah, big mistake in turn 3 for Bookout.
Yeah.
Finds himself completely off the course. That hands it on a silver platter to Schramm. Down at the GT class for Pro, Taylor, P2, hotting up.
Yep, Roderick Wittenberg along with Mark Fletcher. Those two have not separated once Wittenberg got by the Pineapple Racing 360 car of Denzler. I tell you what, Fletcher is doing everything in his power to keep Wittenberg right behind him as they go out of turn 7, down the back straightaway towards the chicanes before they hit the Suzuki Bridge as the LMP1 leader zips on by real quick like as they're now heading down. Wittenberg trying to utilize a little bit of slipstream to close that gap before they hit the S's, but he's not going to be close enough to try and do anything to make a pass, but he could close in onto the back bumper into the S's. They go as we see the Simtalk Esport Jade LMP1 go by, and Wittenberg gets a great run out of the corner exit of the chicanes into turn 11 and 12. They go. Let's see if he's going to take a peek on the inside when they get to turn 1. He's going to show his nose just a little bit, closes in, backs off though just a hair as they make the run into turn 1. But Wittenberg putting a lot of pressure to the back bumper of the Moatfa Podcast Porsche.
Roderick trying to preserve that Alpine Stars geodesic gold machine. Not making any risky maneuvers quite yet. Clearly, he looks like he's got the legs on the Luxem 24 288. He's putting some great pressure on that Porsche. Up towards turn 6. Not close enough once again. Maybe Taylor setting himself up for an exit out of 7?
He's definitely going to try to do that as he comes off of turn 7. Both of them get a good exit off. Let's see as he can try to utilize a little bit of slipstream before the LMP2 traffic starts closing in. As they go to a little bit of a higher line, getting set up for the braking zone of the chicanes. Down the back straightaway they go. As we see Brandon Garcia go right by, down into the braking zone they go. Wittenberg gets a great braking entry in, closes a lot sooner to the back bumper of Mark Fletcher. Off the S as they go under the bridge. Not able to make a pass or set up, but he's going to try again coming out of turn 12 and down the front straightaway again.
They got both classes coming through. This is Torres and Kloosterman. Both of them having to sneak inside both cars, and they somehow keep it on the circuit. Oh, that always scares me when they do that in turn 1. I know how much the car wants to zip out to the curb on the outside, but all this is done has caused the Pineapple 360 of Denzler to catch up to the back of them. It is now a 3-car fight for P2.
Yes, indeed. Denzler doing a really good job here today in that 364 GT. Into turn 6 they go. He's been closing in. Looking at his lap times, he's actually running quite consistently, actually faster than Wittenberg that last lap. Wittenberg ran a 17.64 compared to Denzler's 3.2, so I say give it time. We could see Denzler try to challenge for the 3rd position.
Just so many cars there on the backstretch from that angle that we saw. And it looks like, did Bookout head into the pits? Is this scheduled or?
I don't know. I was quite surprised by that myself as well. I was watching him give chase to Nathaniel Schramm for 7th place in LMP2, and all of a sudden came into the pits, so it might be scheduled. I didn't see him make contact with anyone. They were getting through traffic cleanly.
But this action on screen, we've got Fitzpatrick in a battle with Julian Bell and Boss Rollwinkle. This is 15th, 16th, and 17th in GT Pro. Down to turn 1, they've sorted themselves out, but boy, was it a game of cups there as they swapped around through the final corner. Finally, it looks like things have calmed down for the moment, but fierce fighting here, even in the mid-pack of the GT cars up the hill. As we ride on board with the likes of Boss Rollwinkle.
Yeah, Julian Bell is our points leader in the GTE Pro category. Not where he should be at the moment, but he's going to try his best to work his way back up through the field. Currently sitting in 16th, trying to find a way to get by Sam Fitzpatrick as he has to deal with Boss Rollwinkle out of the 7 and 8 turns. Down the back straightaway they go into turn 8 and then setting up for the S's. I tell you what, they're lined up nose to tail right now. Somebody is going to possibly take a peek before they get to the S's. Nope, they're going to follow suit with each other right now. Hard onto the brakes. We see Julian Bell and Sam Fitzpatrick go up out of the S's under the Suzuki Bridge, setting up for turns 11 and 12 to complete this lap here. But I tell you what, looking at the times, he is closing in. But Boss Rollwinkle is also trying to close in right now until that LMP2 traffic starts coming through.
Another interesting development. Let's stay on this battle. Alexi Lane in the 187 of the LMP2s has also pitted. It looks like damage on the car, but I'm not sure what happened there. Continue to watch this fight. Try to sort itself. Oh, and we had a pass for third, and GTM. Was that Nathan Manning that we just saw snag that one?
It looks like it. As we watch with Nathan Manning, he's going to go underneath Wolfgang Wildenauer. As now they're going Wildover.
Wildenauer.
12. Wildenauer.
There you go.
But that was just a really good pass coming out of the S's. Set it up real nice, and then almost now goes over the curb a little bit too much out of turn 5. So Wildenauer is going to try to close back into the back bumper of Manning, but he's going to have to have a little bit of help with his LMP 1 and 2 traffic in order for him to catch back up. But he has to now worry also about Joshua Bisling, who's right behind him in the PCDC Motorsports, as well as the VRG Engineering of Benefield.
Now, there's plenty of traffic to help you out, but the question is, will you catch it in the right place? As Bisling, with a little bit of damage from that contact we saw earlier. Ooh, big checkup, though, for Wildenauer. Once again, traffic through the chicane, not pleasant for him. Callum Wright going to catch up to the back of him because of that. That was right behind the likes of, there we see Wildenauer still doing his best to try and hold on to these top spots in GTM. We've passed a half an hour into this race, so now we're finally getting some decent amount of time on the board. We've got yet more pit stops. Is the track this thirsty for the LMP2s, Nick? Because now I'm seeing Evdoka come in for Fitzy CRC 113.
Looks like that might be a second penalty that he got a few laps ago, or a few moments ago. This was a 20-second stop and hold. But definitely we were talking about, me and Taylor in qualifying, how the LMP1s, you know, they have a lot of off-throttle time here. The GT cars, they really have to push it hard through a lot of these turns. The LMP2s were really look like they are right at home at this track. They really get to glide through a lot of these turns like the S's, so definitely could be possibly down the road see a little bit of a thirstier track than normal for the LMP2s.
Certainly we'll find out what the fuel windows are looking like as the race continues on. We're watching the likes of Christian Hewitt leading the way in the LMP2s. Kimisat a whole 15 seconds back already. One caution, though, will erase that lead. Oh, Wittenberg. That's him off track that we saw there in the chicane. Did he have some help? I think he may have. He was in a battle with Drew Eccles. Yep, you're going to see that Ford just get into the back of the geodesic car. Oof. Unfortunate incident for Wittenberg. That sets him back to 13th now.
Unfortunate for Wittenberg. He was doing so well. Did get passed by the 360 of Denzler early on, but was able to still try to keep up until that incident right now. So he's got a little bit of work to do as he has to now deal with Brian Bennett in his Porsche along with Brandon Goracia.
Pretty calm so far in LMP1 for most of this stint. There is a slight battle going on for 5th place in that class. It's Fabian Jungbluth, who's been pretty heavily chased by Marcel Egbers the last couple of laps, and Egbers has closed that gap significantly as they've worked through traffic. Again, for 5th place in LMP1, Marcel Egbers, the German sim racing team, moving forward after starting 6th place. They're riding 6th place right now, but the GT Temple Racing 17 car started 4th, and they're falling back, and they don't want to lose another spot here early on.
Jungbluth doing his best to try and make up as much time as possible. With traffic now ahead of him, this is the battle that we saw earlier, so he's going to get 1, not quite 2, not brave enough for that, and that's going to bring the likes of Egbers right on his rear. They come down to turn 1. He is going to have to force the issue this time. Can't sit around and let that number 11 have an opportunity. The GT cars dutifully let them through, and down into 3. A better line into the corner is going to allow Jungbluth to stretch away slightly.
Yeah, you saw Egbers lose quite a bit of ground there on Jungbluth. It's so hard to take an alternative line in a lot of these corners, especially. I mean, that's what these LMP1s are going to have to do for this entire race, is take different lines throughout these corners and get by traffic. But it's so hard, especially you already have limited vision inside the cockpits of these LMP1s. Then you have, a driver ahead of you, Fabian Jungbluth, blocking your vision even more. So Egbers really hard to see his line through there, and I'll get all his marks in.
Getting very close in the GT Pro category for 2nd place. This is Fletcher ahead of Denzler. This is for overall. Now this is fascinating here, Taylor. Does Denzler force the issue? Now, I mean, overall position at least is still for Pride, but obviously he's leading the GTM.
Yes, and by a large margin by that as well. I wouldn't want to push it too much unless Fletcher does make a mistake. That's when I would try to make the pass. But right now, I would not be pushing too much of an issue. I mean, Denzler has an enormous lead over the 311 FAC Autosport team as we see a car go off. That's Marcus Latinen and the Usagi Porsche as they're watching right now. But Florian Denzler is doing a great job. I would not push the issue if I was him.
Leitinen just had a bit of a spin out of 6 and didn't hit anything, so he got the car going. Not worth really getting a replay of that one. It was all on his own. So they got some lap traffic now. Another one of the Pineapple cars up ahead of them. That is the likes of Parnell just letting them through. And actually, Parnell pits now. He is currently running well down the order of 327. Remember, he had the damage lap 1, even right as he crossed the start line, and the green flag fell. Riding on board now with David Barraclaw. Actual 3rd position for the GT Pro, 4th GT overall.
Not far behind him is Kim Salveson in the Team Vikings car in his Ford. Those two have been battling pretty much the entire race so far. I mean, Salveson's just putting that pressure that he needs to try and close the gap on to David Barraclaw, but Barraclaw just seems to be doing a little bit better on some parts of the traffic, as well as getting those right opportune times when those faster cars come by.
Battle for 6, GT Pro. Looking like it might change hands. This is Dieterin, currently ahead of Flores, but for how long? Backs out of it.
Give it time. Jorge Flores will find a way to get by Dieterin as they come out of the chicanes into turns 11 and 12. That Porsche has been on a rails, working his way up through the field right now, trying to find a way to get by the Virtual Motorsports number 213 Ferrari. Into turn 1 they go. Jorge Flores really putting the pressure onto the back bumper of that virtual motorsports car Ferrari. But Mikey Graham's in that Ferrari as well in this the Apex Racing Group Orange, our winner at Daytona. He's also closing into the back bumper of Jorge Flores.
And Flores knows how to ride close behind another car. The challenge that he's been putting on in the PRL series has shown us some awesome talent from the Speedworks driver. He is trying his best to see if he could jump up into 6 in GT Pro. I think we might have had a disconnect problem with the number 110.
I think
That was Billy Fletcher?
That was Jake Farquhar running that at the time. Billy Fletcher's teammate, along with John Goodwin in that car. They were running 4th place in LMP2, and it looks like
this lap traffic's not playing nice. So yeah, sorry to interrupt this lap traffic. That's Leighton trying to get out of the way as best he can. Mikey Grimm's going to be the last to try and navigate there, but boy, Flores was in a bad spot, almost losing out on 7th instead of gaining a position. Oh, leader is in. Marius Valiokos trundles down towards his pit stall. That's going to hand it over to Tony Repoussard and the Simatec Jade for just a moment. And that car behind them, that's Luis Emerton, currently in the GT Temple machine. It was a lap down from the leader, I believe.
It'd be interesting to see all the different strategies. It's hard to believe that a 4-hour race is considered short, but when you think of it, I mean, not a whole lot of time to throw together differing strategies in this race. Going to be interesting to see different pit stops, especially up here in the LMP1s that these guys take, as Valiokos came in there, handed over the lead to Simatok Esport Jade.
And Torres is in too, so not seeing a whole lot of variety in the top drivers here at the moment. We'll see how far Repoussard goes. Maybe this is the limit for the fuel cells for most of these cars. Well, number 2 is going to continue around for another lap.
Looks like we've got a good battle for 4th place in LMP2. Martin Telgard holding off Nathaniel Schramm, and Schramm has really been putting together a great race so far for Team Challenge Racing. They're right now split by Jonathan Dance, a Luxem 24 Motive Podcast GTE driver. But right now, Schramm actually falling back significantly. Might have run into some issues there.
Yeah, Schramm got caught up right behind Dance, and Jonathan decided to cut in. And just at an inopportune moment in the S's where you don't want it, gives a huge gap up to the likes of Tilgard now.
P3 for the GTE overall just got heated up. We have a 3-car battle for it. That's Kim Salveston, who's right in front of behind David Barraclaw, and Florian Denzler. Denzler doing the best that he can as a GTE AM driver to hold off the likes of Barraclaw and Salveston, and just doing it excellent. I mean, he's able to just pick his way through the traffic as well as letting those faster cars by and still keeping the faster GTE Pro drivers right behind him. A lot of pressure is put onto him, but he is doing it quite well here as they go down the S's up to turn 5.
The wild thing about this string of 4 GT cars is that it's basically a battle for best of the rest. The Alpine Stars geodesic black car Vigo is a whole 13 seconds ahead of this group. He has been putting on a great job out there up at the front, been unfazed by most of the rest of his class, while everyone behind him is basically fighting for scraps.
Pretty much. I mean, once we saw during qualifying, we thought that the Bushfing Racing team would have been a very good choice to watch because they were the only ones to break the 14-second bracket mark. But yet, once they had that incident, it just brings in a whole new cast of characters to see what happens. And surprisingly, we didn't think that we see that Denzler stay up inside the top 10 in the GTE overall, let alone 3rd. So he's doing a great job, and it's putting on a great show here in the GTE class.
Had a couple other pitters down or up in the LMP ones. Looks like Guaracia has been in and out. We mentioned Emerton had taken his pit. We're just waiting on the likes of Egbers and Repoussard at this point.
While we're waiting for that, we do have a battle for P5 in the GTE AM class. This is Nathan Manning. He is getting chased to Manuel Mayer in the Fisher Motorsports Porsche as they're now heading their way down towards the S's. Doing a great job, Manning is, after that incident he had early on here in the same exact spot that they're going to. He's got a good run off corner exit onto Manuel Mayer as they go into turn 11 and 12. He's going to maybe try to sneak a peek, maybe set up for turn 1. Decides to show his nose a little bit and gets a great exit off, closing it a little bit by little bit. Let's see what he's going to do into turn 1. He closes in but decides not to go after for the attack. Up to turns 2 and 3 before they head down the S's. Gotta be careful. You can easily cut the course through that part of the track as we see Mayer get loose through that section. Great save by him. Up into turn 5 he goes. Let's see if Manning gets a great run. He gets a really good run right there, but has to check up a little bit in order to avoid running into the back bumper of Mayer.
Oof, yeah, I usually don't see passes, let alone attempts, into turn 5. But Mayer, I think, is going to be hurting here because we saw from the angles before, he's got a very damaged rear wing. Not sure if that's going to help his straight line speed. We'll find out now. Manning getting chased down the back stretch, slowly reeling him in, but maybe a little too slow. That gap creeps down to about 3/10. Well, now they hit the brakes, and he's not going to have an opportunity.
He might have to wait again because right behind is Mark Torres in the Kinetic car. He's going to quickly try to get by him, so he has to wait a little bit. As they go into turn 12, now setting up for turn 1, it is still going to be Mayer over Manning. I tell you what, this is a great battle between these two. Mayer is doing a really good job, even with the damage to the car, holding off Nathan Manning.
Certainly putting the pressure on. They've got Nicholas Domino right behind them. Is he going to force the issue? No, he's going to wait patiently. That's probably the smart thing coming down to the S's here. Manning can focus ahead now on the likes of Mayer. And as he splits them up into turn 6, that'll give even more breathing room to the Fisher Motorsports driver. Let's head up to the LMP2s. We haven't given them love in a while. Nick, you've got a battle happening up there.
Yeah, not just a battle. It looks like we might be setting up here for a battle for the lead. Michael Avdoka somehow has, it looks like, no, Michael Avdoka is going to be a couple laps down here. I think I'm having some timing and scoring issues, but right now it is Christian Kiewit leading this thing and under, just slicing and dicing his way through traffic right now, making great work of it.
Looks like Kiewit 22 seconds ahead of Kimbasat, so I think he's pretty safe from a threat there. Egbers, I can report, is finally in the pits for the LMP1s. The number 11 car falls down the order. And Tony Repoussard finally came in, returns to the track with a podium spot.
Well, unfortunately, right now, it looks like Denzler has dropped back now. He's having to now battle it out with Jorge Flores. This is the battle for P23 overall. This is about 6 in the Class GT overall. For some reason, couldn't find the replay on it, but Denzler had somewhere and off to where it lost him 3 positions. Now that moves to the top 5, all GTE Pro drivers, but Denzler is not done. He is still going to go on the attack to the Virtual Motorsports Ferrari of Roy Deidron. He is not that far behind him, but he still has to worry about Jorge Flores as well.
One of our front runners in the LMP2s takes a stop. Oliver Kimbasat is now coming in.
Yeah, Oliver Kimbasat, the driver actually who was running second place in LMP2. That 169 German sim racing team. We were wondering, it looks like they're going to be doing a driver swap as well. Julian Ogen coming into that car. We've seen that name pop up a lot in the likes of this series this year so far. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do with the reins of that 169 car as well.
Certainly a fast driver So Julian about to head it back out as we switch up into the LMP1s. Guarcia not that far ahead of Repoussard. And indeed, they've got a lot of traffic that they're dealing with. We ride on board with Tony, the Simitok Jade car, trying to find a gap, an opening, and unfortunately has to take an alternate line. Niels Hundhedge gets out of the way. And that extends what was about 0.3 of a second up to nearly a second between P2 and P3.
Yeah, Hundhedge 2 laps down from earlier. That other LMP1 you saw them getting around. Started the race with a post-race penalty from last month at Monza. That's what has kind of deflected that team earlier on. But right now, Repoussard definitely putting the pressure on Guarcia. They just have to get through traffic, and they've got a bit of clean racetrack ahead of them. But it'll be interesting to see what he can do ahead of him now.
Now, I think Repoussard was in second, wasn't he?
He was,
before
yes.
the pit stops? Yeah, he had a slow stop, and so that means that Guarcia was able to jump him in that. That is a nice little bit of handiwork by the Wyvern pit team. And it's not even in the box, though, so I guess it wasn't the team that failed Tony. Now, why would he be slower cone to cone?
May have run into some traffic either getting into the pits or inside the pit lane. Very possible that he came in with other cars and had some traffic to navigate.
Checking the replay now on my side to see if I can find out what went down here. Oh, he spun it. He actually lost control of the car, did a full 360 as he entered the pit lane because he came in too hot. That's why it was so significantly different.
Yeah, makes sense. These prototypes really finicky, especially all of that brake bias. When you come in your stop, you got to be really careful getting it slowed down, especially after a long green flag run.
We might actually have the replay. Let's see. This is certainly not what Tony wants, is seeing this embarrassing moment actually show up on screen. And I think this is right. We should see him duck into the pits, the number 2 car, up and under the Suzuki bridge. Nope, it looks like he continues past the pits that time. So I guess we don't have the replay. So, Tony, you get lucky today. Christian Hewitt is in. Number 111 hits his stall.
He is indeed. We were talking earlier, the dominance that this Team Hoisingfeld team had shown all throughout the season, and so far in the first hour of this race, it's just been pure dominance. And it's going to have to take, we think, some differing pit lane strategies for these teams to get up there and contend with them, and that might just be exactly what happens here. Seen a lot of LMP2 drivers move up through the field, as now coming around the front stretch, Team Vikings Fenris and Team Challenge Racing second and third place drivers also coming into the pits for LMP2.
This is a battle for position, so a good stop could make the difference. Tile guard in the black and white car you see ahead. We're riding on board with Nathan Schramm, the TCR. He gets to his stall first just by a bit. Tile guard also nice and smooth into his box. And we're going to see a driver swap. Jens Hartvig gets into the Fenris machine. Now, is it a free driver swap in these cars, or does that cost you time, Taylor? Or, excuse me, Nick.
After a long green flag run, I believe that should be a free driver swap that they're going to be taking advantage of now. A team not taking advantage of that right now is Team Challenge Racing, and I don't blame them because Nathaniel Schramm has been very, very fast. As it looks like Team Vikings Fenris is still going to be in the box, so it might not be as free of a driver swap as we thought.
But I saw him go up on the jacks, I believe. Hartvig, yeah, look at that, taking tires. And I'm not sure that Schramm did.
That is interesting.
And for our audience that is not familiar, this is basically Le Mans rules where they cannot take tires and fuel at the same time. So that's why it would be a longer stop. Now, will this help Schramm or will this hurt Schramm? I'm not sure that we've talked so much about double stinting tires and the effect that has on strategy.
If he can keep up the pace and manage those older tires through the second run for him, I mean, he has just been really, really fast. Started 16th overall, and he was up to 11th now. He was up to 9th earlier overall as when he came into the pits, but he has just been picking them off one by one. This Team Challenge Racing team in the 114, they might be one of the best picks to try to utilize some pit strategy and dethrone the 111. I don't think they're going to do that if they have the same pit strategy as the 111, so they might as well try something different here, the part-time team of TCR.
As we watch the replay with Mikey Grims getting by Jorge Flores going into the S's, that was a great... As we go down and go into turn 1.
Is there an incident between these two? Oh! Inside curb. Down to turn 1. You know, honestly, Taylor, I give credit to Grims for catching that. You know, it can be so easily day done in turn 1 if you screw up that corner.
Exactly. I mean, that was a great save by Mikey Grims in order to not to keep it off the out of the walls or into the barriers or into another car. So he was doing well. He did make that good pass and then just made that small mistake going into turn 1. Now has to do it all over again.
We had another car off in turn 1. That's Richard Bell. He's 37th overall. Now, what happened here? This Porsche was way out in the grass. Oh, and this is a good example of how this can go all sorts of wrong, except not hit the wall. This is car number 392, turn 1, that he had his incident. And then a Porsche with all this weight in the rear of the car, Taylor. Watch this one. Woo!
Oh yeah, that's a scary moment right there. But he does a great job trying to keep it off the wall. He has to go cut through the grass and then gets back out on track. So a great job by him as we see some of our GTE drivers now coming down pit road. That's Mark Fletcher coming off, making his pit stop in the Luxim 288 Porsche. And it looks like now we have a driver change in the 360 Pineapple Racing. Robert Jan de Jong is now going to be getting behind the wheel. As we saw Densler do a great stint. Joshua Beeling now also on pit road with the PCDC Motorsports 302. And Miguel Vigo now, our leader in the GTE overall, is coming down pit road. Let's see if he's going to stay in the car or is there going to be a driver swap. He's still on pit road. Tires have not gone up yet. Somebody's backing up on pit road by the looks of it. That's something that could be costing a penalty, possibly. Yeah. Wildner is backing up.
I'm trying to find him out here. Yeah, you can't back up too far or you actually get disqualified. And I can report that Julian Bell, one of our GTE top runners, also missed his stall, had to back up just a few feet. So that's going to cost him some time. Vigo, in the meantime, is back out.
Yep, a very good pit stop as well. So as Vigo is going to be slotted in the 7th position. Currently now still going to be Kim Salveson, now your new leader in the GTE Pro and GTE overall. While the FAC Autotac team is now your leader in the GTE AM class currently.
So Salveson going to respond. Yep, it looks like our new leader is going to pit and hand it back over to Vigo.
Now let's see if he's going to do a simple pit stop or will there be a driver change involved. As we see more of our drivers come down pit road. See Jonathan Datz, Maximilian Fritz.
Sam Fitzpatrick also joins them. Dario Kalinki. It is busy times for the GT cars down on pit lane. We've just passed the first hour mark here in this 4-hour race. Again, this is round 5 at Road Atlanta for the DGFX series. Is this our current leader in GTM that we're looking at, I believe?
Yes, it is Sven Brotz. Now he's going to come down pit road in that 311 Porsche, doing a great job here, keeping the nose clean as best as he can in this traffic-filled race. Let's see as he's come down pit road. Pit limiter's on. He's going to try to get into his pit box. Good thing about this is if a car does come out in front of you on pit road, you will not make serious contact or any contact at all. You just kind of phase through each other. So unlike real world racing, it's not going to be a severe issue. As we ride on board with Sam Fitzpatrick.
He's back up and out. We haven't talked about this pit entry and exit much. This exit always scares me when racing in big fields, just because it's so hard to see what's coming behind you.
It is. It's very difficult to get through because you have to listen to your spotter as best as you can because it's just so difficult on pit exit. As we see now, Jorge Flores come down pit road to complete his stop.
That's going to hand the lead back to the Alpine Stars geodesic black machine. The 255 of Miguel Vigo hits the front stretch and regains the lead. We're still waiting on, I think, the likes of Wittenberg. Oh, what's happened with Manuel Meyer?
He might be out of fuel. I mean, he is having to pull it over.
He's got some damage on the front, though. I'm trying to look and see if he had any contact within the last lap or so, and I'm not seeing it. I think you're right. I think he is out of fuel. Whoops, that could be a caution. We'll find out soon enough. He's definitely not near an opening. Look at that, just nowhere for anybody to pull him into. Critical error here. Porsche looking very, very lonesome on the Road Atlanta backstretch. And there's that caution.
There it is.
It's our second one of the day. Good sign, though, that we've had so few so far. And I wonder if they were waiting to make sure that everybody had pitted before they threw that one. That's going to take us to a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel and the iRacing Esports Network. We'll come back once the pits open and take you through any stops, although not sure that we'll see many GT cars in there. Stick around here for round 5 of DGFX.
Growing up as a kid in Oklahoma, where I'm from, the Chili Bowl is the biggest race that we have. The Chili Bowl has kind of been my favorite race of the year. Growing up a dirt racer in Oklahoma, that's kind of the holy grail.
welcome back to Road Atlanta here in Georgia. We're watching round 5 of the DGFX here live on the Global Sim Racing Channel and the iRacing Esports Network. An hour and 12 minutes in, your leader is currently this man, Marius Valiokas. He's been leading pretty much the whole way except for pit stops. The number 29 at the top of the LMP1s. Tony Repoussard is behind him, currently second in that top class. Managed to get it back from the likes of Brandon Guarcia. Brandon jumped Tony in the pit stops, but we missed the pass apparently somewhere. Well, the number 2 managed to sneak through. So that's your podium there. Fourth place is Mark Torres, who has been in his own good fight so far this race. Luis Emberton, though, bit on his own much of the run so far in the number 17, rounding out the top 5 in the LMP1s. Let's go to the LMP2s, Nick.
Right now, no surprise at the top of the LMP2 class at all. It's Team Hoisingveld's 111, currently being driven by Christian Hewitt. He's been run the full stint for that team so far and continues to hold down the dominant top spot there. They are being followed by Julian Ogen, who just recently went into the German Sim Racing LMP2, a 169 car. Behind them, changed for third place just a lap before that caution came out, actually. Taylor Bookout was just able to get around Nathaniel Schramm. We were talking about Schramm on those older tires. Going to be interesting to see what he can do in that TCR 114. Rounding out your top 5 there, it's going to be Jens Hartvig, the newer driver, coming on for Team Vikings Fenris in the 103 car.
In the GTE Pro category, we have Miguel Vigo in the Geodesic Alpine Star Racing Black Ferrari, doing a great job of leading so far since the start of the race. Behind him is Mark Fletcher in the 288 Lux Sim 24 Motfa Podcast Porsche, running in second pretty much the entire duration of the race as well, but doing well to try his best to catch up to our GTE Pro leader. In third position is the 201 Team Vikings Ragnarok, that is with Kim Salveston behind the wheel. Just got into the third position after that pit stop and caution period, working his way up in that Ford GT. In fourth is the teammate to Miguel Vigo, Roderick Wittenberg, as he is now in fourth position, running in a 256 Ferrari. Behind him, Jorge Flores will round out your top 5 in the GTE Pro category. Leading in GTE AM, the Pineapple Racing of 360 Ford is Robert Jan de Jong, as we saw Densler earlier on doing a great job running inside the podium position overall in the GTE category. Behind him is the FAC Autotech Sim Racing team with Sven Broetz in second place in that Porsche. Let's see, now that he has the GTE AM leader in front of him, will he go take the fight to him? In the third position in GTE Pro is the 397 Peter Thickett in the Bad Cactus, followed by, in the fourth position in the GTE is going to be the Graphite Racing team. Nathan Manning in the Black Sheep Motorsports. Sorry, my telemetry was off a little bit, but Nathan Manning doing a great job, had a good battle early on with some of the other competitors and make a nice recovery after his spin out. Next up is Tom Van Poot in the Graphite Racing GTE AM car in the Porsche, doing a great job keeping his nose clean as best as he can. And then rounding out your top 5 is going to be the VRG Engineering car. This is going to be Andy Vanafield doing a great job, currently running 22nd overall, starting 34th, so a great recovery drive for him here today.
Looks like he's sitting P6 out there. But regardless, we are going green this time by. Thankfully, another short caution flag. We had some penalties here during the yellow. The number 133, that is Jeff Parsons, all the way down in 47th overall. Got an EOL for exiting a closed pit. Same thing for the number 187. Also getting given an end of line. That's Alexi Lane down there. But both those drivers are well down the order. So I almost wonder if that was a calculated rule infraction, just deciding, you know what, might as well just get the car on track. Doesn't matter where we start. And actually being at the back of the field might be better for them, just so that they can stay out of the chaos in case any erupts. We'll see if any does soon, because the roof pace car is leading the P1 car of Marius Valiokas. So we come up to the pit entry. Pace car is in. Green flag is out. Marius accelerates away, being followed by Tony Repoussard, who has not had the legs on him so far. And almost immediately, he starts to pull a gap before even the first corner. Brandon Guarcia finds his way past the LMP2 leader of Christian Hewitt to try and give chase to the number 2 machine.
And in the LMP2s, they are all scattered throughout the field, it looks like, after the big jumble there under caution. So a lot of them having to deal with lots of GTE traffic.
Now, unfortunately, Miguel Vigo probably did not want this caution, because that gap back to second place, which is Mark Fletcher in the 288 GT Pro, has closed up significantly there.
Yes, indeed, but I'm thinking the one who has it the worst is the 360 Pineapple Group of Robert Jean de Jong. He's not that far away from Sven Brotz right now, who is currently right on the back bumper closing in. Only one car separates the two. That's Stefan Welter in that 399 Porsche as they're going down the back straightaway. So we have a battle for both GTE classes right now as Miguel Vigo is trying to get by Sven Brotz into the S chicanes they go right now.
Manages to sneak by that red and white Porsche. Sven, of course, not in the fight with these GT cars. That's Stefan Valder, and I think that is for position. No, it's not, actually, between those two, so he dutifully gets out of the way. This puts multiple cars, though, between Fletcher and our leader, Vigo. Down in fourth, though, very close. Oh, no, Brian Bennett with a big problem.
Trying to keep it off the barrier as best he can right now, but I think he might have a little bit of damage to the undertray of the car, and then comes into the middle of a GTE traffic. A couple of LMP2s right behind him as well. He's going to have to do his best to try to defend, as we see Patrick Housset right behind him, coming up into turn 5. He's doing real good to try to hold him off right now as they go down this straightaway. I tell you what, there's a traffic jam out there in the middle of that. I would hate to be driving in the middle of that group of cars.
That was a battle for position. Bennett was with Flores. Flores got to the inside, scared him literally off the track. The Alliance Racing car continues, but now down in 12th. So we're almost another half an hour through this 4-hour race. And there is your leader, Marius Valiokas, with a whole track full of nothing, as he continues to put a gap on the Simitok eSport Jade car, who has fallen back about 2.5 seconds behind.
Yeah, right now a whole track full of nothing, but that at the beginning of the race only lasted for about 3.5 laps before they caught the tail end of the GT and LMP2 fields, and right now they're going to be enjoying for the next couple of laps that open track, and great time here for Tony Repoussard to put together some clean laps and give chase to that SRT Team USA in the 29.
Question is, can he? So far, he just hasn't seemed to have had great pace compared to the leader. Meanwhile, we're watching Christian Hewitt, who has already pulled about 15 seconds over Julian Ogier back there. In fact, look at the side there. Only 2 cars in the LMP2s are on the same lap as the leader, and one of them is the leader, of course.
Yeah, that was the time of that caution, I think, because the 169 barely got on that lead lap. He was fighting back around the 111 to get that lap back, and V-Apex Racing Group Red in the 101 and TCR's 114 were not too far behind, but that's when the caution came out, and they're now sitting trapped the lap down, it looks like.
Well, never say die, because with endurance racing, especially those with cautions, you could still find yourself in a fight for great positions up there. Meanwhile, we jump over to Flores once again, who's found himself quite a bit of screen time here. Right now, he's giving chase to a lap down car in the form of Byling, while trying to fend off the likes of Fitzpatrick for P4.
Yes, indeed, he's doing his best he can to hold off Fitzpatrick. Right in front of them, however, is the battle for P2 in the GTE AM category. This is Pete Thicket and Sven Brotz. I tell you what, watching those two, Sven was being very aggressive with Pete Thicket, almost pushing him off the course a couple of times and trying to outbrake him, especially going into the S's.
And the car between them, actually, it's Lewis Ward. That is for position, though. So Lewis Ward, well, no, overall position of the GTs, excuse me. Regardless, certainly not making life fun for them. On top of the fact that's Alexi Lane. Remember, had that penalty that he had to serve. And now has to go through the entire field from the very back.
And Joe, you were mentioning just a little bit ago all that clean racetrack that the LMP1 leaders had in front of them. They have the exact opposite of that right now. It is quite a lot of traffic they're dealing with.
Oh my goodness, is it ever? And that has allowed Rep Broussard to get some opportunities, but also opportunities for danger. Now he's finally through most of that traffic. Just Ross Rowinkle up ahead of him. Almost called him Ross Bowinkle. Up and over turn 5. And by the likes of Roderick Wittenberg. Still giving chase, but it seems like the traffic, whoa, it's getting thick once again now for our leader. My goodness, who was that off track there that we saw?
That looked like Mikey Grimm's right there that went off track. And he is all over the place right there. See.
Rep Broussard.
Having a tough time.
Yeah, took it 3 wide down the backstretch. Having to make a few dangerous moves. And somehow coming out the other side. He's still in second place, and he's still within roughly a second of Valiokas. I give him credit. He's got some guts, even if he doesn't have the pace. He's trying to use whatever trick he can to maybe get an opportunity to steal a win here.
Yeah, Valiokas and Rep Broussard really doing an amazing job through all that traffic. Is now looks like Guaracia in the 41 and Kinetic Racing's Mark Torres in the 83. It's their turn now to make their way through that traffic.
You can see how sketchy it is trying to get through side by side, and the S is thankfully the likes of Flores, who he put in that position, saw him coming and gave him room. Now up around 6 and up to the mercy of a long backstretch where he can have a little bit of a safer time trying to get by. Up in GT Pro, Mark Fletcher's fallen off of Vigo, and now it's Salvinson who's looking at a chance to take away P2.
Yep, Kim Salveson and that Team Vikings Ragnarok 4 GT all trying to close into the back bumper on Mark Fletcher in that Porsche. Had a little bit of help, though, with the LMP1 traffic. That caused Salveson to lose a little bit of ground now on Fletcher as he goes into turn 1, try to see if he can close the gap as best he can as they go up to turns 2 and 3 down the S as they go. Right in front of them is our GTE AMP leader of De Jong, who's doing a great job of keeping them 2 behind, showing that he does have the speed to keep up. But just unfortunate with that caution, they had to, with certain wave around procedures and calls, had to move him back to the back of the field and more closer to the GTE AM drivers.
We had a change for position in P5 in GTE Pro. Dieterin overtook Fitzpatrick. This was around the outside of the final turn with an LMP1 barreling down on him. I'm not sure if we could find a replay. It was maybe about 50 seconds ago. Looks like we've got it here. Getting set up down in the chicane. Just look at all the traffic. I don't know how you can keep track of everything happening around you in this.
Man.
And now watch this. Around the outside. It looks like the slowdown penalty is what kicked that off, and he had to serve it. Still brave stuff. That was Dieterin that we saw in the white, blue, and black machine making the move stick.
Yeah, especially with an LMP1 car barreling down on him. That's the Kinetic drivers right there trying to get it going on as well. That's Mark Torres in the car, but just a great pass that we saw by Dieterin to get by Sam Fitzpatrick.
So that moves Roy up to 5th, Fitzpatrick down to 6th.
A little bit of an interesting strategy call in LMP2. V-Apex Racing Group Red just coming out of the pits now through the S's now. Alex Saunders, the new driver of that car. Taylor Bookout's going to step out of that HPD for now. So just after the caution comes out, they're going to come in, the team that is a lap down, like many of them right now. in that class and make a driver change.
Wonder if they were just trying to lose less time, maybe get themselves in clean air. And if that's the case, it didn't work because he is back out in the thick of the traffic. So the number 101 is amongst a bunch of GT cars, which is not good news if you're in LMP2 where you make up your time in the corners. You can see him plugged up behind now the likes of Wolf. Go ahead.
Also could have been an interesting call to try to get him set up for a potential third caution of this race. The last one manipulated their strategy quite a bit, as did many of these LMP2 teams. So they might just be trying to get themselves situated here early so they know they'll be set up better to get a lap back on the next caution.
It's a fair point. And let's see, is he... Yeah, just... oh, well, no, he's now 2 laps down because of that pit stop. So I don't think it quite worked out. Let's go to the GTE Pros. 8th place has some action.
Yes, indeed. Julian Bell in the Graphite Racing team. He is trying to chase down Sam Fitzpatrick, but have to worry about Mikey Graham right behind them. They're coming out of turn 5 right now. Graham's had a lot of pressure put onto the back bumper of Julian Bell going into turn 6. Tries to close the gap. He gets hard late on the brakes in turn 7 as they have the LMP2 traffic in front of them. Out of 7, they go down the back straightaway. They were closing in on the back bumper of Sam Fitzpatrick, who had that off the previous lap. Down the back straightaway they go. Let's see if Mikey Graham can set up a pass before they head into the chicanes, before under the Suzuki Bridge. Here they go down this back straightaway, downhill. Mikey Graham's not going to make a nose out to the inside yet, just going to follow suit. As we see in front of them, David Barraclaw also along. This is about a 4-car battle. This is for the 6th position in class. Now we see Graham's now stick his nose on Julian Bell. He's not close enough, but gets a great run off of turn 12, down the front straightaway and back into turn 1 again.
Any closer through turn 6, Grims would have rung Julian's bell, but he's certainly keeping the pressure on. And now very, very close. You can sometimes pass into 3, but he's not thinking about it quite this time. Stays right behind him. That is Sam Fitzpatrick right ahead of them that we're getting glances of. Curious to see if maybe a little slide on his way into turn 5 from Grems, but he keeps the speed up. Now he's got to run off the corner. He pokes his nose out down to turn 6 and then comes back into the racing line. Let's see what the backstretch has in store for him. He got awful close on the exit last time. Ooh, this is looking excellent, Taylor. I think he's going to have an opportunity.
He's going to utilize the slipstream to get closer and closer, see if he can slingshot his way past Julian Bell before they get into the S's. Here we go, down the back straightaway, downward hills into the S's. Let's see if he sticks his nose out to set the pass up. Here we go, he does show his nose, but decides to get back into the racing line. Sam Fitzpatrick doing a great job trying to hold off Julian Bell. Julian Bell gets a great run off of the S's or the chicane and into turn 11 and 12 they go. Has a little bit of lap traffic in front of them. That's one of the PCD Motorsports Ferraris. Back into turn 1 they go. And still, Julian Bell doing his best to hold off Mikey Grims. Mikey is just all over the back bumper of that Ferrari, just pushing and prodding, trying to find a way to just get his way by and move a position up.
Some incredible patience from the number 233, the V-Apex orange car of Mikey Grims. Not throwing the car in at every opportunity, but certainly trying to keep Julian awake. Behind him, don't forget, that's Patrick Pruce. That's also for position. Oh, and this is a battle for 4th in the GTE Pro. Dieterin manages to sneak by Flores.
Dieterin is on a mission right now, was able to do a great pass on Jorge Flores. And let's see if Jorge can respond when they go down the back straightaway. He's not close enough to maybe set up.
We're on a replay of that pass around the outside. And I can report that he did not make an attempt down into the final turn. Let's watch this one once again. Flores and the Porsche up ahead. Oh, just a bad exit off of 5. You can see him bounding over the curb. The Virtual Motorsports 213 pounces and makes it stick. I think the only thing that's allowing some of these brave moves going the long way around, Taylor, is all that we've had so much traffic. There's very few places where there are marbles able to exist.
Yeah, that's the thing, because drivers are putting the cars on different racing lines throughout the track, so you will see better grip compared to most other tracks where you'll see a one racing groove line. Here, there's multiple lines because drivers are just trying to find ways to get by, so rubber is not really building up as severely like we would see on other tracks.
Meanwhile, on screen, this is P4. Mark Torres trying to hold off Luis Emerton. And it looks like Emerton a little bit slow off of turn 5, unfortunately.
This is a battle we've been watching for a long time in this race here. The battle with the 83 Mark Torres and Luis Emerton now driving that GT Temple Racing LMP1 for the 17 team.
Used to seeing Emerton over in the Camel GT series, but took a little bit of a break from it for DGFX here today. Showing well with a top 5 currently. Losing track of Torres with this traffic not playing nice. Still has him within sight down the front stretch. And we saw a car in pit lane. Who was that? That was the likes of Pedro Diaz for Pineapple Racing 327. I believe this is a scheduled stop. He took over for the likes of Parnell and has the car going once again. Now, is it just me, or is Repoussard gaining on Valiokas?
I think he might be a little bit. He's definitely got it down to where it's about just under 2 seconds now. It was 2.2 or 2.3 handful of laps ago, so he might be slowly closing in on it. You see now that gap try to expand again.
I have to admit, I'd say the Simitok Jade car is doing a much better job of keeping up with Valiokas. Last time, Marius just went off into the sunset, but today, Jade, or at least to this stint, seems to have found his sea legs. Speaking of the sunset, it's currently not quite 3:30 p.m. virtual standard time here in Atlanta. 2.5 hours. The sun will be going down a little bit, but shouldn't be too dark by the end of things. Just get a little bit of cooler track temperatures by the time we get the checkered flag.
Mikey Grims was able to get by both the Graphite Racing Team and the German racing team of Patrick Prousset and Julian Bell, so he moves up to 23rd overall in class, at least 7th in the GTE overall. So he was doing a great job right now as he tries to set his eyes on some lap traffic in front of him and maybe get by Sam Fitzpatrick.
Had some great racing down in both GTE Pro and AM here today. And I have to admit, despite a lot of incidents in the first maybe half hour, we can say, guys, it seems like it's cleaned up significantly.
Definitely has. The first 7 minutes were pretty brutal for these guys getting out on the fresh track, and right off of qualifying, everyone trying to gain as much ground as possible at the start. Looks like we had, as soon as we say how clean it is, it looks like we had a car off.
I think that was Josh Wolf. Was this turn 1? Yes, it was indeed. And that's a handful of understeer. Just way too wide and off into the grass. Calm heads prevail, and Wolf brings it back onto the course.
Looks like Marius Valiokas has just brought his number 29 Speedworks Team USA LMP1 into the pits. So it looks like possibly a scheduled pit stop here for Valiokas. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a driver swap here. He's run all 76 laps so far. Oh, missed a stall.
He didn't pull far enough to the right. And I think he's got it now. That's going to cost him some time. With how close Repoussard was, could this potentially hand him the lead with a good pit stop? Wow.
It definitely could. And right before that pit stop, we saw one there. We missed the tail. Just saw the tail end of a pit stop there from Mark Torres, who now hands the car over to Gabriel Roos in the 83 Kinetic Racing, who was running 5th at the time. Looks like Valioka's coming out of the pits now.
Roos is, or well, not Roos, but the Kinetic Racing 83 car, very closely followed by Emerton before that pit stop. It was less than half a second between them, and Emerton is continuing on. This could make a difference between that battle for third place as well. Excuse me, I guess that would wind up being fourth because of the pitting of Valiokas, who's back out. Meanwhile, battle for second, and that was an overtake successful. Salvinson gets past Fletcher.
Yeah, but Fletcher's not done yet. He gets back onto the back bumper of Salveston. These two have been battling for quite some time. Right now, Fletcher now down the front straightaway is going to try to take a peek into turn one. Not able to right now as we see some LMP2 traffic closing in. He gets a great run off of turn one, maybe sets up an opportunity to set up. Oh, as he gets loose right there. It saves, tries to save the car. No contact. Oh, this is going to be close. Cars coming down the S's. It looks like a clear track. LMP2 cars come through. What a good heads up. That would have been very bad.
Yeah, we're going to watch a replay. That was Billy Fletcher who nearly ran into him. So I wonder if there's any relation there. This is from Mark Fletcher's view going off. And if we could get another replay from on, there's looking back. We see from onboard Billy's view, because that is a super blind corner here, and I have to imagine you're incredibly committed. And this is Billy Fletcher number 110 that we want to see on board. So Nick, I have to imagine that Billy certainly had his heart in his throat here.
Yeah, absolutely. That was quite the close call that they were both dealing there, especially with all that traffic coming through.
Whoa! Yeah, it looks like he could see him coming, but I'm sure he didn't expect him to dive back onto the track like that. So, crisis averted, and Fletcher still going in fourth in the LMP2s.
And surprisingly, Mark Fletcher is only still just lost one position. He's only running third position right now. So not that bad of a mistake, but still he lost a lot of time to Kim Salveston.
So now down to 2 hours, 21 minutes to go. Not even halfway through this raid. Oh, Lewis Ward down in the mid-pack of the GTE Pros. What caused this one?
Oh, and it looks like Joshua Wolf also had trouble right after that.
Looks like just lost it into turn one very easily. As we see Joshua Wolf now coming up. He sees it and comes up, no problem there. But yet, when we get into the S's towards there, he loses it into turn two and makes contact with a concrete barrier. So that's going to cause a little bit of damage possibly to that suspension. And it looks like another car goes off as well right behind him. Looked like one of the Black Sheep Motorsports Porsches as well.
You know what our viewers who are not familiar with iRacing are thinking? No, there is not oil out on the track in that portion. Not sure why so many cars are slipping up right after one another. This is uncharacteristic for Wolf, though. We've seen him run in the Pacific Series, Taylor, and the 282, the driver of the 282, usually incredibly fast and great at getting results. I'm surprised to see him make two critical errors here in this race.
Well, that's the unfortunate thing. This track is a very, very giving, but it can also take away a lot of time and even your car if you're not careful. Even the best of the best, professional or in sim racing, have felt the treacherous face of Road Atlanta. I mean, especially turns 2 and 3 right there. It's so difficult to easily miss your braking point, especially if you're in the middle of a battle.
Let's jump a little farther up in the GTE Pro. The 277 is getting chased to Jorge Flores. This is 229 for 5th place. They're on to the back stretch. Sam Fitzpatrick, not with the best of exits off the corner, so not really going to give them an opportunity now. And mercifully, they are without traffic for at least a little while.
Yeah, a little bit of a sigh of relief for these two. No trash meet, just those two right now. As they're now going down into the chicanes up under the Suzuki Bridge. Fitzpatrick trying to close in, gets a good exit off to close that gap with Flores. as they now go into turn 12 to complete another lap, but still Flores holding on strong over Fitzpatrick.
Real quick, I want to give a mention. Our leader, if I'm seeing this right, correct me if I'm wrong, Taylor, it looks like Pineapple Racing 360 still up at the front of GTE AM. That's Robert Yan de Jong.
Yep, Robert's doing a really good job. Still has a large lead over Sven Brotz in the 311 Porsche, who's right behind, quite some distance away from the 360 Pineapple Racing. That team has been doing quite well as the caution is out.
I'm not sure what caused this. I see Nathan Manning standing still, but he's in the pits. Checking to see. Got a tow from the car number 256. Who is that? Looks like Alpine Stars Black. Weren't they doing pretty decently before this?
They were up in the top 5 early in the race, but then after the pit stops, dropped back a little bit. So we try to get a replay soon, going through our direct.
I'm looking to see if I could find what happened to them. I'm still seeing the 250. Oh wait, this is 255. I'm looking for the 256. Helps if my timing and scoring gives me the right car. Taylor, have you figured out what the incident is quite yet?
No, I'm trying to look. I do not see anything at the moment.
Oh, we're hearing that he had a dead monitor hardware failure. And boy, he dealt with that for quite a while because he took it off the track in turn 7, and then he trundled down half of the backstretch in the grass. I guess he was just using the feel of the grass on his wheel, trying to get the monitor to come back on, and until he decided to bring the car to a halt.
Yeah, that's one of the things here on the iRacing service. We don't have to deal really with engine failures or breakage per se here on iRacing. We have to worry about hardware failure, whether it be connection to our internet or our screens blacking out. So unfortunate for that driver of Roderick Wittenberg.
Now, Simitalk Esport Jade has not pitted yet. So while this looks like it may have worked in their favor, I don't think so. Nick, if they've got to come in, they're going to give all these positions away.
Well, right now, it looks like, are they and SRT Team USA the only ones on the lead lap in that class right now when that time came out? So it looks like they might catch a little bit of a break there when it comes to that, but I'd imagine there'll be some waiver rounds handed out to cars behind them.
With guessing that SRT shouldn't have to pit, and that'll actually trap a lot of these drivers a lap down.
It'll be an additional lap for a lot of these guys.
A little bit of love to the 255 while we've got some time. This is our leader in GTE Pro, Vigo. Have we seen any problems for this car so far? This is the Alpine Stars car is just, it's looked flawless from my perspective.
Yeah, he's been flawless from the start of the race, so doing a great job here today. I see no problem at all with this car unless something happens.
So this will close it back up for him. Kim Salvinson is now the second place driver. So we'll take a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel while they try to get the wave rounds finished. A lot more cars laps down now. We'll come back after this. Stick around because we've got all kinds of content here on iRacing advertised on your screen, as well as our side-by-side. Welcome back to Road Atlanta. We are under our third caution of the day here. Right now, your leader in the LMP1s is Marius Valiokas for SRT Team USA. Leader in the LMP2s is Ronnie Fantini in the number 111 Team Hoisingveld. GTE Pro is being led by Miguel Vico and the number 255 Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black. Down in GTE AM, we now have a new leader, I believe, in the form of Bad Cactus Racing. Octotilio 397 has Pete Thickett in the car for right now. This one kind of threw the cat amongst the pigeons because came in the midst of a few different pit strategies and has shaken things up. Now, we have seen a lot of the LMP1 cars get wave arounds to get back onto the lead lap. But what about in the LMP2s? I know that was a sticking point down there, Nick. Do we have more cars in the lead lap now, or is it still just two of them?
It appears we do. We have some wave arounds, and as of now, we've got 4 cars on the lead lap. So Team Challenge Racing and V Apex Racing Group Red have joined the likes of Team Hoisingfeld and German Sim Racing on that lead lap. And it looks as if, you mentioned earlier, Team Hoisingfeld leading still, but they also had a driver change during that pit stop there under caution. So Christian Kiewit out of that car after 80 long dominant laps. It'll be interesting to see what Ronnie Fantini, the Benelux driver, can do behind the wheel of that car.
The 101 in the meantime has come into the pits. This is Alex Saunders, and he's been in the car for at least a little while now. He took over from Tyler Bookout. They're going to go green this time by, we're getting word. So caution about to end. That'll put put Saunders at the very tail of the train when they go green. See, already getting close to ending the lap. Still quite a few cars still out there. Sven Brotz is going to lead them to the green flag. He's the leader of the GTM, I believe, it looks like now. Yes, he's...
Yes, indeed.
Green flag is out. The Falk Autotech Sim Racing 311 streaks down the front stretch ahead of the likes of Josh Byling. Where is our LMP1 and LMP2 cars? Look like first one through going to be Marius Valiokas. Leader overall, has a lot of cars to try and get by before he gets clear track ahead of him.
And your LMP2 leader, Ronnie Fantini, making his way through the S's right now. He's got quite a ways back to Julian Ocean, the 169 driver right now. So all of these prototypes in both LMP1 and LMP2, that caution, while it brought them all on the same lap, it really spread them throughout each of the field.
Tell you what, looking at that battle for the GTE AM class right now, Sven Brotz doing his best he can to hold off the likes of Joshua Beeling right now. Joshua Beeling is actually a lap traffic right now, but still he has to worry about Pete Thickett, who's got a good little gap now. About 3 or 4 cars separate the two at the moment. But Pete Thickett's going to try to put as much pressure as he can before we see that Pineapple Racing 360 car get back up and work his way through the field, even though he is a lap down at the moment.
Our LMP1 leader is now through and clear. And Simitok Esport Jade, if I could talk today, the number 2 car is in second place, but losing time, still trying to weave his way through the rest of these GT cars. 4.7 seconds between himself and Valiokas. Ribolo now in the car, having taken over for Repoussard.
Oh, we've got some significant trouble on the front stretch here, it looks like. Looks like the 213 of Roy Dearden made some contact there, possibly with Gabriel Roos in the Kinetic Racing 83 LMP1.
Let's take a look at the replay. Looked like contact from there. Indefinite contact. A second hit. One of the Pineapple Ford.
That was big. It could have been a lot bigger, though, right there.
Yeah, thankfully, with everybody packed up, not too many cars plowed into it and made it an even bigger mess. And indeed, that was one of the LMP1s making side-by-side contact, kicking that off. That Ferrari probably not handling well after that. Looks like the virtual motorsport car is able to continue. I'm actually amazed it's driving as straight as it is.
Yeah, that's quite impressive that it's able to keep on going right now. Has to now just slow it down a little bit as he has to now. Mikey Grimes is getting by him, and it looks like Wildemit is going to be closing in as well. I think that might be him right behind, and now he makes a pass on Mikey Grimes. So what a pass Deidre is going to do. That's actually Lewis Ward right behind. Nope, not Lewis Ward. The lap traffic behind him. So Mikey Grimes having a little bit of issues right now as it looks like he's going to pull it into pit road and try to get that Ferrari fixed up.
So unscheduled stop, I think, for them. Meanwhile, things were closing in for third for the LMP1s. Wyvern's Pierre Benoit Lemire was being chased by Gabriel Roos. The traffic has played havoc with that.
Yeah, things were real close there for Gabriel Roos, and all sorts of traffic really hurt them. But now we have a battle for P3, and the LMP2s shaping up as well. Alex Saunders and VA Apex Racing Group's Red closing in on Nathaniel Schramm in the TCR car. Right now on the backstretch, getting a big run on him, and he's going to duck to the inside here and try to make it work into the chicane.
Already passed by the time they hit the braking. Comes back to the racing line. Move VA Apex Red up to P3, the number 101 machine, slicing through this lap traffic as he gets held up by Andy Banfield. And Nathaniel Schramm not able to take advantage. He puts another car between them. We ride on board with Schramm. Look at all the seconds lost just in that single corner.
And they are a good ways back from second place. Julian Ocean all the way on to the backstretch, or towards the backstretch already. So ways back for them. They got on the lead lap though, so if they do get to them eventually, that would be for position now.
Seconds tick down, and we are just about to hit the halfway mark here in this 4-hour race here at Road Atlanta. It's round 5 of the DGFX series. After our last caution, traffic is all amongst one another again. And this time they're as mixed up as we've seen. We almost had a big incident between Erling Bomer, he's currently 6th in the LMP2s, and Billy Fletcher. This was for position. Can we get a replay from onboard Bomer? I think there was a side-by-side battle between, Ocean was trying to lap Fletcher. Now watch this from the Team Vikings car. Talk about throwing out the emergency brake here. Woo!
Oof.
Oh, and something happened to Roos. Back in 5th, he's on the side of the track in turn 5. I think I can take a guess what happened. It's another Kinetic Racing car.
Oh, just a little offline there.
Up on the curbs. This is going to be a hard smash.
And he is still there.
Oh, my goodness. Car almost went up and over. It doesn't look like he's able to get it going. We see another caution. Now he's gotten it moving. Okay, he's got the car moving at least, so hopefully should not see a caution, but it is crabbing badly. We watch the replay from on board.
Oh, yeah. That car is in all sorts of
and he hit the wall again
right now. And there's the caution for him. Now remember that 83 team, this is extra important for that whole LMP1 division. The 83 Kinetic Racing team, your points leaders coming into this event. So this is going to be very interesting. After starting 2nd, they're back to 6th now, and I would highly suspect them falling to 7th out of 7 here within a couple of laps.
Boy, what a difference a month can make. We've seen them be a lot more dominant than this in the past. That number 83 hasn't shown its face much on the podium all day today. And now certainly looks like that is not going to be the case at all anymore for the remainder of this race. Stewards are saying this should be a short caution. Credit to the LMP1 cars. That might be our first DNF of today, depending on whether or not the 83 can get the car back out.
Yeah, he might be able to get it back out eventually, but they're going to be sitting in the pits there for a while, I think, making repairs on that car.
Well, if it's in there for at least an hour, then he can't gain any positions back. So it'll depend on how long the repairs take. Excuse me, as we see them now catching up to the pace car. It looks like Valioka is going to be the one following behind there. Now, where are we on pit strategy? Last time we saw a few cars in. Do we see anybody electing to do this one with it being exactly halfway?
It'll be interesting. We just got off of a 20-minute green flag run. We've seen green flag runs up to an hour. We've seen them 7 minutes. That was 20-minute run right there. And now, especially in the prototype classes, a lot more cars on the lead lap in both of those classes. So it's going to make things even riskier, I think, taking your pit stops without other traffic or without anyone else.
Yeah, it's going to be crucial to see when these drivers will come down pit road, especially in the GT. They can go a little bit longer compared to these LMP1 traffic drivers, but it's going to be crucial to determine when to come down pit road. Plus, also, there's some drivers who haven't done driver swaps yet, so it's only a matter of time to include that amount of time in as well. So we'll have to wait and see what happens amongst all the classes here today.
And we keep talking about the prototypes and cars trying to stay on the lead lap with those small fields. Let's mention the GT cars. I believe we only have 11 cars right now remaining on the lead lap, and that is out of 36 starters in that field. Half the race left to go. Some of that is due to attrition. We've got a lot of cars I'm seeing grayed out on my timing and scoring, but still a hefty amount that have not been able to keep the pace.
No, indeed not. And the last car on the same lap as our overall GT is the Virtual Motorsports team, the 213 Ferrari. He's trying to stay on the same lead lap as everyone else, but by the pace that the Alpine Geodesic Racing Black team of Miguel Vigo has, it's going to be very difficult to try to keep pace with that car.
Believe we're going green this time. The lights are out on the pace car. I think they did a couple wave arounds, but otherwise, since they announced it to be a short stop, we should be good to go. See them heading up and out of turn 5. You know, one thing, and I'll start my petition now. I don't know about you guys. I feel like we need to get a name for turn 5. It's underappreciated. And we are going one more lap, it looks like, after this one, as they've extended the yellow. But that corner has taken so many victims that we've watched over time here, at least on iRacing, and it's such a dangerous turn. We've got to give it some sort of nickname.
We should definitely come up with a name with that petition. Now let's see if anybody in the chat comes up with a fun name for that track corner. I mean, it seems like there's only one corner name for the entire track, and that's the S's here at Road Atlanta. Everyone else does not have anything going on here.
Yep, just numbered around here. I vote for Sean's nickname for the track as a whole being a good one. Just call that corner the pork chop, just because your car kind of winds up like raw meat after it because of how hard you hit the wall. So we'll see if that jives with the peanut gallery out there in the chat. So they're going to come around. They're going to do one more after this one. Hopefully the lights do go off, though. Well, 1 hour and 53 left. And again, if this feels like a long race, this is a short one here, this 4-hour run from start to finish at Road Atlanta. Next week, we're going to be doing more than twice that, 10 hours around the ring. I need to check. I do believe we're doing the the WEC version of that. I don't think we're actually going on the Nordschleife. I'll double check. Pit stops happening now for the GT cars.
Yes, Miguel Vigo is coming into his pit box right now, and it looks like we will have a driver swap. Let's see who gets in. That's going to be Brendan Cronin. He's going to finish out the race right now. As they're finishing up the driver swap and the rest of the pit stops, let's see what happens and where he will come out when pit stops are complete.
Quite a few of them seem to have elected to take their stops this time. Honestly, makes sense to me. These GT cars usually, about a little past an hour that they can go in a full tank. So this will take them to one stop more, I would assume.
Yes, at least one more stop that we will see right now from these GTE drivers before they'll have to take their final pit stop of the race. So they're waiting to be released right now. A lot of GTE drivers have already decided to complete their stop. That looks like to be Ian Petraeus, along with Christian Franks, the new drivers that are getting behind the wheels of their cars. As Elvis Bonella will also get in. Was the leader in the GTE AM currently, and Marcus Nixon in as well. And I believe we also see Kim Cook and David Lee Patterson and Casper DeCourt joining the field now. So new cast of characters now joining in the GTE category. So we'll have to see how the race unfolds.
Some of these drivers are going to have to start thinking about when they're going to do their driver swap, though. I see Flores now inherits the lead, but Jorge's been in the car this entire time, and they do need a minimum of 2 drivers here in these 4-hour events.
Watch out, too, for these LMP1 drivers. They're all bunched together. None of them are really spread out to the field. So these top 4, as they go green this time by, it's going to be interesting to see if anyone can get up there and battle with Valiokis for the lead.
He has been fast out there today. Green flag is out. Ribelot tries to give chase with Lamar in third now, and in fact already under threat from Luis Emerton for that 4th spot as they come around turn 1. Luis now finds himself within the top 5, looking at a potential podium.
He's got to get around Pierre Benoit Lemire there, and he's going to have to really set something up on him because he is still quite a ways back.
Much closer to Pierre Benoit than Ribelot is to Valiokis. They come to the backstretch for the first time on this restart. Who saved up their batteries? Well, it looks like everybody has, because they are pulling away from one another. And we've heard that it is just the Grand Prix course that they are racing on the Nürburgring for the next round. So, boy, you talk about attrition. If we ran the ring with this series, that would be an interesting run. We've jumped back to the LMP2s, though. This is Julian Ocean. And who was that spinning around? That was Martin Yoon in NAB Racing. It was a lap down. So
Alex Saunders just squeaking through there. He's actually chasing Ocean right now for that 2nd place in LMP2. That's going to bring them quite a bit closer together.
Nicholas Helm, who you see for Nomad behind them, is not for position. So he's just watching back there, trying to run his own race up towards turn 5. Then at 6, looks like Ocean managing to get himself a little bit safer. Let's see what they can do off of 7. This one of the most critical turns of the track. Once again, Julian finding himself with a nice little bit of space between himself and P3.
Yeah, he seems to have that car really finely tuned there, especially get the gears just right to get on the power just so dominantly there. And that's really kept this 169 car in 2nd place this entire race.
Taylor, you've spotted Flores coming in. Why has he come in right after a pit stop?
He decided to bring the car in. I have no clue why either, but they're going to go ahead and do a driver change. Costello is coming down pit road, or going to be the new driver to get in the car, but The only guess I could think of is maybe clear pit road and possibly, or something at least to that matter. I have no clue why the Speedworks racing team is coming this early or this late into pit road.
Got to be some sort of strategy call. That is weird that you would pit right after a caution flag.
And as that driver change was happening, it looks like we had a change for that second place position in LMP2. Alex Saunders did get around Ocean there. So V-Apex Racing Group Red put them up into second place in LMP2.
Nicely done. And already starting to pull away from Ocean. Nearly a second gap between them. Meanwhile, we look at the battle for the lead. Oh, what happened there? That was Martin Yoon getting into the side of Pete Thicket. And I think that was our GTE-AM leader.
Yes, indeed. That's our GTE-AM leader. And then there's our GTE Pro leader of Kim Salveston, Pete Thicket. Those two Fords are trying to the best to keep in the right direction. But with that, Pete Thicket losing a lot of time to Robert DeJong as they're now going down through turns 11 and 12. It was at about a 5-second gap. Now it's at 3 seconds as we see and watch Robert Jan DeJong now in the 14th overall, but still closing in onto the back bumper of the leader in GTE AM as I get by Brian Bennett as quickly as possible.
Whew, so things have gotten a little bit hot with the cars now closer together. A number of them managing to get laps back with a couple quick cautions in a row. I'll tell you what, the battle for second in GTE Pro is looking relatively close as well. That's Wolf leading Jarnos, leading Dieterin.
Joshua Wolf doing a great job currently running P2 in that Porsche. Has to worry about, though, Jarnos, as right now as are coming out of turn 7. That 258 is closing in quickly in the Samba Racing Porsche as we go on board. Down the back straightaway they go. He's got to worry about Dieterin as well, who's right behind him about 6/10 back and closing. Down towards the S's, or the chicane they go before they hit the Suzuki Bridge. He's able to get by some lap traffic we see Wolf do. Up through there, let's see if Jarnos is able to get by. Well, not able to. He's going to have to wait another turn before he can make the opportunity to get by the lap traffic.
That pink Samba Racing Team car has done a great job to find themselves in the podium spots here. Remember, he was battling farther down the order, just in the top 10. It was Boss Rowinkle in that number 258. Now that the likes of Jarnos has taken it over, he's giving chase on Wolf. As they come through turn 5, we've had a suggestion from the Peanut Gallery that it be named after Dr. Don Panos. So I think Panos Corner sounds appropriate. It makes cars ugly. Silence from my two co-commentators. I think I'm the only one with this opinion, I guess.
No comment on that matter. How about you, Nick?
I'm gonna stay friends with the chat for the next hour and 44 minutes. On a brighter note, though, we've got a battle shaping up for second place in the LMP1. Julian Ribelow has taken over the number 2 Simitok eSport Jade car, and he's under some severe pressure right now from Luis Emerton as they go through the chicane right now.
And up and over through the final corner. There's a whole bunch of cars up ahead of him. Ribelow finds it at a horrible time. That slows him up. Luis Emerton has to squeeze up under the LMP2 car of Terry Taylor and the TCR, and finally they are free of them. But now we get up to the battle that involves Jarnos, Joost, and Dieterin. Joost being a lap car, so they're going to have to wait patiently through the S's. Ribelow sets himself up, launches off of turn 5, but look at how much better Emerton has, but he gets plugged up as they go too wide down towards turn 6. Oh, and he gets stripped! Off into the kitty litter. That was the likes of Ross Joost, the Black Sheep Motorsports 222, who just clipped him.
Just clipped him and then clobbered him right in the side. A huge hit there for the 222 into the side of Emerton.
Ferrari is trying to move back to the racing line, and I guess just did not expect the braking to happen when it did. Oh, what a shame for Emerton. Yost is able to keep going. What about Luis? He's down in 5th now. A little bit of damage on the car as we come back live.
And you know, this is
down.
interesting. We talked earlier about the 83 of Kinetic Racing, the points leader coming into this, finding trouble. They're sitting last place right now. This car right here that Emerton's driving, the number 17 GT Temple Racing car, that is 14 points back, second place in the points. So headed into next month at Nürburgring, this is going to be a very interesting battle to watch.
And Wolf with another off.
I tell you what, that was unfortunate and very surprising to see. But again, we see Joshua Wolf go off. This looks like a little bit of contact maybe with the LMP1 of the Element Sim Racing Fire of Matthias Holman.
Yeah, I wouldn't put this one so much on Wolf. He's got those Porsches really need every inch of track down through the S's. And that was a little bit of a late move, unfortunately, from Hoffman.
Several cars coming into pit road with major damage from incidents right now. Most of them GT each cars. So they're going to have to try to get their cars back out and see what they can do.
Cronin for the 255. We have a replay of a pass here for 4th. Car ahead slowed up. Another brave soul using the outside of the final corner and makes it stick. Alpine Stars looking like a rock star. So Brendan Cronin now moves himself up to 4th and looks ahead to Roy Dieterin.
Brendan doing a great job in this Ferrari right now. He's about 1.4 seconds back from Roy Dieterin as they're trying to catch up right now to the back bumper. Closing in, though, little bit by little bit. With the help of this lap traffic, he's now down to under a second. So we could see him moving back up into the top 3. I tell you what, this Ferrari is on rails today. Great job by this Geodesic Racing team. And like you said, Joe, they are truly looking like a bunch of rock stars out there here at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, remember, they led most of this race, and strategy with the cautions and pit stops is what has put them back here in 4th. They've got a ways to go up to the leader in GTE Pro. That's Kim Salveson still. He's got a 13, almost 14-second lead over Yarnos back there, now in 2nd. You're right on board with Cronin. Question is, does he have the same pace as his teammate, Miguel Vigo? Can he put up the same effort?
Well, he's making a good start of it right now. He has caught up to Roy Dieterin along with Nacho Yarnos as well. So he is right there to these two drivers. And then, of course, Christian Franks right there. He's not too far from this battle either. If any one of these drivers make a mistake, he could possibly take the position. And then there's Patrick Pousset as well in the German sim racing team. As we see Cronin going to the inside, and he will complete the pass on Roy Dieterin, and now sets his sights onto the Samba Racing Team portion.
Wow, he is making quick work. I asked whether or not he could hold the same pace as his teammate. Right now, it is looking like he can. Number 255 sizing up the pink Samba Racing car. With an hour and a half left to go on the clock. This race is not over by any stretch of the imagination, and Yarno's a little bit hot into turn 3. That puts Cronin even closer to his bumper.
We have an interesting development as well while that's going on in the likes of the battle for the lead of LMP2. It seems as if Team Hoisingfeld, Ronnie Fantini in the 111 finally might have a challenge here from V-Apex Racing Group Red. They are dealing with quite a bit of traffic, but Alex Saunders has quickly been closing that gap, and we might see the dominance of the 111 team falter just a little bit here if Alex Saunders can get up there and contend with him.
This is going to be a good time for him to try and manage to weave through all this traffic, because while he puts 4 cars behind him on track, only one of them is able to be passed by the likes of Benjamin Gregory. Excuse me, that's a lapped car. Oh, Saunders managed to get by through as well. I was looking at the wrong machine. So he gives chase all the way through. Robert Yan de Jong now the only one that... Oh, and Cronin already making a move for second.
He was trying to follow suit with that LMP2 car, could not make it because we saw Nacho Yarnes was able to shut the door real quick like onto the back nose of that car. And now he's got to do it all over again. Cronin now going to see if he can now go up through turn 5. Still has to worry about the car right behind him, Roy Deodrin, who's putting a lot of pressure on the back bumper as well. So this is a great battle for the second position in class, and they are still closing in to the back bumper of Kim Salveson as we now see Christian Franks close in now. We have a 4-car battle for second place in the GTE Pro. Quick update on the GTE AM class. We do see the Pineapple Racing 360 car back up into the lead.
And Cronin's got to run down the backstretch. Yarnos is on the outside. Sometimes you can defend through this chicane. Does he have the guts? No, Nacho's going to let him through.
And then right behind them, Christian Franks was able to get by Roy Deodrin as well. So we have 2 passes going into the S's at the same time. What a great battle we have. Move up Franks up into the 4th position.
Now, as we were watching this, we didn't have time to go over, but Casper de Court had a big incident in turn 3 involving one of the LMP2s. Let's see, where are we? Oh, going to have to back up just a little bit. Cost him a number of positions. This is the Graphite Racing number 292.
Remember, this is our points leader too in the GTE Pro class as well. And we watch and see the incident about to unfold for Casper de Court.
Oh, yeah.
There's the contact right there.
Thought he could turn in, and then that caused another Ferrari behind him to have to take evasive action off course. And a slowdown penalty in the S's. Well, look at the chaos that causes as we come back live. So de Court having to recover a little bit after that contact. The car doesn't look too damaged, though. We jump up to Ribbelow, and this is a battle between Ribbelow and Lemire.
Yes, Pierre Benoit Lemire on the inside of 3 wide, really closing the gap there on Ribbelow. The Civitalk Esport Jade car. Now they're going to be into turn 1. Ribbelow able to arc it in there a little bit more, get a better racing line and a better run up the hill, and now down into the S's. Be interesting to see.
And that was weaving through that battle for second place. Yeah. Whew, they did a good job handling that. Unfortunately for Pierre Benoit, he lost a little bit of time, but now he's going to gain it back because that's Brennan Cronin who slowed them up through turn 5. Just not a good place for him to be for poor Julien. Up to the backstretch now, and yet more traffic up ahead of them.
See what kind of run Pierre Benoit Lemire can get here on the backstretch. Definitely chasing him all over the track here, but they're going to run into some pretty hefty traffic. Going to split him 3 wide there.
And one more car up ahead. They have enough steam. That's Tony Costello in the Speedworks West car. They got to stay behind for the moment. Ribbelow now very much under threat. Look at how close as we ride on board with Lemire. Down the front stretch. Up ahead, that's Billy Fletcher, who's had his own adventures this race. When it's going to come together with a GT car on top of it, all of them have to crunch together through turn 3 and have to wait patiently down through the S's now.
That was a big checkup from Ribbelow there. Lemire, though, definitely knew what was happening, though, so he didn't have to run into the back of him there. So they're being very smart still. They're going to finally get around him, the LMP2 of Billy Fletcher and the GT AM car there as well on the outside, as they will once again head onto the backstretch.
And as they separate themselves, something happened to Dieterin. I'm not even sure what happened here. I've been watching everything else. Looks like he lost a few spots. Down the front stretch.
Oh, he's looking.
There was a car to the inside. And up to turn 3. Nothing dramatic so far other than holding around the outside.
It looks like it just lost a bit of that momentum and lost positions right now. But tell you what, though, I'm still surprised with Robert Jan de Jong, who's still holding on to that GTE AM lead by several seconds as we watch that battle for P3 right now. Christian Fink's going to go to the inside and makes the pass. What a pass indeed, with also some LMP1 traffic coming in. Patrick Rousset is also going to try to give suit. He's going to be battling now with Nick Madsen in the Fitzy Motorsports Ferrari. Up to turn 3 they go. Madsen now trying to get by. Looks like Nacho Yarnas now as they're coming out, down the S as they go. It's to turn 5. What a pass, though. If we can get a replay of that from Christian Franks, that was awesome. As we watch Robert Young now.
Just another around the outside pass. Ooh, no, to the inside this time. Maybe a little off track there from Yarno.
Yeah, but that was just a power move for what Franks was able to do, and a really great job.
And he's already pulling away from Yarnos. So despite Nacho being up to second place, it seems like things are leveling out a little bit. Now, what about Cronin and Salveson? Now 18, almost 19 seconds between first and second place. How much of this is due to traffic and how much of this is just raw pace?
I think it's a mix of both, because Salveston is running a little bit faster lap times compared to Cronin. Salveston ran a 1:16.78 compared to Cronin's 1:16.92. So I think it's a mix of both as we see Salveston now going down the straightaway before they get to turn 6. And let's see. Yarno's in the off right there.
Oh, and he's trying to back it up into traffic. This is not a good place. Oh, he just barely gets enough of a gap. Oh, he lost that one on the way in. You can see on the replay here. And threads the needle between two cars. I think Nick Madsen maybe had the best onboard view for this one. Look at that.
Oh my goodness. You see how close Nick Madsen got. If we can go on board with Nick, I tell you what, that was, as you would say, Joe, a Code Brown moment.
Absolutely. Picked one way, then had to pick the other way, and he somehow weaves through. Meanwhile, battle on screen. Madsen in his own little fight. 5th with Dieterin. I'm going to get this name right eventually.
Yeah, Dieterin is doing a really good job trying to put the pressure on Nick Madsen. I think Nick's trying to calm down, get back into his rhythm after that incident that he saw with Yarnos going into turn 1. Here they go back down into turn 1 again. Madsen doing his best as we see Joshua Wolf now coming around out of turn 12. He's now has to worry about Nacho Yarnos as well. So these two drivers who are running up towards the front early on ran into problems, now have to make their climb back up towards the front. Let's see what they're able to do now as Yarnos now takes a peek to the inside before they get to turn 3. Side nose to tail they run. Going down the S's up towards turn 5 they will go. Some lap traffic is right behind them as well as we go on board with Nacho Yarnos up to turn 5. Great exit off. Get alive for a good slipstream before they make the run to turn 6. Let's see if he's going to poke his nose out. Yes, he is. And slips back into the racing line and follows suit with Joshua Wolf.
Yeah, he's looked fast today, but Nacho has unfortunately been a little bit mistake prone. Off of turn 7, I'd say Josh Wolf has kept himself safe. And as you mentioned, that car behind them that we see, that is not for position. That's Callum Wright, currently running in 24th in the GT class overall. Ooh, a little bit of a look to the inside. I spoke too soon. Maybe not fast in the straight line is Josh Wolf. Nacho Yarnos has a go, but can't make it stick through the chicane.
He might have had the inside line for that first set of S chicanes, but it gave Joshua Wolf the opportunity to get it back. But here he goes. Jarnos to the inside again as they make the run to turn one. LMP1 traffic closing in quick. Joshua Wolf's going to have to do something quick to see if he can be able to hold him off. No, he will not. Jarnos moves up to P9.
Ribolo to the inside of Josh Wolf. Somehow they both get through turn 3 side by side. Whew, that's got to be scary for both of them. And both that LMP1 and LMP2 car is giving a handy little gap to Nacho.
And remember, Ribolo there is dealing with his own battle. He is still trying to fend off Pierre Benoit Lemire, who has not let go of that fight for second place behind him.
We were watching on board with Pierre Benoit as they streak down the back stretch now. You're not missing anything up at the front of the entire field. Marius Valiokis, for the second time this race, has managed to pull a monstrous gap over the rest of his class. It's 15 seconds between Ribolo and Valiokis. Making it look easy today. In fact, only 3 cars are left on the lead lap in that LMP1 class. Fans of kinetic racing, I have good news for you. It was only a 23-minute stop. Gabriel Roos has brought the car back out. They are last in their class right now. Whoa. And that was our AM leader almost running into our LMP2 leader.
Yeah, that was Ronnie Fantini, our LMP2 leader. Team Hosigveld, you see, just trying to get by him in the S's there. It's so hard to go side by side, especially in turn 5 there.
That was a very aggressive move.
That was our 4th place in the GTEM category of the Bad Cactus Racing. That is Zach House in the car right now. And as we go on board, there we see, scary moment for Zach as he goes into the gravel trap and gets back out on track. Loses a lot of time as he tries to close into the back bumper of the 3rd place car in the GTEM.
I'll tell you who was a big fan of that moment there was Alex Saunders in V-Apex Racing Group Red. Still in that 101 car and still in 2nd place, but the gap to him and Ronnie Fantini for the lead in LMP2 has closed significantly after that.
And our leader has pitted. Valiokis has finally handed the car over to Charlie Carlson. Now, they obviously are handing over the lead to Ribolo since he has stayed out. And we wondered about this earlier. Valiokis has been running the whole time up until now. And eventually, they need to hand over. Oh, and did Wolf have another problem? It's turn 5 again, I think. And another bit of contact with cars, and it's another LMP2 car forcing the issue up to turn 5. They both spin off. There's only light contact with the wall for Alwyn Kloosterman, who is the LMP1 car you see there making contact.
Poor Joshua Wolf having a difficult time right now in that Porsche. Hopefully he's able to recover. He does look like not too severe on the damaged part of the car, but is still able to rejoin the track.
Now, did Alwyn Kloosterman take a tow there? Because I don't see him out anymore. As we switch over to the battle for first, as Ribolo is still holding off Lemire very closely. Down the back stretch they go once again. Wyvern Racing trying to hassle the lead off of Scimitar Jade. But both these drivers still have a pit stop left to go.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'll be interested to see when they decide to pit and if they pit together and keep this battle going, or if Lemire is going to be able to get around him before that.
Back in the LMP2s, Ronnie Fantini, who had that close moment, finds himself now under threat from Alex Saunders. V-Apex Red has put in a very hot shoe. His name is Alex Saunders. Through the traffic, down into turn 1. Fantini's got to be able to see him in his mirrors at this point. He has to know that they are coming.
Oh, big moment there.
Yeah, that was our leader in the AM category. That was Robert Yan de Jong. Who thankfully did not make contact with either of our top 2 in the LMP2s.
They have another car to get around there. Jimbo Pfeiffer and Alliance Racing. They do that and onto the backstretch. See what kind of run here that Saunders can get on him and if he wants to make a move yet.
It's hard to know where to look. It's a battle for the lead in both LMP classes. So we got word that Klusterman, who did take a tow, was close enough to the marshals, could pull him out. So hence why we had no caution there.
No risky maneuvers yet from Saunders. Still going to be right in line with Fantini as they go through turn 1.
Oh, they're going to catch a car at a bad spot here. This is Cronin, actually, our second place in GTE Pro. And they managed to get 1, but not 2 through. Oh, and something happened to Jungbluth.
Yeah, that's big, and he's sitting right there as they go by.
This is turn 5 yet again. Yep,
Yeah,
that outside curb.
Just caught it. And a hard hit to that wall inside.
Very reminiscent to what we saw with the Kinetic 83 car. Still running, by the way. 36th overall. They've got, gosh, it looks like 12 laps. No, 14 laps to catch the next car. So not a fun day for them. Jungbluth trying to limp the car back around.
Battle for P3 just happened right now. Christian Franks just got passed by Patrick Rousset. This is coming out of the S's, out underneath the Suzuki Bridge into turn 11 and 12. Patrick did a great job of just out-braking him into the S's. This is also now bringing in Nick Madsen now of the Fitzy Motorsports. They're now going to go nose to tail through turn 1. As we watch the replay for that pass that Patrick was able to pull off. Here we go, side by side they go, hard onto the brakes. We see Patrick as well as LMP2 traffic trying to get by them as well. So a great job we see by Patrick.
So we come back live. Oh, and Wyvern Racing is pitting. This is Pierre Benoit Lemire. He is trundling down out of second place after being very, very close behind Ribelow for a number of laps. Got an hour and 20 left to go. Now, where is Carlson? Carlson is a ways around the course at this point, still in third. SRT should be able to easily jump the Wyvern team.
Christian Franks now under attack by Nick Madsen. He was able to complete the pass going into the S's again. Seems like Christian's having a little bit difficulty of trying to outbreak the competition going into the S's. Move Nick Madsen up to the 5th position, or 4th position.
Ooh, Madsen's really showing what he's made of here in the second half of this race.
As he goes off into turn 1.
Commentator's curse, as always, coming in. Now, I have to imagine hour 19 left to go. We've got to start having cars thinking backwards on strategy by this point, trying to figure out the fuel to get to the end with as few stops as possible. And I wonder if that's why we're starting to see some of our LMP1 drivers pit. Ooh, David Lee Patterson with a problem.
Looks like he might have lost it going into turn 3 here. The ride on board. This is going down into turn 1. The 288 Porsche, the Lexus Racing the podcast team, going down, just loses it going into turn 2. Maybe outbraked himself a little bit too much.
Yeah, he definitely clobbered clobbered the wall. There we go.
There
I'm
you
going to get it
go.
eventually, yeah. With that one. So took some damage, unfortunately. It looks like the car is going once again. The damage doesn't look too bad from these angles. Maybe just a little bit on the left side. Now, did something happen with fifth? This is Bulmer and Taylor. This is an LMP2. Yes, indeed. There was an overtake down at the end of the straight. Bulmer for Vikings Fenris made it look easy into this corner.
Yeah, that Team Challenge racing car right now being driven by Terry Taylor. Remember, that was a really dominant car early in this race, making their way from the back towards the back of the field with Nathaniel Schramm in the cockpit of that 114. They're going to get around Team Vikings Fenris there and gain another spot.
Fans of GT Temple, Fabian Jungbluth did have to take it to the pits. They've been in there for quite a while. Now, the question is it enough damage that Kinetic can maybe start to catch them and run them down? It's going to be a lot of laps before that happens. Again, it was about 23 minutes of repairs for the number 83, so it'll need to be something comparable to that for them to catch. And we've got our current leader in Julian Ribelow is now on the lane. Ribelow was fighting with Carlson and the SR Team USA, or SRT Team USA 29. Remember, he missed his pit stall, though. Or his teammate did, rather. Marius Valiokis.
And right now, Wyvern Racing coming out of the final turn, passing the pits. That is Pierre Benoit Lemire in that car.
And
that
he's going to overtake Ribelow.
Yes.
They jumped him in the stops. Our new leader is now Lemire instead of Ribelow, who we thought was going to take it off of Carlson, and Carlson is nowhere to be seen.
Oh. Carlson was getting right around the turn one there, had a little bit of a slide as he was getting around Gabriel Roos, the Kinetic Racing car, who's 17 laps down currently with damage.
It's 13 seconds. Was it that long? That much longer? Yes, it looks like it was. Wow. And after how well they've been running this race, those guys have got to be frustrated. This hands it over to Wyvern Racing to try to take it home, but they're going to have to fend off an excited Simitalk Esport Jade machine looking to try to be a two-time winner.
Yeah, that battle that was for second for the longest time. That was really close. Now the battle for the lead with SRT Team USA quite a ways back, like you said, and Ribelow can only watch now to try to keep Lemire intact.
LMP2, Alex Saunders actually made a look around the outside of 3 on Ronnie Fantini. They're plugged up behind David Lee Patterson. This battle for the LMP2 lead has been edging ever closer, and I think it's about to boil over.
Yeah, this is one that's been going on for a long time. Saunders was over 2 seconds back quite a while ago and slowly closed in, and I think you're right. I think this is on the cusp of something here for Saunders to try to make a move.
Chases him down the backstretch within the tire tracks of Fantini. Right on board of the Hoisingveld machine. Just not quite close enough as they hit the braking for the final chicane. As all this has been going on, we've had a number of penalties that we haven't reported. A few 60-second stop and holds, a few 20-second stop and holds, a stop and go for a couple drivers. Those are for the incident limit being transgressed. That's the driver of Nacho Yarnos trying to stay out of the way of these two, but caught in a horrible place through the S's. Saunders, not willing to risk the car, waits behind the pink machine.
It'll separate him quite a bit for the time being.
So we'll have to regroup and try again later. Let's jump back up to that LMP1 battle for the lead. Ribolo still relatively close behind Lemierre.
He is, and that's the LMP2 of Terry Taylor and TCR. They're getting past right now, and right now they have quite a bit of traffic ahead of them, but they should be able to, well, they might end up catching them here in the S's, and if they're side by side, this might not work well for them.
Certainly not. Look at all these lapped cars that they've got to go through. Callum Wright is the first one, then Robert Yan Diong is going to use Callum Wright as a pick, managing to separate himself. But Pierre Benoit gets through first, and Ribolo just has to pick up the scraps and loses yet more time. Again, this is a battle for the lead in LMP1. The leader down in LMP2 is still Ronnie Fantini. He's not given it up yet, though he is under immense pressure from Alex Saunders lately. And then, of course, the winner in GTE Pro, Kim Salveson, who inherited it through pit stop strategy and has not looked like they're going to be giving it up anytime soon. The gap that was 13 seconds is now up to 22 from P1 to P2 down there in GTE Pro.
Yeah, Salveson doing a really great job of running his race, navigating through traffic, letting the faster LMP cars go by. It's been quite a show to watch him do this here today at Road Atlanta. And then, of course, we have the 360 car of De Jong, who's been just absolutely dominating this class of field in the GTE AMs and doing a great job. I mean, we saw him earlier battling for a podium position in GTE overall with him earlier, but still, unfortunate due to cautions and other situations, he had to drop back to his class. So really great effort by the 360 as well.
Can't stress enough how important the AM Championship is in this series for the GT cars. There's Richard Belt giving chase, another one of our GT AM category. Almost down to the final hour, guys. You can see the sun starting to get a little bit lower, getting that yellow golden hue. Oh, as battle for the lead.
It is really tightening up for the battle for the overall lead right now, because Ribolo was just looking to the inside in turn one, couldn't quite make it happen, but now Lemierre has a little bit of traffic ahead of him. He's got Brennan Cronin right there in the 255 car, and ahead of them Erling Bomer in the 103 LMP2. They're going to work their way around.
Looks like Lemierre a little bit better in traffic lately. These drivers have had to deal with a lot of it around here. We've been lacking more and more cars, but we've still got, I believe, about 43 of them left on the track. When we say 43 left, that's an entire NASCAR field right there. Getting some really good breaks with traffic lately, these two. That was Ross Yost that they just went by, 16th in GT overall.
See the 311 getting out of the way there for him. Elvis Bonello taking that alternative route there, the alternative configuration here.
I believe he was in third, or is in third, for our GTM category. I think he saw the battle for the lead coming up and decided it was safer to just take the slowdown penalty and dive off course. You can see the top two still less than a second apart. Julian Ribolo, who for a brief moment had his car leading the Scimitar Esport Jade with Tony Repoussard in the car, but pit stops turned that around. Pierre Benoit Lemierre took over for Brandon Guarcia, And the Wyvern Racing DGFX finds itself with a potential win on the cards.
They've still got 68 minutes to have to hold off Ribelow right now, and that is no easy task at all, especially they're dealing with even more traffic now in the S's.
Yeah, that's the likes of Manuel Meyer trying to stay out of the way. That gives Ribelow a chance to close up the back of him once again. He needs one of those moments at just the right time. It doesn't look like it's going to be here. Oh, instead it hurts Ribelow. Wisely decides to back out of it as Erlen Bulmer took it too wide with the likes of Josh Wolf off of turn 5.
Yeah, Bomer's car was just a couple inches to the left too far for Ribelow to be able to make that pass cleanly. He would have had to go all the way into the grass, and that was not going to be worth it in the long run for Ribelow. He knows he has the speed, and he's just got to have the patience now. 67 minutes left in this race.
And Saunders has come in. Now, wasn't Fantini ahead of him? Okay, so Fantini has pitted. So Saunders is responding. And actually, Fantini's coming across the front stretch right now. Is this going to be enough? And Saunders is rolling. It's going to be awful close. He starts to get his speed up. Side by side, and just barely inches to spare for Ronnie Fantini to retake the lead. Wow.
That was close.
My goodness, we ride on board with second place now. Saunders got to be kicking himself, thinking a tenth or two more, and I would have had the inside line, as he has to catch a big old slide through turn 6.
Yeah, he might just be overdriving that car, trying to get that spot back or trying to make up as much ground as possible after that.
These are not cars you usually associate with sliding through corners. Kept it together, only lost a couple tenths on the likes of Fantini through all that and traffic to boot.
Yeah, he's definitely still there. This is not over at all. And we have a good battle for the lead in both prototype classes now because of it.
An hour and 5 minutes, and was that Wolf off in the background yet again? Yes, indeed. Turn 1, unfortunately, cost him yet more time.
Joshua Wolf not having the race that he was hoping for here at Road Atlanta. I can't even count how many times the poor guy has had an off somewhere here on the track. I think it's pretty much just about everywhere in the first half of this track where he's had an off. Currently sitting 10th place in class, or 10th place in the class, as he's going down the straightaway between 5 and 6. A lap down from the lead, so he's got a little bit of work to do still to try and see if he can regain anything. If not, maybe get to 9th place.
AM leader has taken his stop. Florian Densler for Pineapple 360 is back out on track, and that will give the 392 the temporary lead. That's Richard Belt, currently 13th in that class, or in the GT cars. Oh, and speaking of which, Kim Salvinson, our leader in GTE Pro, now pits.
All right, this is going to be the thing we're going to have to keep an eye on and see what happens. Brennan Cronin has already made a pit stop a little bit earlier. Let's see if he is going to come down pit road around the same time and respond, or is he going to go out another lap, waiting to see where he's at? He is going to stay out now. Brennan Cronin's going to continue on and take the lead away from Kim Salvesen with an hour and 4 minutes left on the clock, but he will have to at least make one more pit stop before this race is over.
Now, what about the fuel strategy, though? Can they make it to the end, an hour and 3 minutes?
It's going to be really close, at least for Kim Salvesen and for anybody else who decides to come down pit road during this time period. I don't think we'll see any of the drivers like we see with the Geodesic, such as Brendan Cronin, Patrick Crusay, or Nick Madsen, or even Christian Franks, come down until probably maybe under 50 minutes to go on the clock. Casper DeCourt, on the other hand, I have no clue how because we know his field strategy saving is pretty spot on, as he's gotten 2 wins due to the fact of using that type of strategy.
This all, of course, is assuming that we don't have any cautions. We saw Yarnos there in his pit stall. Looking to see... Oh, and the battle for the lead in the LMP1s is getting close once again. 2 tenths between Pierre Benoit and Julien Ribelow. They overtake the lapped car of Fjellmeyer and Black Sheep number 187.
Yeah, Joe, this is one I've been watching for the last 6 or 7 laps with these guys, and Ribelow is really fast right now. He is really making quick time through the S's here as he gets right up on the back of Lemire. Just can't make anything happen as they go by some traffic there, but I think Ribelow definitely has the faster car. It's just a matter of getting around him.
Certainly has proven tricky for Julien here today. Even with the traffic as they go by Nick Madsen. Hasn't really played in his favor quite yet. It holds up Pierre Benoit just temporarily as it's Patrick Pruce letting them through out of 7.
Pretty big run that Lemire got here on the backstretch. I was expecting more of a run from Ribelow, but Lemire really using the button to his advantage right now and very fast down the backstretch and into the last couple of turns.
It's been fascinating. Go ahead.
That's our leader that just pitted recently. That's currently Espen in the car right now, as he's going to replay right now. This is going down the straightaway between turns 6 and 7. Espen doing his best to go down there, and then I just think he loses it going in. There he goes up and just loses it. Loses back and around into the grass he goes. So that strategy that might not come into play and help out, and he has to wait a few seconds to prevent getting in contact with any of the LMP cars coming up. But he is able to get back out on track. Currently still 6th position in class and overall in the GTE field. But still, this is going to cost him big time, especially when the pit stops for the rest of the GTE field happens.
And that was his first lap out. Maybe just not used to the car and the conditions here, because obviously with the sun setting, the handling of the car can change. It is now only 81 on the track.
They're double stinting the tires, possibly by the looks of it, looking at the pit stop time. So maybe that old tires might be being a major factor for him as he comes out of turn 5. Let's see if he's able to make it through turn 6 again.
Yeah, I would hope that he'd be able to make it through this second time a little bit better. Now, they had a 22-second lead, I believe, before the pit stops. So I don't think they're going to get jumped by Cronin, but that will bring the number 255 closer once the Alpine Stars geodesic black car comes in.
Yeah, Cronin's doing the best right now he can. Currently still leading at the moment over Patrick Pruce, about a 10.4 second gap over the number 251 Ferrari. And then about 1.3 seconds back is Nick Madsen. So it is a Ferrari 1, 2, 3 currently at the moment. And then back down in the GTE AM category, it is going to still be Richard Bell in the 392 Graphite Racing Porsche, as he is currently out there. No problems at all for him. He's currently just holding his line. No pressure at all from other drivers in his class. Closest one would have to be the Usagi Racing Ferrari, which is still a little bit. Actually, the FAC Autotech is currently in second in GTE, with Elvis Bonello currently driving the car at the moment.
We potentially get a closer fight in GTE Pro after that error from our former leader over there, because we've had close fighting in LMP1 and LMP2 for the lead. Both of those have not gone away, I should point out. Lemire and Ribelow are still within a second. and it's just over a second between Fantini and Saunders. We've now passed that 1 hour mark. I have a suspicion that we're going to see a lot of the GTE cars start to come in very soon here. We're watching that battle for first overall. Simitok Esport Jade started this race in third. They've moved one better. They'd like to be on the top step of the podium. We ride on board with Pierre-Benoit Lanier in the Wyvern Racing DGFX. These guys started fifth, currently in first right now out there, leading the way. A little bit of luck has helped them. SRT Team USA had their own issues, which cost them time. They've cut that down to about 9 seconds. They are gaining, but not at a quick rate of knots.
Yeah, right now that number 2 team, the Simitok Esport Jade, they have been looking at the back end of the 41 car for quite some time, and I'm sure they'd love to change that view and get their first win of the year. They had a second place at Daytona. That's their best finish so far this year. And Wyvern Racing, of course, they haven't run the full schedule in LMP1, but they did snag the win at Barber 2 months ago.
Get another lap ticked off. We are on lap 144 now for these cars. That's how many they've been able to do in just over 3 hours as we take a look at this battle down in the GTE Pro Mid Pack down to the inside. And that is pass done, textbook maneuver through the chicane. Neil Middleton managing to overtake Marcel Bosman.
Yeah, that is our last round winner at Monza. Neil Middleton doing a great job trying to get back inside the top 10. Has a little bit of ground to make up right now to catch up, but still we'll try to make the run up to the top 10 as we watch the Usagi Racing team has a little bit of a battle with Florian Denzer. This is the battle for P3. Florian going to take a look, maybe to the inside, show his nose. Not close enough at the moment, but he is definitely on a charge to get back up to the lead in the GTE AM category. Currently sitting fourth right now. He's going to try to close in as they go down the S's. As we go on board, Florian Denzler, one of the fastest GTE AM drivers we had all day today. As we go up out of turn 5, down this little straight before we get to turn 6. Let's see if he's going to maybe close the gap as we go into turn 6. I tell you what, Florian's definitely a man on a mission with under an hour to go. Can he get back up to the lead?
He's certainly given it his darndest on the back stretch as he follows in tow. More lap traffic weaving by Marcus Niskanen, as well as the LMP1 car of Julian Ribolo, excuse me. And excuse me, that was the likes of Benjamin Gregory going by in the Fitzy Motorsports car. Niskanen is the one we're riding on board with.
And don't count out Niskanen. Niskanen is a previous winner. He was a strong contender at a couple of rounds this season. As now Florian Denzler now closes in a little bit more as they close into the S's and then up into turn 5. Niskanen really doing a great job of trying to hold off Florian Denzler as we now look and see Patrick Broussais now, our 4th place driver in the GTE Pro category, comes out of his pit box and down pit road he will go. He is now going to be one of those drivers to be the wave the white flag to come down pit road. So it's only a matter of time to see who else will come down.
I wonder if this will start the dominoes to fall. We mentioned that we should be within the window that drivers can take their final stop and go to the checkered flag from here. Oh, did something happen to Cronin, or is he pitting? He's pitting. Remember, he is racing with Sharon. Espen currently heading down the backstretch.
Yes, indeed. As we watch and see, here he is right there, some 25 seconds and closing. Watching and waiting to see if we see Cronin be able to get off pit road before we see Espen catch up. He's now into the S chicanes right now, late onto the brakes. A little brake smoke right there coming off that Team Vikings Ford. And let's see where Cronin is. He's still on pit road. Espen coming out of turn 12, waiting to see.
He's got him.
I think he's got him.
Yeah, Cronin's just getting out, but there's a lot of time gained there. And I think he might be out in second place. Yes, indeed. So nobody able to jump Brendan. But what is the gap now between those two? As the timing and scoring updates itself, it's looking to me like about 5 seconds.
Yeah, about 5.6 seconds right now at the moment. So Espen's got to try to hold the line as best he can, but he's actually gaining now. Brendan Cronin now dropped it under to 3.9 seconds. So he is closing and on attack mode right now.
So as we've been watching that, don't forget that the prototype leaders have been staying right next to each other. Anytime they hit traffic, that could offer an opportunity to Julian. And they just hit some now, which closes the Simitalk Jade car up to the back of the Wyvern Racing 41.
Yeah, they were just going by David Barraclaw and the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew GT Pro car there, and now going past some more traffic here. But Ribolo really had a couple of opportunities, but they would have been pretty risky, I think, if he had taken them. So still, Ribolo's showing a great deal of patience right now in his charge towards the front of this field.
He's not letting him get away with it, that's for sure. Getting a few more penalties as other cars are being given black flags, some of them for the incident limit being breached. Otherwise, second half has been relatively calm for the stewards. Curious what the lap comparison is going to be between Cronin and Sharon. Sharon's last few laps, 17.6, 18.4, 18.6. Cronin 17 flat before he came in.
Man, look at how close Ribolo gets to the back of Lemire there through the turns, and now onto the backstretch. Lemire just launches. And Ribolo is going to be chasing him down through the chicane once again.
Man, he's just been so on top of him. I'm amazed that he hasn't had a solid opportunity to pass. Makes me think that these two are pushing as hard as they can.
Yeah, I was wondering that as well. If they weren't pushing as hard as they could, I think Ribolo would have had enough off-throttle time to charge up and really use the boost to his advantage to shoot past Lemire. But no, they most definitely are both pushing at 100% right now, because I think that definitely would have happened if they weren't.
Meanwhile, Elvis Spinello had more issues in turn one. Oh, no, he came out of the pits, it looks like. Does this return him to the lead, or no, it returns him to third. Florian Denzler is now our leader in GTE AM. I think Lemire just got the biggest gap he's had in a while, on Ribolo.
Lemire on that backstretch, I think, is using all of his boosts at once, because he is getting some huge launches there over Ribolo. So I wonder if Ribolo is holding back at all here with 49 minutes left of this race.
He's suddenly dropped off, that's for sure. Meanwhile, second place in LMP2's Alex Saunders comes in for a stop.
It's going to have to be a perfect stop here for Saunders, because it's going to have to take a perfect stop to hop the 111 of Ronnie Fantini and Team Hoisingfeld.
He tried it last time and it didn't quite work. You can see Fantini still out there going 3 wide for a moment before turn 6. This should be... Saunders was in there not long ago, if I'm not mistaken. I'd say that, yeah, that he was only in there for about 12 seconds, so that was Saunders with a splash and dash to take him to the end of the race. Now, those of you wondering if a caution will change that, we only have 18 more minutes to have a caution. The final 30 minutes are mandated to be green all the way to the checkers. And Brendan Cronin has chopped it down to 3 seconds now. A 1:17.3 last time by for Brendan. And a 1:17.9 for Espen.
He is really putting the pressure on right now. I mean, 2 seconds and closing. Brendan Cronin trying his best to close in that gap as we ride on board from Espen. Looking back, they see the LMP2 cars and one car, and then, of course, there's Brendan Cronin closing in. Looking at the last lap time, we see Cronin set a faster lap by almost 6/10 compared to Espen Sharon. I mean, it's going to be very close towards the end of this race before we can see anything happen between the GTE leaders at this moment. And then we still see Florian Densler holding on over the 311 FAC Autosport team of Elvis Bonello, who's actually some 23 seconds behind. So something seriously wrong would have to happen to Florian Densler for him to lose this lead as well. So a great effort for this team. They're looking at possibly win number 3 for the GTE AMs.
This has got to be immense pressure for Sharon and the Vikings Ragnarok car, because knowing that it was his error that put him in this position. Cronin's now 2 seconds back, by the way. He's gaining yet another second on him in that lap alone. Espen's, he's got to be kicking himself a little bit. That was Clark Archer.
Or Clark Archer, actually.
Yeah, the V Apex orange car. And he actually had a big hit with the wall there. I think you should be able to get it going, so I don't think we should get a caution.
Turn 5 takes another victim again. It's Clark Archer. And there he goes, just loses it, makes contact with the tire wall right there.
He's having to wait a long time to find a big enough gap that he can get back on track.
Yeah, that's where
now he's able to go.
Spotter.
Boy, that was costly for the number 233. But as I was saying, Espen, I mean, it's one thing to have pressure applied to you by someone else, but to put yourself in a situation where you know you've caused what you're having to deal with, that's I hope he has some nerves of steel in these final 45 minutes.
Well, it is showing that he's able to pull away just a little bit. He was about a 10th faster that last lap. Espen doing a great job now, pulling it to a 2.8 second lead over Brendan Cronin. So he seems to be taking to pressure quite well now in this Ford GT.
It took him a minute to warm up to it. Meanwhile, we're not missing anything with the battle for the overall lead. Ribolo is holding at roughly a second back. And they're running for the Wyvern number 41. Caught up behind the likes of Terry Taylor. The TCR car going to stay off to the right. Let's Pierre Benoit through easily. And is Carlson in? Carlson is pitted. This was third place in LMP1. I don't think this was any sort of damage. This looks like a final stop for the number 29.
Yes, I believe that's what it is. It's scheduled stop here for SRT Team USA. Remember, they were pretty dominant in the LMP1 class for the first 2.5 hours of this race, and just had some unfortunate pit issues with Marius Valiokas, who drove that car for 118 laps. Charlie Carlson working on lap 37 for him in that team right now. So long stint that Valiokas was in the car for this morning when he dominated, made one tiny mistake, and that's all it takes here in this series to put you back outside of a contention for the win.
And Valiokas practiced all the corners a ton of times, but apparently not enough, turning his way into his pit stall, as that's what cost them. And now that's looking like they're going to have to settle for the lowest spot on the podium unless something happens to our top two, who stay close together. Light continues to fade. It is now down to 79 degrees out on the track.
Yeah, light definitely fading. You can see the sun starting to set here as well. And we started off the day with a track temp of like 95 degrees Fahrenheit or so. It's now down to 79, so definitely getting cooler out there in Georgia.
As this was going on, the LMP2 leaders were having some interesting back and forth between their laps. Sounds like Saunders was a little bit slow. Remember, he's racing Fantini once they both have their stops, which will happen right now because... Oh, and Clark Archer off track. We are still able to get cautions. Fantini made it in time. Now, what happened to Archer? And where is he actually? Was that in the S's?
Looks like that's in the S's.
Yeah, it looks just right before turn 5 at the moment.
Yeah.
There is a little bit of a gap there, so they might give him permission to tow. All right, we've got the replay. Happened actually coming out of 4 down to the S's, and then he trundled the car a little bit. You'll see here there might have been ghost contact between himself and the LMP2 car, Benjamin Gregory. You'll see the car bobble here as we ride on board and then suddenly just slide down into the tires. It looked like it hit from on board, but hard to tell.
As we look above, we see right there, we see the LMP2 closing, going down the S's, then looks to the outside, then the inside. No contact, just lost the car by the looks of it.
So, Smitek, Jade finds themselves pitting now as well. And I think Clark is still out there. Nope, he's managed to get it going. So he is gone. He's taken a tow. They've given him permission to get it rolled into that little opening in the wall. So a little bit of a safety measure from a number of drivers. Here we're back with Fantini, and Saunders is way off of him.
Yeah,
we mentioned he was slow.
Saunders was running into some traffic. It must have been to put himself that far back. On a different note, we just saw Civitalk Esport Jade come out of the pits. That is with a new driver. That's Tony Repoussard back in the car as Julien Ribelow has finished up his race for the day. So Repoussard, who was faster than the 41 earlier, let's see what he can do in terms of the lead for LMP1.
Now, he's marked as only a second ahead of Carlson, but actually, no, Carlson did take their last stop. Did he not? Yeah, about 3 laps ago. So this is legitimate. Wow. The SRT Team USA. Yeah, it is. Now, granted, it was about 5 seconds difference in the pit stall.
Number 2 team did make a driver swap, but I don't...
That would take them over 30 seconds, which theirs was 32. And Carlson, who's having problems of his own, coming out of turn 5. I'd say that the number 29 is pushing.
I would say just a tad bit right now. Definitely into the last quarter of this race and getting everything they can out of that. I'm sure they're still not too happy about losing that lead that they worked so hard for early on in this race to maintain so dominantly, but they might be in the likes of running for at least a second place finish here.
Now, although the chances are slim of a caution in the next 8 minutes, it's very possible. We had a car stranded a little bit earlier, and they got away lucky with that. So if I was Pierre Benoit, I would think, oh, and just as I say that, I look over, he's pitting now. He's thinking the same thing I am. Cover things off. Don't want to get caught out. So Wyvern takes it down pit lane for what should be their final stop. Now, can they come out ahead of Repoussard, though?
Repoussard is making his way onto the backstretch right now.
Stops for the other drivers roughly around 30 seconds, although Egbert's last stop was about 20 seconds. He's sitting in 4th, but he's a long ways back. He might be on a little bit of an alternate strategy compared to these 3. Riding on board with the Simitok Jade car. You can say that Lemire is still stationary. Number 41 waiting for the last of their stop to finish. 36 seconds is a little bit slow. Where is Repoussard? He's coming around right now.
Well, maybe not.
Oh, but he gets hit! That was David Barraclaw. He hits the wall very, very hard. He keeps it going, but this is handing it over to Repoussard, and Carlson moves up into 2nd. Let's watch the replay. I talked about it earlier with Taylor. The pit exit is a dangerous place to be.
I don't think Barraclaw had any idea he was there coming out of the pits.
Oh, no.
Because he was just taking a normal racing line through there.
And Lemire towed. Lemire just towed. He pulled it off the lane to an exit spot. This is Barraclaw. Now he had a car to the outside, I think. Oh, no, he did not. He was just taking his racing line and didn't know he was coming out.
So now, Speedworks Racing Team USA not too far back from Simitok Esport Jade for that lead.
Wow. How things change so suddenly. Wyvern has... They were looking at a potential win in the face. And look at the severe damage on the right side of the car where it hit the concrete. You feel for those drivers, but at the same time, you look at the likes of Repoussard, who's now thanking his lucky stars, who would have been in 2nd, we believe, after that stop. Inherits the lead, but Charles Carlson is behind by about 3 seconds. What's the pace look like comparatively between them? 108.2, 108.4, 107.9 for SRT. Repoussard 106.5, 107.7, 109.5. So first 2 were faster for Repoussard, but the last one was quite a bit slower.
And don't forget, that's not the first accidental run-in that Barraclaw's had late in a race this season with the LMP1 division. Lost a win. Month at Monza. Yeah, lost a win, got flipped actually in the first turn at Monza by an LMP1, just as a bystander of that one and of this one, just getting involved.
Which
just
team
wrong
was that
place,
actually?
wrong time.
I'm trying to remember. If it was Wyvern, what poetic irony that would be. Barraclaw is able to keep going. The contact wasn't too terribly hard. You can see a little bit on the right side. Very curious who that was that ran into him there. It was an LMP1. I recall that, battling for the lead. Espen just gave away the lead. Espen spun. Cronin is now your GTE Pro leader. Where did this happen? It was in turn 3. Not quite a full spin. Outbraked himself into the corner. You'll see it when we get around to it here. And that's all it took.
And that's what he really can here at Road Atlanta. Just one small mistake, one small spin as he's coming up to turn 3. Just locks it up and loses it right there. Has to take the escape road to get back out onto the track, but that gives the position to Brendan Cronin. It's only now a 3-second gap, though, so he could possibly, he's been showing quite a good amount of speed right now. So if same thing happens to Brendan Cronin, we could see a battle for the lead here again.
Cronin's just got to hold it together. His teammate led the way, Vigo, up in the top spot for pretty much his whole stint. Can he bring it home for Alpine Stars Geodesic Black? It's been 3.5 hours, guys, and I think we're starting to see the effects of that. There have been a few mistakes that have been either race-ending or losing drivers easy wins.
And that seems to be the case here. I mean, the fatigue is starting to set in. I mean, your head, especially for like the GT drivers, your head's constantly on a swivel trying to watch out. Same thing with the LMP1 cars. You're having to just remain so focused to hit your marks on each part of the track in order to try and get by these lap traffic. And of course, you know, some drivers are fortunate, like Florian Denzler, who's been doing so well in GTEM. And there's some who are not so fortunate, like Pierre Benoit, who has had that incident just now.
And that incident with Pierre Benoit, we were wondering what the... We saw that with David Bearclaw. We knew David Bearclaw was part of an accident on the last lap while leading at Monza. That was with the 77 Element Sim Racing Fire car and team that we were just determined at Monza.
Meanwhile, on screen, we've been watching this battle. This is Hoisingveld's 248 Porsche chasing the likes of Elvis Bonello. That is not for class position, though. That's GTE Pro and Am. And then behind, Yost has been gaining. So he's a bit sandwiched between a car that he doesn't really want to have to fight with and another car that he's got to fend off.
Yeah, Ross Yost is doing the best that he can to get by Maximilian Fritz. And then, of course, Elvis Bonello, he's trying to find a way to get through there and just stay out of the way as best he can. But also, he's in a race of his own. He's trying to catch up to the best of his ability to that 360 Pineapple Racing of Florian Denzler. And it's still quite a ways back. Some 40 seconds separate these two drivers at the moment. So it's going to take a miracle before we can even see Bonello catch up to Florian Denzler.
Seems like the battle for the GTE Am lead is the only one that isn't close at this point. Of course, the lead in LMP2 has separated slightly since we last looked at them. After the pit stops, it was 7 seconds. It's now 9.5. Fantini is starting to stretch away from the 101.
And we're still watching Charlie Carlson in the 29 as well. That's the SRT Team USA make his way, trying to gain a couple tenths here and there off of Tony Repoussard's lead and trying to get back up in the lead that the 29 team started off the day with and had for the first 2.5 hours.
Gets held up a little bit by the traffic in front. This is Kim Cook, Fabian Jungluth, and Ross Just. Carlson still holding that gap at about 3.5 seconds. A little bit of traffic, an error from Tony Repoussard. That's all it'll take for this to erupt, and we still have 30 minutes left of racing. We saw a lot of stuff happen in the first 30 minutes of this race, so I would not put it past any of these drivers to have something increase the drama. Meanwhile, David Bearclaw set a pass on Bosman we just saw down into the chicane. So Bearclaw unfazed by his contact. Must be used to it by now at the end of races.
Looks like it, because he has just been able to do a great job of getting by Marcel Bosman now and close in onto Tony Costello. He's still got a ways to go, about 19.3 seconds back separate those two, but he is trying to get his way back up to this group of cars where Tony Costello is just clearly by himself, except for some LMP 1 and 2 traffic, as we see the Semitalk Esport J car go by in a blink of an eye just about. Costello doing a great job. Jorge Flores did a great job running the car early on in the race. Got the car up to the lead at one point, but just trying to work his way and finish out strong in an 8th place after starting 15th.
Bit of news on some of the drivers that experienced problems early on. Kinetic Racing 83 is up to 6th now after the incident with Jungbluth and the wall. Out of turn 5, the GT Temple Racing LMP1 is back out on track, but unfortunately has returned well behind the number 83. Pierre-Benoit Lemiere has decided the car is damaged enough that Wyvern Racing's number 41 has retired, but they will not be overtaken by Kinetic, I don't believe. Actually, let me double check on that. They might actually still get by them. So 5th place could be on the cards for Gabriel Roos.
Yeah, I think he definitely will be able to overtake the 41. We have 27 minutes left, and they're ticking away laps at about 105, 106. So
yeah, you're right. That should be doable. 10 laps separating them at the moment means that Kinetic Racing's diligence will award them not just a Dory Award, but another position before all is said and done.
I think GT Temple Racing as well might be able to overtake them. They're only 3 laps further back, the Kinetic.
All right, we're coming down to the end of things. Almost 25 minutes left on the clock. This is 2nd place in LMP1, Charlie Carlson. The number 29 is about 4.5 seconds back. And if I'm not mistaken, I think he's been losing a little bit of time lap by lap. I think some of that was helped by lap 167, where I'm seeing a 111. Let me check to see what exactly happened there. He must have gotten held up something fierce on that lap. Yeah, I think he just caught a bunch of traffic in a row, unfortunately. Did Charlie. That was the most costly of them, about 6 seconds off the pace, 5 seconds off the pace, it looks like. Repoussard, in the meantime, has set a 105.9 for the fastest lap of his team on lap 168. And is that actually... No, that is not the fastest lap of the race, it looks like.
Looks like that earlier incident, David Barraclaw is going to get black flagged for that as well. We were wondering maybe if he would. Looks like he's facing a 60-second stop and hold for that one.
He's not going to be happy about that one, especially after last race's end. The Torque Freak racing car. I suspect they're going to be protesting that.
Pretty sure they're going to try to, but I don't know if that's going to work for the most part. I mean, it was a racing incident, but both drivers should have probably listened to their spotters a little bit more closely on the matter in that situation. But David Barraclaw is going to be getting the worst end of it as a penalty as well. He's going to lose a ton of spots, as while the Audi of Jean-Wap comes down with Wyvern and unable to continue on. So that's still a hard penalty to be given out to, especially this late in the race.
We've actually got some info from the team. They're apologizing for the contact. Spotter didn't. You were right. Spotter didn't tell them that the car was there, at least until the contact happened, apparently, which is a little late. So that's why that Torque Freak car found itself with a hard bit of contact, and now a black flag penalty. Oh, the gap is getting bigger between first and second in LMP1's. Repoussard is now 8.5 seconds ahead of Carlson.
That gap, yeah, it is indeed. And Carlson just not being able to close in definitely fast right now. I mean, he is up to second place, of course, but Marius Valiokas just really, really made that car dominant in the first 2/3 of this race. And just don't think we're going to see that 29 car show that speed again the rest of this race.
Such is the nature of team racing. You've got to have solid drivers on both ends of the race when you have two like this. Oh, and we're hearing part of the issue is not Charlie's speed, it's his fuel. They're saving fuel to make it to the end. When did they last pit? 18 laps ago, compared to Simitak Jade, who was 15 laps ago.
That's interesting. Very interesting.
And it looks like about the same time of stopping for the number 11 behind them, who are a long ways back, mind you. That's Marcel Egbers in German Sim Racing. So I wonder if they also will need to save fuel to get to the end.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's only a 3-lap difference between their pit stops as well. Simitak Esport Jade has got to be looking at the fallout, or looking at the gap that they're putting on SRT Team USA, and wondering whether or not they should save any more or less than they are already.
I think they're already answering your question. It's gone back down. It was 6 seconds for a little bit, and now 7. Could this be a fuel race to the end now? There is always one more twist in the tail, it seems, in the DGFX series. Carlson keeping the gap steady. It's about 7.5 seconds up to our leader. It's who dares push hard enough.
Yeah, and don't forget about that. Don't forget about the number 11 German Sim Racing LMP1. They have fought their way back onto the lead lap in the number 11. Marcel Egbers driving that car right now. They're 38 seconds back right now from the car in front of them, though.
Now, one thing I'm curious about, where did Nick Madsen start in class for his teammate? Where did he start? Because Fitzy Motorsports Fighting CRC is up to 3rd, and they're not far behind Espen.
They started in 37th on the grid. They are currently running 17th, so they've gained 20 positions since the start of the race.
Well, some of that's attrition from cars coming off. So that's why I was wondering where they were in class. So 18th in GT. Wow, what a climb! Oh my goodness.
Exactly.
The 277 is the story of the race. Could be a second place here for them even. Because as I was saying, they are trying to gain on Espen, and it's less than 2 seconds between them.
Yeah, he is closing right now. Nick Madsen ran a 1:17.40. Compare that to Kim Salveson, who ran Espen Sheridan with his 1:17.24. So they're running pretty close together, about 0.2 faster Espen was compared to Nick, but they're now going through lap traffic right now, as well as LMP1 and 2 traffic going around them. So give it time. A small mistake by Espen could put Nick Madsen right to the back bumper.
And they have a ways up to the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black. That gap is extended to about 6 seconds now. So while the 255 slaloms its way through the traffic, just trying to finish these last 19 minutes without any incidents to take home the victory that I'm sure at the start of this race they figured would be a little bit more of a breeze. Certainly didn't look that way for a while as they got sent down the order. An update on our LMP1 battle. It is now 9 seconds as it continues to yo-yo back and forth. Repoussard still leads in the number 2. And GT Temple has come into the pits. I think they've seen they can't catch any more cars. They're going to accept defeat here today and claim
making a
7th.
driver swap,
No, they're
it
not.
looks like.
Oh, okay. Spoke too soon.
Looks like they're going to hand it back to Fabian Jungbluth in that car.
No, Jungbluth has been in the car, it looks like.
Yes,
It was
he has
Emerton.
been.
Yeah, he was.
So they might just be topping off for fuel to finish this race. I'm sure being 20 laps down and going through all sorts of problems, they're on a different strategy than everyone else, or on a
This is
different
true.
fuel cycle.
Just threw us for a loop there. So we've only got 4 of our LMP1s ahead of the rest of the classes. Looks like Wyvern is just about to be passed by Kinetic Racing 83 in the timing and scoring. That'll move Kinetic up to 5th now. I tell you what, my hat's off to them for continuing to press on and try to make whatever they can of a very bad, unfortunate situation. I think this is where they pass them now. Meanwhile, we've jumped up to Fontini in the LMP2s, who has pulled away to 11, almost 12 seconds over Alex Saunders. So while there was a brief bit of hope for the 101, I think Fantini has absolutely crushed those hopes here in the last hour or so.
Yeah, this 111 team, just pure dominance throughout the whole season, and they've got 16 more minutes until they have their 4th straight win. Just got to keep it clean, and they're going to continue that dominance of the LMP2 class this year in DGFX.
You can see on screen we got a little bit of a battle still, even though a lot of cars are separating in the dying stages. This is for 5th in the LMP2s. It's John Goodwin and Nicholas Helm. Luxem Motef Podcast 110 leads the Nomad Sim Racing 102. And he gets a run, but decides to back out of it. Nicholas thinking maybe he wants something a little bit safer just to take it home.
Yeah, John Goodwin, that Luxem 24 Motive podcast car, like he said, one of the couple of 3-man teams that have run today, along with Billy Fletcher and Jake Farquhar, and looks like...
Well, there goes that battle.
Oh, okay.
Helm's got a pit. Never fails. Looks like he's got to get a splash and dash. Bulmer does as well. Actually, how many of these cars are going to need to come in? You know, Alex Saunders has been out there for 27 laps. Let's see, how long can these cars go, though? They're about an hour, though, usually, aren't they? Saunders, we understand, pitted early on in the window, so should be able to take this one all the way to the checkered flag. Fantini's also on a 22-lap stint for the moment.
Yeah,
Back down between Joost and Niskasen. Now, these two, I think, mostly fighting for pride here, Taylor, since they're GT Pro and AM.
Yeah, Ross Yost is trying to hold off Niskanen at the moment. The Usagi Racing Ferrari going up against Yost in the Black Sheep Ferrari. So we ride on board with Niskanen going down through the S's right now. That Usagi Ferrari trying to find a way to get by. Espen.
Oh, Espen!
Oh!
Espen spins out of second. And Cronin is slowing.
Something is going on right here because Nick Madsen now takes the lead in the GTE Pro, and Cronin's dropping as well.
Holy cow.
So,
This happened in between 6 and 7. It was Cronin who got into the back of Mikey Grimm's. This might be quite a while ago. And then we see Espen spinning. I think that was completely separate incidents.
it was separate incidents, but still, our top two in the GTE Pro category. Not looking forward to what this is. This moves Nick Matson up to the lead to the GTE Pro.
This is in 6 and 7, so we backed up a little far here on Cronin. And what appears to have happened is Cronin got enough damage from hitting side by side on the suspension that it then limped its way into the wall down the backstretch, and he had to pit because he couldn't drive this car to the end. Here we're going to see it.
Ooh, that's a hard hit right there. That's
Oh,
got to
my
damage the
goodness.
suspension completely to that Ferrari.
The chickens hadn't hatched yet, and Brendan Cronin, unfortunately, finds this geodesic racing car missing out on a win. Oh, did it look like Cronin maybe started to snap on him?
It looked a little bit like that, but it was just as we still get another replay
Let's watch
right
from
there.
above, yeah.
Goes in.
Yeah,
There it goes.
it was him. That was all on Cronin. A little bit too much curb.
Well, that's why we run the
Unbelievable.
race.
Nick Madsen has got to be beside himself. I don't know if he's ever led a race of this magnitude, but now's the time to learn to deal with that pressure. Patrick Pruce gets promoted to second place. Casper de Court is close to him in third. Our podium has almost completely changed. Only one car is still there with 11 minutes to go.
Well, new cast of characters as we see Casper de Court right there, about a second back from Patrick. He's our points leader in the GTE Pro category. So from that time where me and Nick were wondering during qualifying, is he going to be able to do well here at Road Atlanta? The answer is so far, yes. He's currently running P3 right now in that Ferrari, only about 1.3 seconds back. As we look on and watch Nick Madsen, he's currently our leader, some 7 seconds ahead of Patrick Pruce. His current last lap was a 117.82 compared to Patrick's 117.9. So this could be a good race to see between these two drivers, but Patrick is closing just a little bit now, 6.8 seconds.
Oof, what a gift this was to the Graphite Racing team, finding themselves on the podium now. There we watch Bruce trying his best to not only run away from DeCourt, but catch Madsen in the final 10 minutes. It is getting very dark now. It is February here in the virtual world as well, and it's about 5:30 in the evening. So even though we won't see a complete sunset, it'll certainly be an evening celebration for our winners. I can report that Gabriel Roos has come in for the final stop for the Kinetic Racing 83. And while they are close to the back of the LMP2 cars, I think they've got nobody else, at least in overall position, that they'll be able to take. They'll finish 14th overall in that green, white, and black machine. And the LMP2s, Erling Bomer and Benjamin Gregory have themselves a nice little battle heading down the backstretch. This might be quickly done, though, because Gregory's got a run on him. He's going to peek to the inside. He's got a good head of steam compared to the likes of Bomer. And by the time they hit the braking for the chicane, give P5 to Fitzy Motorsports CRC number 113.
Yeah, that 113 team coming off a bad race at Monza definitely got it turned around in the right direction so far, and give them another position there, like you said, up into the top 5 now of their class.
Ooh, I think Casper de Court's gained a little bit of time on Patrick Pruce.
He has. He's closing indeed under a second now. A little bit of LMP2 traffic in front of him right now, so he's going to have to be patient, wait to see what happens with the LMP2 cars. If he's going to try to maybe sneak up right behind and follow suit with one of them, under the Suzuki Bridge they go into turn 11 and turn 12. Casper DeCourt, man on the mission, try to keep that points lead he had. Ran a 116.9 compared to Patrick's 117.2. So he has definitely put the afterburners on now, out of turn 1 into the turn 2 and 3 chicanes to get to the S's. As we now see the Simitalk Esport Jade Audi now coming across, passing both of these two cars. Nick Madsen, though, still holding on about a 6 to 7 second lead right now. So, it would have to be a very serious incident for Nick to lose this lead at the moment. As we see Casper DeCourt closing in now under half a second now through turn 6 and 7. As we see Patrick get a little bit loose, Casper goes to the inside. Who's going to be getting off the corner? Give the position to P2 to Casper DeCourt in that Ferrari.
He saw the LMP2 slide to the inside, and as much as Proust tried to keep it from getting loose on the marbles, we're going to have to catch this car. Ugh. That's all she wrote, and that is all that DeCourt needed. Gift wrapped and everything. Watch it from above here. Wow, credit to DeCourt, though. He didn't wait around. He saw the opening and took it with both hands.
Said, thank you very much, Patrick. Now I'm going to go pull away now. But Patrick's not done yet. He's still trying to keep up with him as best he can. It's now down to 7/10 of a second now. So Casper is pulling away just a little bit as they come out of the S's up to turn 5.
He's keeping it within a second, but he's certainly not in a position to attack. 7 minutes left to go now. And looks like we missed a pass for, let's see, what position is this for? 11th. GT Am, though, passing a GT Pro, so it's 11th overall in the GT cars.
Still a great run for the Usagi Racing Ferrari right now. I mean, moving him up into 11th position overall in the GTE is not a bad run. But still, as we look at Florian Denzler doing a great job as well. He's running P9 overall in the GTE Pro or GTE class. As we see one of the Kinetic LMP1 go by, doing a great job of keeping his nose clean. I think this is one of the cleanest looking GTE cars. Maybe a little bit of damage to the wing of the car by the looks of it, but overall, just a dominant performance today with Florian Denzler and De Jong.
So we watch the setting sun, the amber light dim, the headlights come on, but the engines continue to rage in the final 5 minutes. Your leader is still Tony Repoussard in the LMP1s, and it is now extended to 15 seconds. So whatever the Simitalk J team may have had to save on fuel, doesn't seem like they need it anymore. It's SRT Team USA. It seems like they might be in a little bit of trouble themselves.
Yeah, that gap has been opening up more and more, and we know they're saving fuel, but it looks like they're not going to have enough time to take advantage of any fuel conservation that may have been going on, because down to about 5 minutes left now, and a 15-second gap right there is pretty significant. Looks all good, though, for Tony Repoussard, though, and the 2 team of Simitalk Esport Jade.
Fans of geodesic racing, well, unfortunately, the Alpine Stars car has retired after that incident that we saw, leading this race for 3 hours and about 45 minutes? Or, well, not the entire way, but looking pretty dominant for much of it. And yet, it all comes down to one little error, ending their day prematurely.
Yes, indeed. Unfortunate for them as well. I mean, it was just amazing to see how dominant that car was all day today, but yet that small incident cost them very much dearly.
I want to give a little bit of a love to the 4th place LMP1 car, because we haven't shown them very much lately at all. Niels Hundhedge. Now, it's a 4th place, and granted, they're 2 laps down from the rest of the podium there. But the number 77 has been continuing on, plugging away, and, well, they've got themselves a top 5, kept themselves out of trouble, which I'm sure they'll appreciate after the ending of Monza. Just looking for a nice, clean race here today at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, absolutely. They started this race with an early incident, and they also started with a post-race penalty from Monza. So they, already started this race in a hole, and they have fought their way up right to the middle of this pack. So I think they'll definitely be satisfied with that result, doing the best they could with what they started with today. There was a huge hit there with one of the cars.
Tom Van Poot, who was one of our GT Am drivers. And actually, I think he was in the top 5 in GT Am. That was after some contact with Hundhedge.
Yeah.
Does that count as commentator's curse, since I mentioned they wanted a clean race?
Yeah, just a little bit of contact there with the right rear, and then enough to nothing for Van Poot to do except head towards the concrete retaining barrier there, and looks like he should be. Take a look at the onboard here.
I'm gonna watch Nacho's view of the incident there. Oh, no, Nacho had something else happen. This is down through the S's. Up into turn 5. Did we have another victim for this corner? Oh, he was coming up on Van Poot. And then another Hoisingveld car plows into him. That's Fritz. Oh, wow. So many drivers having problems, including the Graphite Racing team of GTE Am that we saw with that initial incident. Their car is kaput because they've taken it now into the pits. A minute 30 to go, boys. We only need to get to the checkered flag here. And SRT could not make it to the end. Now, this should be a splash and dash. They've got 50 seconds back to Marcel Egbers. I think they'll be able to hold on to second place.
Yeah, they definitely put. I mean, it was a full-fledged effort. They were back in third, and they were in quite a bit of trouble. They knew it after dominating the first 2/3 of this race, and did everything they possibly could to put a last-ditch effort and salvage an opportunity for the win, but just going to fall a little bit short on that desperate fuel strategy. They're not going to be able to make it work, but they should be able to bring home a solid second place, though.
White flag is now out for Simitok Esport Jade, leading the way by an even bigger gap here for the final lap. And was I mistaken in hearing earlier on in the broadcast that we have had no repeat winners yet in the LMP1 class?
That is correct.
And so I think this will be our first repeat. Took us 5 rounds.
No, that's gonna be our 5th different winner in LMP.
They haven't won yet?
LMP1. No, they are sitting 4th place in the standings. They had a 2nd place at Daytona, but Simitok Esport Jade has not had the season that they would like. So headed into the double points event at Nürburgring, this is going to be a good day for them.
Absolutely. Just the chicane and one more corner to go. This red and black machine has been working hard on this one, and finally in round 5 they take their win here at Road Atlanta. Believe our LMP2 leader is coming up next. No, our GTM leader wins here. Florian Denzler for Pineapple Racing. Ronnie Fantini as well comes across the line in LMP2, takes the win there. And last one across going to be Nick Madsen. Still got about a 6-second gap, so something could yet happen, but there's not a lot of traffic in front of this 277.
No, he's currently now coming out of turn 7 at the moment, going down the back straightaway to complete this lap. I mean, what a drive for this team, the Fitzy Racing Group. I mean, a dominant, working their way up, basically showing that patience and focus, like we talked about. And in return, they get the reward. They get the victory down through the chicane one more time, up to the Suzuki Bridge. Great effort by this team, the Fitzy Motorsports Fighting CRC Ferrari, under the Suzuki Bridge through turns 11. Nick Madsen takes home the checkered flag here at Road Atlanta in the GTE Pro Class.
That's going to take us to a well-earned break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. But don't go away, because it's not over yet. Our broadcast includes the post-race show, which has your unofficial results, as well as driver interviews. Stick around, because on screen, you're going to see all the upcoming races here on the GSRC. Just short of 6 p.m. here in the virtual standard time at Road Atlanta as the sun goes down. We have just watched round 5 of the DGFX series, and the win up at the top, a 5th different winner in 5 races. Simatalk Esport Jade went from 3rd on the grid to the top spot. Other drivers fell by the wayside, but that seems to be the story of many other races here in DGFX, keeping it clean. SRT Team USA LMP1 finds himself settling for 2nd, the only other car on the lead lap. A last-minute splash and dash had to take them to the line. German Sim Racing LMP1 completes the podium in the LMP1 class. They were a lap down. And then Element Sim Racing Fire, finished in 4th, having started this race in 7th. Then we've got our winner in the LMP2s. It's Team Hoisingfeld, the number 111 car. They managed to finish at the top spot in that class, with 2nd going to V Apex Racing Group Red. Then in third, it's German Sim Racing LMP2 with Lux Sim 24 Motive Podcast finishing in fourth. Fifth goes to Fitzy Motorsports fighting CRC, and then Team Vikings rounds out sixth here in our top 10 overall. Taylor?
Finishing in the 11th position overall is the Nomad Sim Racing, followed by the TCR Racing Group in 12th. Black Sheep Motorsports will come home in 13th position overall, followed by Kinetic Racing in 14th. Fitzy Motorsports fighting CRC will be your winner in the GTE Pro category, followed by Graphite Racing in second place, finishing 16th overall. 17th overall will be the German Sim Racing Group, followed by the Lux Sim 24 Racing Podcast 288 Porsche in 18th. 19th goes to the Speedworks Racing Team, and rounding out your top 20 is the Samba Racing Team. Nick?
21st overall is going to go to GT Temple Racing's LMP1, the number 17, who is going to finish 6th in that class, followed by Lux Sim 24 Motive Podcast GTE and Virtual Motorsports 213 GTE. That's going to be where you'll find Pineapple Racing's 360, your GT-AM winner today, in 24th position overall, followed by Usagi Racing GT-AM, Black Sheep Motorsports GT Pro, Team Hoisigveld's 248, Fach Autotech Sim Racing 311, and then Fisher Motorsports 334, and Bag Cactus Racing Ocotillo's 397 in the GTM.
After that, it's PCDC Motorsports 31st overall with Graphite Racing. It's number 392 coming home in 32nd. Geodesic Racing finishes 33rd there in the pros. Team Vikings, number 201 car, finishes 34th. Wyvern Racing takes home 35th. They were, of course, one of our LMP1 cars, unfortunately falling down the order after a late race incident. Torque Freak Racing in their 282 finishes 36th. PCDC Motorsports 303 car takes 37th. Alliance Racing 212 into 38th. AVA Vervatic in 39th. And V Apex Racing Group number 233 finishes in 40th. Taylor?
And then rounding out your final cars, 41st goes to VRG Engineering, followed by the Nomad Sim Racing Group in 42nd. NAB Racing will come home in 43rd, followed by the V Apex Racing Group LMP2 car in 44th. 45th goes to the Roadbasters Group, the 399, followed by the 327 Pineapple Racing in 46th. Geodesic Racing will come home in 47th, the 256, followed by Black Sheep Motorsports in 48th. Followed by the second of the Black Sheep Motorsports, the GTE Pro car in 49th, and the PCDC Motorsports LMP2 car will round out your top 50.
Back in 51st, it's going to be Torque Freak Racing and Blanchimont in the 281, followed by Kinetic Racing's 283 GTE car in 52nd. Team Vikings Midgard 301, they're going to be in 53rd, and then behind them, Team Bushfink Racing Green, that's going to be your last place in the GT Pro category, followed by 55th and 56th World of Sim Racing Team and Roadbasters Alpha, two LMP2 teams that never got it going today, followed by Bad Cactus Racing Saguaro in the 396 GT-AM car, rounding out the field.
So we have a couple of our drivers here to talk to us from the podium of the GTE Pro, and it is Graphite Racing GTE. We were discussing during the break, we'd like to know what the record is for most positions gained to take a win. And well, you guys certainly were close to a win, but second place all the way up towards the back of the field. I mean, are you guys as shocked as we are?
I'm still not quite sure what happened just now.
Yeah, I mean, no, we knew we would have good race pace based on our practice sessions. We were kind of surprised by our qualifying position, I think, but knew that we kind of hung on and just kept chipping the entire time. We would work our way up, but definitely got fortunate, I think, too, with what happened with some of the other cars.
Now, I don't know if you guys had a different paint on yours compared to what we saw on the broadcast, but we're curious. Did you intend to have the very holiday-themed paint on that Ferrari for this race?
Well, yeah, the plan was to switch back to our normal livery, but we were too late sending it in. But I think we'll keep it on now, because apparently Rudolph is bringing us some good luck this season. So.
I was thinking the same thing, yeah. Keep what works. So talk about the end of the race, though. You find yourself, climbing up the order, and suddenly you see her on the podium, and now you're fighting with the likes of I believe it was German Sim Racing.
Mhm.
Talk about that incident and managing to slip through into second with just minutes to go. What's going through your mind at that moment?
Well, I knew I was sort of getting closer every single lap, and traffic was sort of keeping the gap open a bit. But I saw that P2 coming through and splitting us down the straight, and I saw he was going up the inside. So I thought, oh, I can get a run onto the straight here, coming out of turn 7. But then he ran wide, so I was like, oh, okay, I'll take it then. And somehow I think he either he ran wide or he got a bad run out of it, because I was expecting us to be side by side on exit and it being a drag race all the way down the straight. But I was clear before corner exit, which really surprised me. And then luckily I was able to keep the gap open and not have him having to defend into the chicane there.
So how much do you guys plan coming into these races? Is it everything improvised, or do you have any sort of framework on how you try to run these races coming into them?
I think it varies a little bit race to race, depending on the length and kind of how we're doing in practice and what we're seeing our paces like compared to others. This one, we kind of had a rough idea what would happen, but I think the same thing that happened with Silverstone, we kind of adapt as it's going along, which generally we're pretty good at doing. And I think many times that has kind of been in our favor, where we're quick to go through, fuel conserving and calculations and stuff like that, and figure things out on the run.
And the thing with yellows as well is you can have a plan for the race, but it never works out. So we know how far we can go in a tank of fuel and just work back from there.
Mm-hmm.
You write down the plan and then you throw it away once the green falls. So
Exactly. Yeah.
Congratulations on second place and an incredible podium. This has got to be a great feel-good story for the season. Hopefully we'll see you at the ring.
Great.
We'll see you there.
It's Casper DeCourt and Julian Bell for the Graphite Racing team. Up next, Taylor is going to be talking to Florian Denzler, our winner over in GTM.
Yes, indeed. Here with Florian Denzler. Florian, a beautiful performance you were able to show today at Road Atlanta. Tell us how you were able to negotiate, keep the car clean, and of course, win here at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting because I didn't thought that I would be actually that fast. Like, I'm not really used to driving in front with the pro drivers with the high I rating. So that was really surprising. And then, it's just like managing the traffic, lifting more than you normally would, just to make sure that the LMP2s are passing you without any contact. That worked most of the time, not every time, but that worked pretty well throughout the race.
Yeah, one thing we were noticing early on in the race is you were even giving P2 a chance to go for the second position overall in the GTE class. Tell us how you were feeling, and it's like we were in just amazement of how well you were able to keep up and just pull away from the entire GTE Anfield, and for the most part, even some of the GTE Pro drivers.
Yeah, like the main thing was that my teammate who drove in the 327 car, Pedro Diaz, he made a really good setup for the track. So the car was really balanced and really good. So that was the main thing. And then, we made a really good qualifying performance. And to be that fast and keeping up with the top 2 drivers. And I think the top 3 driver crashed a few minutes into the race, which was like really unlucky for him. So I don't know where the pace came from or why the other people, why we were so fast, but it's good.
Well, again, congratulations. Looking forward to seeing you at the Nürburgring. Do you think you can probably close up the championship here?
I mean, I think we are still a few points behind AVA Vatican and PCDC Motorsports, I think. So it's going to be a close race. 10 hours is going to be a really long time. So we have to see. Maybe we can get the championship, maybe not. We'll see.
All right. Well, we look forward to seeing you at the ring, Florian. Again, congratulations with your win here at Road Atlanta.
Thank you.
We got one more driver to talk to. Belafonte from FAC Autosport has caught up with Nick.
He has indeed, and looks like a third place finish for GTM in GTM for your team today. Man, great race we saw from Sven Bratz and Elvis Bonello on your team. Talk about that race. 4 hours, that was pretty crazy.
Yes, indeed. Both made a awesome job. Sven did an incredible start of his race and had a good pace. And we started from last position and managed to work us forward. And yeah.
So you guys aren't necessarily, in major points contention, but you started off the season great. Had another third place finish at Silverstone, so this is your second podium of the year, and then kind of the mid part of the season didn't go too great. You think you come back at Nürburgring, make up a couple more spots, and finish out the season?
That's what we now start to work for. Making a good performance for the last race, 10 hours. And we hope to give another good performance and to end up as high as possible.
All right. Well, we know you've got a fast car there. We've seen you a couple times now up here. Any last shout outs or thank yous you want to give to anyone involved in your team before we let you go here tonight?
Sorry, I didn't understand. Could hear you. What?
You have any last thank yous or shout outs you want to give before we let you go tonight?
Thank you to my drivers for the good job, and thanks to all our supporters, fans, and thanks to you for the broadcast. Yeah.
All right. Well, you ran an awesome race, and definitely excited to see if you can get that third podium next month at the ring.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was third place in GTM, the FAC Auto Tech Sim Racing number 311. We're going to close up today, but before we go, we want to give a huge thank you to iRacing for bringing us onto the iRacing Esports Network. And of course, we highly encourage you to subscribe to them. Of course, you can do that by clicking on the red button there that says subscribe up on their page. You will not regret it. They've got all sorts of racing, not just here with DJFX, but the official World Championship Series are broadcast here on IESN. Thanks to the companies that provide the software and hardware for our broadcast. You can see them listed here on your screen. Additional thanks go to Eric Ekholm and June Lalonde to provide our wonderful music. See the screen for how to get a hold of more of their great work. Thanks to the team today, Nick, Taylor, Amjad, and Dougie. If you'd like to find out more about GSRC, including upcoming races, you can find it at globalsimracingchannel.com. You can also check us out on social media. We're on Twitter at GSR Channel, Facebook at Global Sim Racing Channel, and Instagram at GSRC_Graham. The next round is the final for the season. We are going to the Nürburgring, but don't worry, it is the GP course. We are racing the BEC, the WES, or WEC BES version of that track. That'll be Saturday, March 9th at 9 a.m. Eastern. We also have upcoming races for other series listed on the screen, so check those out and mark them down on your calendar. However, until next time, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.